Chapter 1. The Lane Opening. The new lane went live at 1400 Brightfall time, and Marco Salazar took the Lodestar's tender into it 3 seconds later, with a privateer half a length off his portside wing and 100,000 people watching from the rings. The throttle was open before the marker boys finished turning green. That was the trick nobody taught you, and everybody learned the hard way. The lane didn't care that the ceremony wasn't finished, that the harbor master was still reading names off a list, that there was a brass band somewhere on Brightfall's inner ring murdering a song meant to be stately. The lane was a thread of stabilized space 1 kilometer wide and 40 long, freshly hung between 2 junctions that had never been joined before. And the first haul through it took the first transit rights and the bragging, and this being the frontier, a genuinely useful tax exemption for the season. So you went when the light went, and you sorted out your dignity afterward. The cutter went with him. Of course it did. "Mornin'," said a voice on the open race channel, rough and amused, and not remotely worried. "You're the warship, then, the flag waver. Come all this way to lose a race to a workin' girl?" "Lodestar's tender," Salazar said. "We don't lose." "Everybody loses to the Sundog. It's a religious experience. You'll thank me after." Brightfall fell away behind them, all of it, the great barnacled sprawl of the port, 6 docking rings stacked like a child's bad tower, refit gantries crusted with half a century of hulls coming in tired and going out mended, the chandleries and the bond stores, and the long market arm where right now 4,000 traders were drinking to a new road and pretending they'd already worked out how to undercut each other on it. The most beautiful, ugly place on the reach. Salazar loved it the way you love a city you grew up scared of. Then the lane took the view and gave him a better one. It never got old. He hoped it never would. Inside the lane the stars went long, smeared into bright wires by the stabilized geometry, and the throat of it ran ahead arrow straight and faintly gold where the boundary held the dark out, and flying it was less like flying than like being fired down the barrel of something enormous and kind. The tender came alive in his hands, light, vicious, over-engined, an Aurora Hulls racing tender built by people who understood that a flagship should be able to do something undignified when the occasion called, and Salazar settled into the seat and stopped being a lieutenant for a while and became the thing he was actually for. All right, he told himself, because he always did, a play-by-play he'd never once said aloud and never would. Center line. Don't crowd the boundary's new, the boundary doesn't know you yet. Let her run. The Sundog crowded the boundary. The Sundog came up his flank in a long, greedy slide, close enough that he could read the hand-painted teeth along her nose and the scorch rings round her thrusters, where somebody had been running them hotter than the manual allowed for a great many years. And she tucked herself into the cleaner air along the lane's edge, where the geometry ran a hair faster and the margin for error ran a hair to nothing. It was a beautiful piece of flying, and an insane one. 1/2 meter of misjudgment, and the boundary would shear her open like a tin. "You're going to die doing that," Salazar said. "Not today. Today I'm going to win." A pause. The particular pause of someone enjoying herself. "Captain Mara Quint, by the way, so you know whose wake you came second in. Lieutenant Marco Salazar, so you know who let you." Quint laughed, a real one, surprised out of her, and put her nose ahead by a meter. On the bridge channel, quieter, under the race noise, Ruth Ackerman said, "Lieutenant, the captain would like it recorded that this is a goodwill demonstration." "Recorded, Commander." "He would also like it recorded that we are not actually permitted to lose." "Tell the captain," Salazar said, "to have a little faith." Brightfall came through the open band the whole way down the throat, the port narrating the race to itself, the bookmaker's chant, a child somewhere shrieking with the pure, uncomplicated joy of watching two small, fast things go very quickly. And under it, the band, finally getting the song right now that nobody official was listening. 40 kilometers of new road and the entire frontier leaning in to watch somebody be first down it. This was the thing the briefings never managed to put in the briefings. The Sundog was a meter up and pulling. Quint flew the edge like she had a grudge against the middle, shaving the margin, stealing the faster geometry, and she was good, genuinely, frighteningly good, and if Salazar matched her on the edge, one of them would open the new boundary on its first day, and they'd be scraping pilot off the lane wall while the band played. So he didn't match her on the edge. Salazar took the middle, where it was slower and safe, and where, 2/3 of the way down the lane did what all freshly hung lanes did, and nobody outside the trade ever knew about. It breathed. A new boundary hadn't settled into its solution yet. For about 4 seconds, near the midpoint, the whole throat flexed, a long, shallow pulse, the geometry tightening and then easing, the kind of thing that threw an edge runner off her line by exactly enough to cost her everything, and threw a center runner off by nothing at all. Here it comes, Salazar told himself. Hold the middle, hands quiet, let her fight the wall. The lane breathed. Out on the edge, the Sundog staggered, a tiny lurch, beautifully caught. Quint riding it down with hands that had clearly done this before, but a tiny lurch on the edge was 1/10 of a second of fighting the boundary back, and 1/10 of a second was the race. Salazar came through the flex dead level, unbothered, the tender not even noticing, and was a length up before Quint had her nose straight again. Salazar took the far marker first by the better part of 2 seconds into the open dark on the new junction's far side and rolled the tender once, slow, insolent, the whole of Brightfall watching, and let the port lose its mind. "There it is," said Vinter on the bridge channel, the ensign forgetting for a second that ensigns kept the channel clear, his voice gone up half an octave with delight. "There it is!" "Ensign," said Ackerman, with no heat in it at all. "Sorry, Commander. There it is, Commander." Quint came through the marker 2 seconds behind and did not roll. She brought the Sundog up alongside instead, matched her drift, and sat there a moment in the dark while the cheering from the rings reached them on a 4-second delay, thin and enormous. "The middle," she said. "You let her breathe." You knew she would. "I thought I'd get across before she did." Something in the rough voice that wasn't quite sour. Respect costs the proud, and you could hear her paying it. "Combine-rated tender'd never have caught me. You're flying a warship's toy like it owes you money. Where'd a flagship pilot learn the middle?" "Tampa. Family-ran cargo. You learn the middle when you can't afford the edge." "Huh. A beat. Cartagena, mine, before it was anybody's." And then, because she was the kind of person who could not let a soft moment stand, "Rematch, warship. Somewhere there's no audience and I can fight dirty." "Any time you like, Captain Quint." "Mara," the channel clicked. "You'll see me again." Quint peeled off toward the rings, the Sundog lighting her thrusters in a long, showy burn for the crowd, and Salazar watched her go and thought that he liked her, and that he'd beat her again, and that it had been a very good day. Coming back in was slower than going out, and Salazar liked it better. The race took 2 minutes flat. The victory lap took the better part of an hour, because Brightfall had stopped working to watch and now wanted, all 6 rings of it, to be flown past slowly enough to cheer. So he brought the tender down the approach lanes at a crawl, nose up, lights on, and let the port have him. It was a working port, and it had stopped working, and that was the measure of the thing. You could tell what a road meant to people by what they would down tools for. The refit gantries on the third ring had gone dark mid-job, welders' rigs hanging cold on their booms, and the crews who should have been inside them were out on the spars in their pressure suits, helmets lit, banging spanners on the hull plating in a rhythm that carried up through the tender's skin, even in vacuum. Conducted through the docking clamps, a metal heartbeat the whole ring was keeping. On the second ring, the bond stores had flung their shutters up. On the market arm, the long lit spine where Brightfall did what it actually existed to do, the great first transit board above the broker's floor had already rolled over, route open, in characters 100 meters tall, and beneath it, the cargo lots were repricing in real time. Every consignment that could reach the new junction's far side, suddenly worth more than it had been at lunch. Fortunes made and unmade on a screen by a road that had not existed that morning. "Tender's clear of the lane and showing off," Ackerman said on the bridge channel, dry as ship's biscuit. "The captain says well done. I say come home before you fly into a gantry waving." "Coming home, Commander, slowly." Marco, who had not yet learned that you did not use first names on an open channel, and whom nobody had the heart to correct today. "Marco, there are people on the ring spelling something, with lights. I can't quite... Imeth, can you read it?" Then Imeth, level and exact, the only voice on the channel that never rose. "It says, thank you. They have spelled thank you across the market arm in cargo handler lamps. And it is also misspelled. The third ring has used too few lamps for the O." "Tell the third ring," Salazar said, "that I forgive them." Salazar brought the tender past the market arm close enough to see faces. A shipwright in a leather apron old enough to have been her mother's, both fists in the air. A fuel tender pilot hanging out of her cab to bang the hull as he passed. A knot of port kids on a service gantry, where port kids were absolutely not allowed to be, screaming themselves hoarse, one of them holding a betting slip up like a trophy. A kid who had put a coin on the warship at long odds because the warship was prettiest, and won, and would remember for the rest of her life the afternoon a warship's racing tender rolled at the marker and a stranger's wager came good. He tipped the tender's wing to her, just her. She would remember that too. This was the part the governor up on the gallery would never quite credit, the part that did not fit on a docket, that a road was not a line on a chart and a claim to be argued. It was this: a refit crew banging a heartbeat through a hull, a board repricing a frontier's worth of hope, a kid with a winning slip. People lived off the lanes. People he would never meet built their whole small precious lives in the margins the lanes made, and opening a road did not open a trade route so much as 100,000 futures that had been shut an hour before. Salazar had no words for it and did not go looking for them. He flew the lap slow, let the port say thank you, and felt the spanner rhythm come up through the deck and into his hands. Out past the outer ring, in the holding stacks, the proof of it sat in neat patient rows, haulers and bonded freighters and migrant barges that had been waiting, some of them weeks, for a road that might never have come. 40-odd hulls riding station-keeping, queued for the first commercial transits the instant the ceremony released the lane to trade. Somebody's grain, somebody's machine parts, somebody's family packed into a barge with everything they owned, betting the move on a junction a stranger had hung that afternoon. They would go through tomorrow, in the order the harbor master sold them, and Brightfall would take its cut, and the gantries would light back up, and the most beautiful, ugly place on the reach would get on with the business of being a door. "Engineering's watching the stocks," Hartley said, the only thing she had offered all afternoon. Manchester flat under it. 41 holes queued on a lane, 4 hours old. Glad it's somebody else's signature certifying that boundary settled, and not mine. She didn't look up from her board. Nice flying, Lieutenant. Don't tell the drives I said the tender was sweet. They get ideas. The Lodestar lay at her honor berth on the outer ring with every running light burning, which she did not need to do and which Brightfall had insisted on. And coming back up to her in the tender, Salazar got the view of his own ship that he never got from inside it. The Lodestar was not a big ship. That was the first thing people got wrong about the Aurora class. They heard flagship and expected one of the old Meridian monsters, the cathedral hulls, the explorers that went out for a decade and came back with a continent's worth of survey. The Lodestar was a third that size and looked, frankly, like she'd been designed by someone who'd been told to make a cruiser that could land on a planet and had taken it personally. Compact, forward-raked, drives that were too big for her and that she carried like a sprinter carries her legs. The new class, the null-assisted hull that nobody fully understood and that flew like nothing else humanity had ever built, and that was currently lit up like a festival because a port full of strangers wanted to say thank you for coming. "Tender's aboard," Salazar told the deck, and let the cradle take him, and went to find his captain. Salazar found him on the observation gallery, which was where Daniel Cross went when he wanted to be seen being pleased. And he was being very seen and very pleased. The gallery was full. Brightfall harbor officials, a combine factor and a coat that had cost more than Salazar's commission, 2 of the Frontier Compact's governors looking wary and flattered in equal measure, and, standing a careful distance from all of them in the particular stillness that the Lodestar's people had stopped noticing months ago, Imeth, who was the only null in the room and the only person in it who looked like she was working. Cross caught Salazar's eye across the gallery, and the grin he gave him was entirely without rank in it. "There he is." Cross came over, took his hand, gripped it. The captain had a gift Salazar had given up trying to learn. He made you feel, for the 3 seconds he was looking at you, like you were the reason the day had gone well. "You let her breathe. I watched the plot. Ackerman nearly had something removed surgically." "I had it the whole time, Captain." "You did not have it the whole time. You had it from the midpoint." Cross's eyes were bright. "Don't tell me you had it the whole time. Tell me you read the lane and trusted the middle and let a better edge runner kill herself against a wall that wasn't there yet." "That, Captain. I did that." "Better." He clapped him on the shoulder and turned him, as he turned everyone, so that Salazar was suddenly facing the room as if he'd been brought out to be shown. "Factor all this was just telling me Brightfall hasn't opened a new lane in 15 years. 15 years of the same 8 roads, and we hang one in an afternoon and the whole port shuts down to watch a race." Cross said it to the room, but he said it to Salazar, the way he aimed praise like a man passing you something hot. "Here, hold this, it's yours. That's what this is. That's the whole of what this is, a road that wasn't there yesterday." The factor murmured something gracious. One of the governors, a tired-faced woman with a colony's worth of suspicion in her, said, less graciously, "And who governs it, Captain?" "The lane. Now it's hung." The gallery's temperature dropped about a degree. Salazar watched Cross not flinch. "That's exactly what the expedition is for, Governor San," Cross said, easy, warm, making the hard question sound like a thing already half-answered. Geneva's claim, the Compact's people, a null surveyor certificate, all of it on the same docket, all of it agreed before the first freighter runs. We're not here to plant a flag on your road. We're here to prove a road can have more than one flag on it and still carry traffic." He smiled. "We open a few lanes, we settle a few claims. We let the Accord see that the frontier can hold together with a light hand on it. That's the mission. Brightfall's the first stop. And the last one? The Causeway. Cross said the name like a destination he'd been dreaming of. Junction nobody's been able to share for 20 years. We certify that lane open to all 3 blocks under the Accord, Governor, and there isn't a war left for anyone to start out here. That's where we're going. Everything between here and there is us proving we can be trusted to get there. It was, Salazar thought, watching the suspicion not quite leave the governor's face, but lose its certainty, a genuinely good answer. The captain had 100 of them. It was the part of Cross that Salazar had never decided whether to envy or worry about. He believed every one. Across the gallery, a man Salazar didn't know was listening to the captain with the careful attention of someone doing the sums twice. Lean, unhurried, a good coat worn like it was nothing. He caught Salazar's look, met it, gave him an easy nod, and went back to listening. "Who's that?" Salazar asked low. "Castellan," Cross said it warmly. "Routing. Came up through ISCA. Knows the network better than the network knows itself. He laid half the topology we're flying through. Geneva attached him to the expedition to plan the lanes." A grin. "He's the reason that race had a road to run on. Sharp man. You'll like working with him." "I'll take your word, Captain." "Take it." Cross steered him again, gently, back toward the warmth, toward the room, toward the lit and crowded gallery and the band still playing somewhere below, and the whole impossible, cheerful fact of the thing. "Go and be congratulated, Lieutenant. You won us a frontier's worth of goodwill in 2 minutes, and some broker his tax exemption. Tomorrow, we go and do the actual work." Salazar went and was congratulated. Later, much later, the gallery emptied. The officials poured back down to the port. The band, finally, mercifully silent. He stood at the long window with Winter, who had inherited a glass of something the locals drank and was holding it like it might bite. And the 2 of them looked out at Brightfall, burning gold against the dark, the 6 crooked rings, the new lane a faint thread out past the horizon of the port, and the long market arm still lit and loud at this hour because the frontier did not believe in stopping. "Permission to say something stupid, sir?" Winter said. "Granted. You've earned one." The boy turned the glass in his hand and didn't drink it. He'd come back changed from the last cruise. They all had, after the lantern, and the change had set in him as a kind of careful attention, a habit of looking at things twice. He was looking at Brightfall twice now. "It's worth it," Winter said, "isn't it? All of it. The whole, the lanes, the ports, the people who get to fly out here because somebody hung a road." He said it quietly, like a thing he'd been carrying. "I keep waiting to stop thinking it's worth it, after everything, and I don't." Salazar looked out at the port he'd grown up scared of, lit up and cheering and undefended and entirely, recklessly alive. "It's worth it," he said. Salazar believed it the way Cross believed things, without evidence, without a reason, because the day was good and a road was new, and nothing had ever cost him anything yet. Out past the rings, the new lane held its faint gold line in the dark, a road where yesterday there had been nothing, and tomorrow the Lodestar would slip her berth and go and open another, and another after that, all the way out to the causeway and the peace that was waiting there to be made. Below them, the market arm kept its lights on. The frontier did not believe in stopping. Neither, that night, did anyone aboard. Chapter 2. The Flag and the Festival. The expedition slipped Brightfall in the worst light of the day, and Daniel Cross would not have had it any other way. Worst, because the port's gantry glare was up full, and the inner ring's market lamps were still burning from the night's celebration, and the new lane out past the holding stacks threw its faint gold thread across the whole approach, so that the Lodestar, easing off the honor berth on her station-keeping thrusters, with 10 other hulls forming up around her, was flying through a sky that already had 3 kinds of light in it and could not decide which one to be. The plot on the forward repeater was a smear. The harbormaster's traffic channel was a riot. Somewhere down on the market arm, the same brass band that had murdered a stately song the day before was attempting a brisk one and missing, and not caring. Cross stood at the forward rail of the observation gallery, with his hands loose on the brass, and watched the convoy gather, and felt the thing he had been chasing his whole life come quietly true. 10 hulls and the Lodestar, and he had read the manifest so many times he could have drawn it. 2 ISCA FC escorts in fleet gray, lean and serious, flanking the Lodestar like a pair of working dogs. A small center survey sloop, the Pelin, light and over-instrumented, and forever crowding the hull ahead of it. 3 combine freighters in Sundgren house colors, burgundy and oxide, license numbers vast on their flanks because the combine never missed a chance to remind a port who carried its grain. The heaviest of them, the grain hauler Brask, sat low and slow and massed like a small moon. A frontier compact cutter, all aerials, painted in the compact's defiant mix and match of a dozen colony pennants, the Vragny. A Geneva diplomatic barge so white and so smug it looked embarrassed to be in the same vacuum as the rest of them. And holding the convoy's outer line with the easy authority of a hull that had never once docked where it was told to, a long, dark Knoll survey vessel that gave nothing back to the light at all, its skin the matte non-color the Knoll chose for ships the way Emeth chose silence, because the absence said the thing better than the presence would. 11 flags, near enough, under one departure order. Center and Frontier, and the Colony Compact and the Combine, and the Knoll, and threaded through them, in a small chartered courier with no color houses at all, the mainline Observer. "There's a sight," Cross said, to no one and to the room. There was a fair crowd on the gallery to hear him. Brightfall had insisted on a send-off as it had insisted on the honor berth, and so the harbor officials were back, in fewer numbers and worse heads than yesterday, and the 2 compact governors, and Factor Aldous in another coat, and a clutch of brokers who had no business aboard and had talked their way up anyway, because brokers always did. Ackerman stood a precise 2 paces off Cross's shoulder with a slate she was not looking at, which was how he knew she had memorized every line on it. And near the gallery's far end, at the careful remove the Lodestar's people had stopped seeing months ago, Emeth watched the Knoll hull take its station and held a stillness that the convoy's noise broke around like water round a stone. "Forming up clean," Ackerman said, low, for him alone. "Combine freighters are slow off the clamp, the middle one's pilot wants watching. The middle one's pilot is showing off for the port." "That's what I said, Captain." Cross let that have its half-second and didn't smile where the room could see, because on the bridge channel under the gallery's chatter he could hear his own ship coming alive. Salazar at the flight station calling drift corrections in the loose half-language he used when nothing was wrong. Vinter reading the convoy's positions back too formally, Hartley somewhere below telling it drive to behave itself. The rhythm of a good crew doing an ordinary thing extraordinarily well. He had a captain's superstition about that rhythm. When it ran clean, he didn't touch it. "Captain Cross?" The Geneva attaché had appeared at his elbow, a thin, pleasant man named Holroyd, whose entire function on this voyage was to be from Geneva at people. "The director sends his compliments and asks whether you'd consent to lead the line out, through the lane, for the boards." For the boards, for the recordings, the broadcasts, the frontier leaning in. Cross knew exactly what it was, a picture, a center warship hauling a multi-block convoy down a road that hadn't existed 2 days ago, the most expensive postcard in the reach, and he knew exactly what it would do, and he wanted it without apology, as he wanted most things. "Tell the director we'd be honored," Cross said. The man who actually got the convoy through the lane was standing at the chart table when Cross came down off the gallery, and he was the most reassuring sight on the ship. Lucien Castellan had the routing board lit up in front of him. The lane, the convoy, the 11 halls rendered as 11 patient points, and the gold throat of the new road running ahead. And he was doing something Cross had not seen anyone do with a routing board before, which was making it look easy. He had a civilian's good coat off and slung over a chair, and his sleeves turned back, and he was talking quietly to the Lodestar's own navigation rating, a nervous young man named Otaru, who had clearly expected the Geneva expert to be insufferable, and was discovering, with visible relief, that he was not. "So you don't trust the buoys," Castellan was saying. "Not on a 2-day lane. The buoys tell you where the boundary was when they were laid. On a settled lane, that's gospel. On this one, it's a rumor." He moved a finger along the gold throat, not touching the board, tracing the route as a man does on a paper map out of old habit. "There's a flex about 2/3 down. Your own tender pilot rode it yesterday, very prettily, and it'll have moved a few meters since. So we don't fly the buoys. We fly the middle, and we give the flex a wide berth, and we let the freighters go through fat and slow behind us. Nobody clever, nobody fast. We are deeply, professionally boring all the way to the far marker." "Aye, sir," said Otaru, who had stopped being nervous. "Don't sir me. I haven't held a commission in 9 years. Castellan." He looked up then, found Cross, and the courtesy he offered was the same small, precise nod he'd given Salazar on the gallery, measured out exactly, no more. "Captain, we're routed. I've handed your Mr. Otaru a line he could fly with his eyes shut, which I trust he won't. He'd better not." Cross came and stood across the board from him and looked at the line and felt the small, clean pleasure of seeing something done properly. "Deeply professionally boring. Is that the whole expedition philosophy?" "It's the whole safe expedition philosophy. The interesting one is what we do when boring stops working." Castellan said it lightly, and then, because he was a man who noticed when a light thing landed heavier than he meant, he straightened a fraction. "I laid a lot of this topology, Captain, years ago for ISCA, when laying it was the most exciting thing anyone could imagine doing. I'd rather not watch a convoy break itself on my own road on its 2nd day. Boring is a compliment I'm paying it." There was no performance in it. That was the thing Cross kept catching on, turning over, half admiring against his own better instinct. Castellan did not work a room as Cross did not aim warmth, did not pass praise like something hot. He simply knew the answer and gave it to you plainly and let you decide what it was worth. And the not selling was, Cross recognized with a wry inward honesty, a more sophisticated kind of selling than his own. He'd half respected the man inside 10 minutes of meeting him yesterday. A day had not dented it. "You laid the causeway approach, too," Cross said. "Not a question." "I surveyed it. Nobody's laid the causeway. That's rather the point of where you're going." Castellan turned the board with 2 fingers, and the convoy swung, out past the gold thread, far past it. A single contested junction sat blank and unmarked and waiting, the only place on the whole plot that had no road through it. 20 years and 3 blocks and not one stabilized lane, because the moment anyone hangs one, the other two read it as a claim and reach for the fleet. You're going to put a road through that." He looked up. "I'd give a good deal to see it, which is the only reason I let Geneva attach me to a goodwill barge train at my age." "You don't think we can do it?" "I think," Castellan said, "that you might be the only captain in the service who could." He said it without flattery, which made it land like a fact, and went back to the board. Cross was still turning that over when Ackerman, 2 paces off, squared the edge of her slate against the chart table's rail with a small, deliberate motion, and said nothing at all. The lane took them at 1412, 8 minutes behind the day's schedule, because a combine freighter's clamp had stuck and the whole convoy had waited for it. And Cross had let them wait, because you did not leave a hull behind on the first morning of a voyage built to prove that nobody got left behind. Cross flew it from the bridge, in the chair, with the gold throat opening ahead on the main repeater, and the 11 hulls strung out behind in Castellan's deeply, professionally boring line. It was nothing like Salazar's race. There was no edge running, no margin shaving, no port losing its mind. There was a kilometer-wide thread of stabilized space, and a long, careful procession sliding down the middle of it at a speed that would have bored Maraquint to actual tears. And it was, Cross thought, the most beautiful thing he had ever been part of. Not because it was fast, because of who was in the line. "Flex coming up," Salazar said, easy. "Castellan called it. Couple meters left of where the buoys say." A beat. "Holding the middle, Captain. Letting her breathe." "Let her breathe, Lieutenant." The lane breathed. The Lodestar came through the Flex without noticing it, dead level. And behind her the long string of hulls came through one by one, the gray escorts and the burgundy freighters and the compact, gaudy cutter and the white Geneva barge and the Mat Nol vessel that took the Flex like it had hung the lane itself, and on the open band the whole of Brightfall narrated it, quieter than yesterday, fewer of them, but there, 100,000 people watching a convoy that should not have been able to exist, go down a road that should not have been there, all of it together, none of it shooting. "There it is," said Winter, and caught himself, and did not apologize this time, only grinned at his board. Cross let him have it. He was grinning too. On the far side, in the open dark of the new junction, the convoy reformed for the long run inward, and Cross took the diplomatic barge's hail because the alternative was rudeness, and he was constitutionally incapable of rudeness. It was not the barge, it was the Vrogny, the compact's cutter, patched into the barge's channel, and the voice that came through was dry and amused, and entirely without the Geneva white glove he'd braced for. "Captain Cross, Lena Marchetti, Vrogny. I'm told I'm your opposite number for the duration. The frontier's face on this circus, God help us both." A pause that had a smile in it. "I watched your tender fly yesterday. Tell your lieutenant he's a show-off, and the Vrogny would have taken him on the open straight." "He'll be devastated to hear it," Cross said, "and delighted to prove you wrong. He's been looking for someone who can fly since we left port." "He'll have to wait. I don't race goodwill missions. It sets a bad precedent." She left it a beat, and then, more carefully, the smile thinning into something with a working edge under it. "I'll tell you the truth, Cross, since we're going to be living in each other's pockets to the causeway and back. Half my block thinks this expedition is Geneva buying our roads with a parade. The other half thinks it's the only thing standing between us and a shooting war over a junction nobody can share. I'm here because I'm one of the few people both halves still listen to, and I'd rather you knew that than found it out the hard way." It was, Cross thought, exactly the kind of thing a person said when they wanted you to trust them and meant it. Marchetti was not playing him. She was telling him the shape of her own bind, plainly, as Ackerman would, as he liked people to, and underneath the dryness there was a fracture she wasn't naming. A colony captain flying a Combine-adjacent flag, caught between the people she came from and the company she now kept. He heard the edge of it and let it lie. You did not pick at a rival's wound on the first morning. You earned the right first. Then we'll make it the second thing, Cross said. Captain Marchetti, I'm not here to buy your roads. I'm here to prove they can have more than one name on them and still carry traffic. If your block wants to send the most honest person they've got to keep me honest, I'll take that as a gift, not a threat. A silence on the channel, the considering kind. Huh, Marchetti said, in a tone Cross didn't quite know what to do with. Vrogny out. Don't let your show-off near my hull, Cross. I'll be watching the line. The channel clicked. Across the bridge, Ackerman had her head tipped a degree, listening to the silence after it. She likes you, Ackerman said, flat. She doesn't trust you yet. Those aren't the same thing, Captain. With her, I'd say they're rather the opposite. Ackerman squared a console edge that did not need squaring. She's right about her block, though. That's a fracture you'll be flying through the whole way. I know it. Cross watched the Vrogny take her place in the line, all aerials, defiantly painted. That's why we're flying through it slowly. The mainline observer found him last, which he suspected was deliberate. Cross had gone aft, to the small wardroom off the science deck where Delgado kept the good coffee and pretended he didn't, because after a launch he needed 20 minutes where nobody wanted a decision from him, and the observer was already there, sitting alone at the long table with a cup of the printer's worst, in no hurry, watching the door with the patience of a person who has chosen to wait beside it. June Vareed was a slight, neat, gray-templed man with a courier's stillness and the unhurried, unreadable patience of someone who had quietly waited out a great many powerful people. He wore no house colors, no flag, no insignia of any movement. The main line didn't. That was the whole creed of them, near enough, that a person and a conscience needed no banner, and that the banners were the trouble. Captain, Vareed didn't rise, I won't keep you. I know what the 20 minutes after a launch are for. You've launched a few, then? I've watched a great many people need the 20 minutes. A small dry courtesy, very like the Knolls, Cross thought, and then was sorry he'd thought it. I'm told I am to be made comfortable and consulted on nothing, which is the usual arrangement, and which I accept. I ask to be aboard. I'll keep out of the working of your ship. You're welcome anywhere on her that isn't dangerous, Cross said, and meant it, and sat down across the table because not sitting down would have been a kind of answer. The expedition's all flags, Mr. Vareed. I'd rather yours flew with the rest. Vareed considered the coffee he had no intention of drinking. The accord seated my movement at the talks under a certain account of who we are, he said, after a moment, mildly. Not an accusation, flatter than an accusation, which was worse. An account that suited the room. You'll remember it. You were there. He looked up, and there was nothing pointed in the look, only a long patience that had outlasted a great many rooms. I came on this voyage to see whether the account was true, whether the Reach really can hold more than one name on a road, or whether that's only what it says to the boards. A pause. I haven't decided. I thought you should know. I haven't decided. Cross felt it then. The thing under the morning's gold, the small cold place he had stepped past at the talks, because stepping past it had been easier than the alternative, and because the easier thing had let a good outcome stand. The main line seated under a story that wasn't quite the story, a thing he had not said, a silence he had let do work for him. Cross had 100 good answers. He chose, this once, not to use one. That's fair. I'd want to see it for myself, too. Something moved behind Vareed's careful face. Surprise, perhaps, at not being managed. He inclined his head, the courtesy a fraction warmer than the one he'd come in with. "Then we'll both watch," he said, and went back to his terrible coffee and let Cross have the rest of his 20 minutes after all. That night, the convoy ran inward in its long, boring line. 11 hulls and the Null survey vessel holding the outer edge, the new lane a thread of memory behind them, and the next road somewhere ahead. And Cross went up to the gallery one more time before he turned in, because he could not quite stop looking at it. Aldous was still there, the factor, alone at the long window with the glass, no broadcast to perform for now, and so, finally, sincere. "You formed that up clean," Aldous said, without turning, with a small nod at the dark where the convoy ran. 11 flags, half of them that had wanted to shoot each other for a decade in one line down one road. 40 years I brokered on this frontier, and yesterday I'd have told you it couldn't be done. He turned then, and there was a frank old curiosity in it. And you did it like it never once crossed your mind it might not work. That's a rare thing in a man your age. Rare, and a little alarming. A beat. Does it ever frighten you? How much you believe it? Cross looked out at the convoy strung across the dark, the gray and the burgundy and the gaudy compact pennants and the matte null non-color, and the small flagless courier with the man in it who hadn't decided, all of them flying the same line inward because he had asked them to, and they had, this once, agreed. "It ought to," he said. He considered the line a while longer, honestly, like a man checking a sum he wants to come out right. It doesn't. Not for a second. He said it plainly, almost apologetically, as though admitting to a fault. "I don't seem to have the trick of doubting this one, Aldous. I've tried." Cross believed it the way he believed everything that morning, completely, warmly, without the smallest crack in it, because the convoy had formed up clean, and the lane had breathed, and a colony captain who didn't trust him had stayed in the line anyway, and a man who flew no flag had agreed to watch. Every answer he had given since the launch he believed, all the way down. That was the gift the whole gallery kept remarking on, the thing Aldous found rare and faintly alarming, the thing Ackerman wrote down without comment, and Castellan studied like a craft. It was also, as Ackerman could have told him and didn't, not at all the same thing as being right. The factor raised his glass to the dark. "To the road, then, Captain." "To the road," Cross said, and meant it with everything he had, and out past the gallery the convoy ran on inward in its one clean line, 11 flags, no shots between them, which was, that night, the whole of what Daniel Cross had ever wanted, and felt to him like enough. Chapter 3. The Believers. 3 days out from Brightfall, with the ship running quiet on the long reach toward Aureline, Vinter stood at the number 2 viewport on the dorsal spine and named the junctions the way Bex had taught him. It was not a watch. He was off watch, in fact, which was the whole pleasure of it. Nobody had ordered him here, nobody needed him here, and the corridor behind him was the particular hush of a ship 2/3 asleep, the running lights dimmed to the night cycle amber that the Lodestar kept, whether or not there was a planet anywhere near to make a night. He had a mug of the galley's bad tea going cold on the sill. He had the whole burning field of the Reach laid out beyond the glass, and he had Bex's voice in his head, which was the part he never told anyone about, because it would have sounded mad, and because it was the best thing he had brought back from the last cruise. "A number's what the Combine calls her so they can bill her," Bex had said, leaning on her gantry rail with her veins reaching out behind her. "A name's what I call her so I know who's poorly. You can't love a number." So Vinter named them. The bright knot, low and to port, where 4 lanes met and the traffic stacked up gold against the dark, that was a crossroads junction, busy, old, well-loved, and he called it Marin in his head, because it had the steady look of someone's grandmother holding a household together. The cold blue thread further out, faint, running off toward nothing, that one he called the quiet one, because it had the look of a junction nobody had threaded in a long while, holding its little door open anyway, in case somebody came. And the far one, the one right at the edge of what the glass would show him, the one that was barely a smudge of warmth against the black, he had not named that one yet. He was saving it. You did not name a thing you had only half seen. Bex had taught him that, too, without ever saying it. Vinter knew what it cost now. That was the difference. A year ago, he would have stood here and seen only the gold, only the marvel. The doors hung open across the dark like festival lamps. Now he saw the doors, and he saw behind every one of them somebody's hand on a spar in the cold, holding it open, day after day, while the traffic poured through, and nobody up the gantry got thanked. He had stood inside the holding. He had watched a vein drink power like the last bar before closing, and a woman put her bare hand on a rail to feel it being afraid. He had made a dying man a coffee one whole night, and that had been the size of what he could do. And he still thought it was worth it. That was the thing he kept turning over, the thing he could not put down. He kept waiting to stop. He never did. "You're going to drink that, or just commune with it?" Salazar had come up the corridor without Vinter hearing him, which was a thing Salazar could do, big as he was. He moved like the ship belonged to him personally, which, on a good day, it half did. He had a heel of bread in one hand and a look on his face like a man who had decided to be awake for no reason and was pleased about it. "It's gone cold, sir." "That's because you're thinking at it instead of drinking it." Salazar leaned past him to look out the glass, chewing. "What have you got? Anything moving?" "Nothing close. There's a 4-lane stack low to port, busy one, and there's something right out at the edge I can't read yet." "Out where?" Salazar found it, squinted. "Huh, that's a long way off our line. You'd want a chart for that." He said it without heat, as he said most things, and then, because he was Salazar and could not leave a quiet beat alone. "You know there's a chart in your console with the names already on it? Did somebody tell you about charts?" "It's not the same, sir," Vinter said, and felt his ears go warm, and pushed on anyway, because Salazar's ribbing was the kind you could push back against. "The chart gives you the number. I'm trying to learn to read them, cold or working, healthy or not." "By looking?" "By looking." Salazar considered this, chilling, and to his credit, did not laugh. "That's the freight trade, that is. That's a lanehead thing." He glanced sideways. "You bring that back from the old girl on the gantry, the repair chief?" "Bex," Vinter said. "Yes." "Good teacher?" "The best I've had." It came out plainer than he meant it, and Salazar caught the plainness and for once let it lie. "Hang on to it," Salazar said, after a moment, looking back out at the field. "The reading by looking. The pilots who can do that are the pilots who don't fly into things." He clapped Vinter's shoulder, a single comradely thump that nearly put the cold tea over. "Drink your tea, Ensign. It won't get better." Salazar took his bread and went, and the corridor was Vinter's again, and the junctions hung in the dark, and Vinter drank the cold tea after all, because Salazar had been right about that, and it didn't get better. The calm, even-toned man with quiet narrative authority, measured, intelligent, understated. Keep this exact same voice and energy from the first word to the last. Never shift accent, pitch, or persona. Do not perform character voices. Read all dialogue in the same calm narrator voice, set apart only by a slight pause, never by acting it out theatrically. In long descriptive sentences, take natural pauses at the dashes and commas, and let each clause breathe. Never rush or stumble. Do not over-dramatize. Keep breathing subtle and natural. Avoid heavy inhales. Read at a natural, steady pace. The mess at the back of the night cycle was the warmest room on the ship and the worst lit, both on purpose. Vinter found Hartley and Petrov at the long table, with the printer wheezing in the corner, and a card game in some advanced stage of collapse between them, and Imeth at the table's end with a bowl of something she was not really eating, present as she was always present, at the edge, watching, a held stillness that the crew had long since stopped finding strange. The Lodestar ran small. 45 souls meant the mess was where the ship's life pooled when the bridge let it. You did not have to be invited, you only had to come. "Ensign," Petrov said, not looking up from her cards. "Sit. Hartley's cheating, and I need a witness." "I am not cheating. I'm winning. They're different things. You'd know the difference if you ever did either. 40 years a doctor, I've never once won at anything. You learn to lose gracefully or you go into another line." Petrov laid a card down with the flat finality of a woman closing a wound. "There, beat that and I'll believe in the cheating." Hartley looked at the card, looked at her own hand, and set the hand face down with the gentle disgust of the genuinely beaten. "The drive's behaving better than these cards," she said, to nobody, to the room. "Coupling on the port shunt was sulking the whole first day out. I told it I'd have words, and it's settled now. Purring. Don't tell it I said purring." She caught Venter's eye. "How's the tea, love? You've the look of a man who's been drinking it cold and pretending it's a choice." "It's a choice," Vinter said. "Course it is." But she pushed the kettle flask across the table toward him anyway, and the warmth of that small thing, that she'd noticed, that she'd reached, sat in his chest for a second longer than it had any right to. The mess did that. 3 days out from anywhere, the distance is real and the people you missed all on the wrong side of the dark, and somebody pushed you the kettle without being asked. It was a small ship and you could miss home on it badly. You could also, on a good night, be very nearly all right. Vinter poured. He sat. He watched Petrov deal Hartley a fresh hand, and Hartley accepted like a sentence, and he let the warmth of the room be enough for a while. Imeth, at the end of the table, set her spoon down without sound. Vinter would not have noticed it from anyone else. People set spoons down all the time. But he had spent a year learning to read Imeth as he was learning to read junctions, by looking, because she did not give you words for it. And the spoon went down a certain way, set flat and still and parallel to the bowl's edge, and her 2 hands came down on the table on either side of it, flat and still, and she went somewhere. Not far. She was still in the chair, still in the room, but she had gone, smudge faint as the far junction at the edge of the glass, present and unreadable at once. "Imeth," Petrov said, mildly, dealing. "You in?" "No," Imeth said. "Thank you. I will watch." Which was what she always said, so it told Vinter nothing, except that she had answered a quarter beat slow, and Imeth was never slow. Imeth left before the hand was over. Correctly, too. A word to Petrov, the bowl cleared to the recycler, no haste in any of it. But go she did, and Vinter, who had no good reason to, and a great many bad ones, finished his tea fast and went after her, and caught her in the dim of the dorsal corridor, near the viewport where the junctions still burned. Emeth. Emeth stopped. She did not turn at once, which from her was a thing, and when she did turn, her face had the careful evenness she wore when she had decided in advance not to show him anything. Winter had seen the face before. He had never seen it aimed quite this hard. Jonah. A small grace, his first name. She used it rarely and meant it when she did. You should sleep. You are on the forenoon watch. So are you. He had not meant to say it like an accusation, and it came out a little like one, and he saw her take note of it and set it gently aside. You went quiet, back there. You set your spoon down and you went somewhere. I am often quiet. Not like that. He stood his ground, which he would not have had the nerve to do a year ago, with her, with anyone. That was a different quiet. I've learned your quiets. I had a lot of time on the last cruise to learn them. Too far, maybe. He watched for the flinch and didn't get one. You had a message. The two of them stood in the corridor's amber hush, the youngest human aboard and the one in hall, and for a moment Emeth simply looked at him with that flat, accurate attention. And Winter understood, not in words, he could never have put it in words, that she was deciding how much of nothing to give him. I had a message, she said at last, from my own, my line, the family that is not a family, as yours is a family. She turned a fraction toward the glass, toward the burning field, and her hands came up and settled on the sill, flat, still, the gesture she made instead of the ones a human would make. It is a long way from here to where they speak. The message took a long time to reach me. It will take a long time to answer. This is ordinary. We are used to speaking slowly to each other. What did it say? That they think of me. Which was true. Winter could hear that it was true, and was also a wall, smooth and high, and he understood he had been handed exactly the amount she had chosen to hand him, and not one word past it. Emeth. Look, she said, and it was not a deflection so much as a redirection, her chin lifting toward the glass, toward the cold blue thread he had called the quiet one. You named that. I have watched you name them. What did you call that one? Winter let her have it, because you could not make Emeth give Emeth had decided to keep, and because the asking was real, even if it was also an escape. The quiet one. Nobody threads it. It holds its door open anyway. In case someone comes. She said it before he could, and something moved under the careful evenness of her face. Not grief, he did not think. He had not earned that reed, but something old and tired and fond. The look she got sometimes when humans did a thing that her people had done and stopped doing a long time ago. That is a good name. Bex would approve. A held beat, the one she always took before the serious thing, the will you listen beat, even when the serious thing was small. Hold to the looking, Jonah. The charts are made by people far away who have never stood at the rail. The looking is yours. It was almost word for word what Salazar had said, which should have been a comfort, and somehow wasn't, because Salazar had said it like a man handing over a tool, and Emeth said it like it cost her something to say, and Winter could not tell what. He opened his mouth to ask her what was wrong, what the message had truly said, why her hands had come down flat and still on the mess table as they came down at a death. The deck moved. Not violently. The Lodestar did not do anything violently. She was too good for that. But the running quiet hum under Winter's boots changed pitch, dropped, and tightened, like a held note when a singer takes a sharper breath. And the amber nightlight flicked once to white and back, and somewhere forward a soft tone began to repeat, unhurried, the ship saying "attend" in the politest voice it had. Emeth was moving before the tone finished its first repetition. So was Vinter. The corridor that had been a private dim 2 seconds ago was a working ship again, and the two of them went forward toward the bridge at the fast walk that was as close to running as you were allowed, and the tone kept up its civil pulse. And Salazar's voice came over the open band ahead of them, and it was not joking. Vinter had learned that one too. When it was real, Salazar stopped joking. Reading a cold sheer across our threading approach, not on the chart, came up under us. Salazar, clipped, fast, every word doing work. It's not big, it's just here, and the chart says it shouldn't be, and we're committed to the window in 40 seconds. They came on to the bridge into the low blue of the night watch, Ackerman already in the center seat with her edges squared. She had been the duty officer, of course she had. And the forward display showing the threading window ahead of them, the lit throat the ship meant to fold through, and across the mouth of it a faint wrong shimmer, a cold lane sheer, a thing Vinter had learned the name of from a woman on a gantry who'd felt it in her teeth before any board would show it. "Hold or commit," Ackerman said. Not a question, a door opened for one person to walk through. "Commit," Salazar said. "If we wave off now, we tumble through the edge of it sideways, and that's worse. Through the middle, it's a bump. I want the middle." "You have the middle. Fly it." And Salazar flew it. Vinter stood at the back of the bridge where an off-watch ensign belonged, and watched the lit throat come up on the display, and watched Salazar's hands go quiet on the controls. That was the other tell, the hands going still. And the ship took the window. There was the bump Salazar had promised, a long, shallow shove that Vinter felt come up through the deck into the soles of his boots, the geometry tightening and easing, the cold sheer sliding past on either side close enough that the shielding sang a note Vinter had never heard the Lodestar sing. Hartley's voice came up from engineering, dry as a closed door. "She felt that. She's fine. I felt that." And then the tone let them go, and the field opened ahead clean and gold and ordinary, and they were through. The civil tone stopped. The nightlight came back to amber. On the display, the threading window fell away behind them, healthy, holding, the cold sheer already lost in the dark, a thing that would not be on any chart tomorrow either, unless somebody wrote it there. "Nicely flown," Ackerman said to Salazar, in the flat voice that was the highest praise she gave. "Log the sheer. Position, depth, the lot. Somebody after us will want to know it's there." Logging it. Salazar let out a breath, and the joke came back into him like warmth into a hand. "See, this is why you look," he said, over his shoulder, and it took Vinter a second to understand it was aimed at him. "Chart said clear. Chart was 3 months old. You look, Ensign. You always look." He grinned, and it was a real one, the swagger flooding back undamaged, a man who had threaded a needle in the dark and never once doubted his hands. "Good thing somebody was awake at the glass to keep me honest." Vinter laughed, because you were meant to, and because it was funny, and because the bump had been a thrill, and the thrill had been clean. Nobody hurt, nothing broken, the ship good and the field gold, and the crew pleased with itself in the low blue light. This was the part. A door that shouldn't have held, a needle threaded, a small ship full of people he was coming to love, doing a hard thing well, 3 days out from anywhere, on the long reach toward a world none of them had seen. Vinter looked for Emeth to share it. He found her at the bridge's edge, where she had stopped coming in and not gone to her station, because the threading had not needed her, and she had known it would not. She was watching the display, the place where the cold shear had been, and her hands were flat and still at her sides, and her face had the careful evenness still on it, the wall not down, the message not answered. She felt his look, and turned it, and gave him the smallest thing, not a smile. The Null did not spend smiles as humans did, but a settling around the eyes, yes, I saw it too, it was good. And then she looked back at the empty dark where the shear had passed, at the gold field running ahead toward Aureline, at all the burning doors hung open across the night that the charts named with numbers, and a woman on a gantry named with love, and the settling went out of her, and the wall came back, and she watched the beautiful thing in front of her, the way you watch a fire you have already seen burn down once. Winter saw it. He could not read it. He set it aside where he kept the far junction he had not named yet, the one at the edge of the glass he had only half seen, the one he was saving until he understood what he was looking at. The ship ran on toward the new world, quiet and gold and good, and the crew it carried liked each other, and the doors stayed open, and none of the boards showed the weather already gathering on the long line behind them. But not tonight. Tonight the field burned, and it was beautiful, and Winter still thought it was worth it, and went, at last, when the forenoon watch was close enough that there was no point sleeping, to stand at the glass and name one more. Chapter 4. Cold Calculus. 40 minutes before the convoy made its first lane transfer, Ruth Ackerman had already buried it 3 times. Ackerman did this in the privacy of the contingency board, which was a quarter circle of dark glass at the Lodestar's aft bridge station, where nobody stood unless they wanted to be left alone, and where Ackerman stood for some part of every watch. The board showed the convoy as a string of soft amber marks running ahead of the Lodestar down the approach to the Brightfall, Aureline lane. 9 hulls in the active transfer file, the working convoy, the null vessel outside the funnel, and the observer's courier loose of the sequence. 3 blocks, 1 schedule, all of it moving at the loose, easy spacing of ships that trusted each other. Ackerman did not trust the spacing. She fed the board a question. Transfer gate fails at the threshold, all 9 inside the funnel, and watched the amber marks crowd and tangle, and, in the model, kiss. 2 of them, the combine grain hauler Brosk and the small center survey sloop, came together at 4 meters relative, and the board flagged it red, and Ackerman thought, there, that's where it kills someone, and saved the tree and wrote a single line of mitigation under it and started another. Nobody had asked her for any of this. That was rather the point. Behind her, the bridge ran warm and pleased with itself. The morning watch had the kind of mood a crew gets when the work is going well and the work is also a holiday. Winter at helm relief narrating the lane mouth to himself under his breath. Salazar with his boots up against the tactical console's footrail, flying nothing at all. Imeth at operations in her own particular stillness, and over all of it, the low, contented hum of a ship doing something it was proud of. The Lodestar was leading a multi-block goodwill convoy out of the most beautiful, ugly port on the reach, toward a colony the whole frontier was talking about, and she was lit up and shepherding, and, by every visible measure, having a marvelous time. Ackerman ran the gate failure tree to ground and started the one she actually believed in, which was the smoothness fails. That one she could not have written as a mitigation line. It would not file, but it was the tree under all the other trees, and she had been running it since Brightfall, since the race, since she had stood on the same patch of glass, watching 100,000 strangers fall in love with the expedition, and felt the old cold thing turn over in her chest. 14 years she'd been an executive officer. She had served 4 captains. She had buried people for one of them, buried them precisely because he had been beloved and certain and right about everything until the once he was wrong, and she had learned the thing that the cheering ports never learned, which was that the cleanest run was often where the failure hid longest. "Commander," Imeth from operations, without turning. The in-hall officer said it the way she said most things, level and complete, no upward lift at the end to soften it. "The lane authority has posted the transfer order. We are first hull. The combine hauler Brask second. The survey sloop Pellin third. Then the rest at 30-second intervals." Sequence: as Castellan filed it. Ackerman looked at the convoy string and at the order laid over it, and there it was, the thing she had been circling all watch without letting herself name. The transfer sequence was good. It was better than good. It put the heaviest, slowest hull behind the most maneuverable. It staggered the 2 ships with the worst close-quarters reputations so they were never in the funnel together. It gave the survey sloop, the most fragile thing in the convoy, the clean center slot where a new boundary's first-day flex would touch at least. It was the sequence Ackerman would have built herself if she'd had 3 more hours and the route log she didn't have access to and the close eye for 9 separate hulls handling that she frankly did not possess. That was the problem. Not that it was wrong, that it was exactly right, and she hadn't built it, and she had stopped being able to tell whether her unease was a professional's instinct or a tired woman's resentment that someone else was doing her job better than she could. "Noted," she said, assent this time. She heard herself choose it. Lucien Castellan came onto the bridge at the 8-minute mark, which was the considerate moment, late enough that the watch had settled, early enough that he wasn't underfoot during the transfer itself. He came onto every bridge that way. Ackerman had started keeping a private count of the man's small courtesies, and the count was getting embarrassing. "Commander." He stopped at the edge of her quarter circle, not inside it. He had clocked, weeks ago and without being told, that the contingency board was hers and that people did not lean over it, and stood with his hands easy at his sides and his civilian's good coat hanging off him as if rank were a thing he'd simply declined. "I thought you'd want the Brask's updated mass figures before the transfer. Her fuel crew topped off her bunkers at Brightfall and didn't file it. She's 80 tons heavier than the sequence assumes." He set a slate on the rail's edge, within her reach, not in her hand. "It doesn't change the order, but it changes her stopping distance in the funnel by about a length, and I'd rather you had it than not." Ackerman took the slate. The mass figure was there. The recomputed stopping distance was there. And she noted it without warmth, as she noted everything. He had flagged the one consequence that mattered and left her to decide what to do about it instead of telling her. A lesser man would have brought her the solution. Castellan brought her the fact and trusted her with the rest. "How did you get her bunker figures?" she said. "The Brask's master didn't file them." "I asked the Brightfall fuel tender pilot." A small, dry smile, there and gone. "People tell you things if you buy the fuel and don't pretend you didn't. It's not in the route logs yet. It will be by Aureline." He inclined his head a fraction. "I'll leave you to it, Commander. You're better at the funnel than I am." The maddening part was that he wasn't lying either. Castellan genuinely thought she was better at the funnel. And on the funnel itself, the close quarters geometry, the abort calls, the moment when 9 hulls threaded a needle. He was right, she was better. And he had handed her the one piece of information that made her better still, and then got out of her way. Ackerman watched him cross the bridge to where Cross stood at the forward rail, and watched the captain turn and light up at the sight of him, and folded the Brask's new mass into her funnel model, and could not for the life of her decide whether she had just been helped or managed. Ackerman fed the 80 tons into the gate failure tree. The Brask and the survey sloop kissed at 3 meters now instead of 4. She wrote another line of mitigation. She did not feel better. The route logs were the thing she kept coming back to, and she came back to them now while the convoy slid the last 6 minutes toward the lane mouth, and the bridge stayed warm and unworried around her. She'd noticed it at Brightfall, and noticed it harder every day since. The expedition was generating an enormous amount of data, and the data was good, and somebody cared about it a great deal more than a Goodwill roadshow ought to. It was not a secret. That was what made it slippery. Every lane the expedition transited, every junction it certified, every approach it flew, was being logged to a standard ISCA reserved for its deep survey ships, boundary settling profiles, transit geometry, the precise handling figures of 9 very different hulls under real conditions, the null surveyor's certificate folded in beside it all on the same accord docket. By the time they reached the causeway, the expedition would have produced the most complete route certification packet the deep frontier had ever seen. A verified, provenance-locked wrap of how to move ships, civilian or otherwise, through a whole region of contested space, fast and safe and legitimately. Ackerman had read enough fleet doctrine to know exactly what that was worth to anyone who might one day want to move ships through that region in a hurry, with intent, ahead of anyone else. Across the bridge, Castellan asked Cross a question and listened to the answer with that complete attention of his. Routing was his remit. He filed the logs. He held the access. The certification packet grew under his hand and nobody else's, because nobody else aboard understood the network well enough to certify a boundary settled. And that was simply true and not sinister. And she knew it was not sinister, and she could not stop her contingency board from drawing the tree anyway. Whoever finishes this voyage holds a map of how to take this frontier. We are drawing it for them, cheerfully. 40 kilometers of new road at a time. That one she buried too. It would not file. A docket is a docket, she told herself, in Cross's voice, because she had got into the habit of arguing with the captain in her own head and losing. It's certification. It's the whole point. It's how you prove a lane can be shared. And all of that was true, and she wrote the line anyway, because being the break meant drawing the failure even when the failure had no name yet, and no proof, and nothing but the cold turn in her chest to recommend it. 2 minutes to the threshold, Vinter said, and his voice had gone up a careful half-step with the importance of it. Convoy's holding sequence. Brask tucked in nice behind us, sir. The survey people are... They're a bit close to the Brask, actually. Bit tighter than the spacing card. Ackerman's head came up. Ackerman had the funnel model live before Vinter finished the sentence, and she had the Brask and the survey sloop on it, and the boy was right. The gap between them had closed from the ordered 30 seconds to something nearer 20, and it was still closing, slowly, the small survey ship riding up into the grain hauler's wake the way a light haul will when it sits in a heavy one's drive wash and the pilot doesn't trust the new lane enough to ease off. On the open convoy channel, a center voice, young and apologetic. Lodestar, this is survey sloop Pellin. We've a bit of drift on the spacing. We're correcting. You're correcting into the funnel, Ackerman said, and her voice came out flat and exact, and entirely without the apology the moment seemed to want. She did not reach for anyone's agreement. Pellin, hold your correction. You're in the Brask's wash. If you fire to open the gap now, you'll overcorrect across the threshold and the lane's not settled. You'll have a flex on top of an overcorrection with the Brask 80 tons heavier than your card says she is, and her stopping distance is a length longer than you think. Cut thrust. Let the wash carry you. The gap opens on its own once she's through the gate. A silence on the channel. A junior pilot who has just been told to do the frightening thing, which was nothing at all, instead of the comforting one. Then Cross's voice, warm, beside her now. He'd crossed the bridge without her hearing him. "Pellin, this is Lodestar Actual. Do what the commander says. She's the best funnel hand in the fleet, and she's already buried you twice this morning." A grin in it. "Let's not make her right." The Pellin cut thrust. The survey sloop fell still in the grain hauler's wake, drifting, not correcting, every instinct in her pilot surely screaming, and Ackerman watched the gap on her model do exactly what she'd said it would do. Stay tight through the last 30 seconds, frightening and stable. And then, the instant the Brosk's heavy hull crossed the threshold and her drive wash spread and thinned into the lane, open, clean, the two ships parting into their proper interval, as if the lane itself had reached in and set them right. "Threshold," Imeth said. "Lodestar through. Brosk through. Pellin through, on spacing." The faintest weight under the level voice, which from Imeth was very nearly approval. "Cleanly, Commander." The bridge let out a breath it hadn't announced it was holding. Salazar's boots came off the footrail. Vinter said "nice" under his breath, and then reddened and said, "On spacing, sir," to no one. The convoy threaded the gate one hull at a time, 30 seconds apart, down the new gold road toward Aureline, and the whole near-disaster folded back into the smoothness as if it had never happened, which was the thing about near-disasters that the cheering never understood. A catch that works looks like nothing at all. Cross stayed at her station after the convoy was through, which he did not often do. The captain's gravity usually pulled him forward to the rail and the view. He stood at the edge of the contingency board's quarter circle, not inside it. He had the same instinct Castellan had, or had learned it from her over 4 years, and looked at the failure trees still stacked on the dark glass, dozens of them, the morning's whole quiet harvest of disasters that hadn't happened. "You knew the Pellin would ride up," he said, "before Vinter called it." "I knew a light hull behind a heavy one in an unsettled lane was a close-quarters problem the sequence didn't fully solve." Ackerman didn't look up from the board. "Castellan's sequence was good. It wasn't perfect. Nothing is. I was watching the gap because that's the part the sequence couldn't carry." Cross was quiet a moment, and when he spoke again, there was something gentler under the warmth, the thing he did when he was about to disagree with her and wanted her to know he'd heard her first. "Ruth, it went well. All of it. Brightfall, the lane, the convoy. That was a clean catch on a problem that didn't even get to be a problem, and the only person on this ship not enjoying any of it is the person who made the catch." "Somebody has to not enjoy it." "Do they, though?" He said it lightly, not unkindly, turning the hard thing over to show it had no edges, which was his great gift and her great frustration. "Tell me what's wrong. Not the Pellin. The other thing. You've been carrying something since Brightfall, and you've written it on this board about 40 times, and you haven't said it to me once." Ackerman straightened. She looked at him, and she felt herself choose, the way she always did with him, to say the true thing plainly and watch it not land. "It's going too well. That's the whole of it, and I know how it sounds. A goodwill expedition can't fail this cleanly this many times in a row, Daniel. Every stop charmed, every faction smiling, every problem solved before it's a problem by a man who came up through ISCA and knows the network better than the network knows itself. We are generating the most valuable route certification packet anyone's ever drawn of this region, and we're doing it joyfully, with the whole frontier watching, and I cannot tell you what's wrong with that, because nothing is wrong with it. Every single piece of it is exactly what the mission's for. That's what frightens me. I've served a mission that went exactly to plan before. The plan was the thing that killed people, not a failure in it, the plan itself." He heard it. He never pretended not to. The warmth didn't drop. He looked at the trees on her board, the dozens of buried disasters, and for a moment something moved behind his eyes that she thought might be the beginning of taking it seriously.
"Castellan," he said, "that's part of it. The competence. You don't trust the competence?" "I don't trust competence I can't audit. He holds the routing access. He files the pocket. Nobody else aboard can check his work because nobody else aboard can do his work. That's not an accusation. It's a single point of failure with a charming face, and we've built the entire informational value of this expedition on top of it." She left it there. "If I told you to give me read access to the certification docket, a second set of eyes on what we're committing to the Accord, would you?" "Yes," Cross said without a beat. "Of course I would. Ask Castellan. He'll give it to you before you finish the sentence. He offered me the same thing at Brightfall, unprompted. Said an extra auditor on the packet was good practice." He smiled, and the smile was the gentlest possible disagreement. "That's rather my point, Ruth. The man keeps doing the open-handed thing. At some point, the open hand is just an open hand." And there it was, the place they always arrived. He saw the open hand, and she saw the single point of failure, and both of them were looking at the identical fact. "He offered you the access," Ackerman said. "Did you take it?" A flicker. "I didn't get to it. The Brightfall reception ran long." "Take it, today. Both of us on the docket." She held his eye. "Not because I think Castellan is anything, because we are committing a region's worth of certified route data to the permanent Accord record under your signature, Captain, and your signature should know what it's signing. That's not doubt, that's the break. It's the only thing I'm actually for." Cross looked at her for a long moment, and the warmth in his face shifted into something she valued more and saw far less often: respect, plain and without performance. "All right," he said. "Both of us on the docket. I'll have Castellan set it before Aureline." Then the warmth came back up, easy, because he could not stay in the cold place where she lived, and he put 2 fingers on the rail at the edge of her board, not tapping, just resting, and said, "But the Pelin lived because you were watching the gap nobody asked you to watch. So do me one thing in return. When it goes right, when the catch works and the lane opens clean and the kid says nice, let yourself have the half-second. That's all, half a second of it having gone well, before you go back to burying the next one." He pushed off the rail. "We're about to show the crew the prettiest planet any of them have ever seen. I'd like my XO to look out the window at least once." Cross went forward to his rail and his view, and the warmth in the bridge folded back around him the moment he reached it, as it always did. Ackerman stood at the contingency board and did not look out the window. The half-second she gave it, because she'd said she would, and because he'd be watching to see if she did, and the half-second of the Pelin lived was real and warm, and she let it be real. Then she pulled up the route logs again, and the certification packet growing under one charming man's single hand, and the long gold road running ahead of them toward a planet the whole frontier was in love with, and she started the next tree, the one that wouldn't file, the one that had no name. "The smoothness fails," she wrote, at the top of the dark glass, where it had been all morning. And still she couldn't see how. That was the part that frightened her. 14 years in XO, 4 captains, 1 grave she dug for a beloved certain man who went exactly to plan, and she could draw every disaster on this board except the one she was sure was coming, the one already gathering somewhere out ahead of them down the new gold road, smiling, open-handed, going perfectly well. Ackerman saved the tree. She always saved the tree. Ahead, Aureline came up out of the dark, blue and gold and impossibly green, and the bridge made the sound a crew makes when it sees something beautiful, and she let herself look at it, once, the way she'd promised. It was beautiful. That was true, and she wrote it down nowhere and went back to work.
Chapter 5. Arrival. Aureline. The first thing Aureline did before anyone aboard had so much as seen the planet was smell of rain. That was wrong, of course. There was no rain on a bridge, no weather inside a hull, and the Lodestar's air was the Lodestar's air, scrubbed and printed and faintly metallic, as it had been for 8 days out of Brightfall. But Sam Delgado had been head down over the science station for the whole of the approach, watching the system resolve out of the lane's far mouth one return at a time, and when Aureline came up on the long-range optics, green, banded with cloud, a thumbprint of weather smeared across an ocean nobody had named 20 years ago, the smell arrived in his head uninvited, the way a smell does, dragged up out of childhood by a color. Petrichor. Houston, after a storm, broke the heat. He had not thought of it in years, and here it was, summoned by a planet he was looking at through 40,000 kilometers of vacuum. That, he said, to no one, is a ridiculous place. Quantify, said Ackerman, who was standing the watch and did not look up from the contingency board. It's green, Commander, the whole hemisphere. They terraformed it 20 years ago, and it's already... Delgado pulled the optics in, lost the smear of cloud, found a coastline, found, along the coastline, the unmistakable straight-edged geometry of fields. They've got crops. Look at the size of the holdings. That's not a colony. That's a country. It's a balance sheet, Ackerman said. Everything green on that surface owes a freighter. But yes. A beat, the dry near concession the bridge had learned to listen for. It's a good-looking balance sheet. Aureline grew in the forward display the way a thing grows when you are falling toward it and trying not to show that you find it beautiful, and Delgado was failing comprehensively to not show it. He was the chief science officer of a null-assisted fast cruiser and had a doctorate and a wound and a habit of saying the true awkward thing in briefings. And right now he had his nose more or less against the optics, like Vinter on his first cruise, reading a new world off the instruments and unable to stop. The atmosphere was thicker than Earth standard, and it scattered the system's light long, so the Terminator ran gold rather than gray. A band of late afternoon laid across half a planet at once. Under it, the new continent lay open. River deltas combed into irrigation, the dark squares of tilled ground, and then, as the Lodestar dropped toward orbital insertion and the resolution sharpened, the towns, small, regular, threaded along the rivers and the rail, lights coming on against the gold. People down there finishing a working day under a sky that had been poisoned 2 decades ago and was now, by the patient violence of terraforming, somewhere you could raise a child. "Talk to me about the bottom of that atmosphere," he said, to the station, and the station told him, and what it told him was so close to Earth normal that he laughed out loud, a short surprised bark that made Vinter glance over from helm relief. "Sir?" "Nothing. It's just—" Delgado spread his hands at the display. "They did it. 20 years and they've got an oxygen cycle that's basically honest. Do you know how stupidly hard that is? Half the worlds that try this are still living under domes 3 generations on. This lot have got a breadbasket." He shook his head. "I came out here to look at a lane. I forgot there'd be a planet on the end of it." "It's why the lane's worth opening," Vinter said, with the open, uncomplicated reverence he had not quite learned to dress in rank yet. "Emeth was telling me everything Aureline grows has to ship. They've got more grain than the colony can eat in 10 years and no fast road to anyone who's hungry. The new lane cuts the run to the inner stations from 6 weeks to 9 days. He said the numbers like a boy reciting a thing he'd found wonderful. 9 days. They've been waiting on this lane the whole time they've been planting." "Then let's not crash into their planet before they get to use it,"
Ackerman said.
The Lodestar came into Aureline orbit at the gold hour, and the colony came up on the open band to meet her, and the colony was glad. That was the thing Delgado had not been prepared for, and he had been aboard for 2 ports now, and should have been. Brightfall had been a roar, a port full of strangers downing tools to watch a race. Aureline was quieter, and it went deeper. The hails came up not from a harbormaster's office, but from a control shack at the single orbital transfer station, a patched and homely structure that looked as though it had been assembled out of whatever the early settlers had flown in on and never quite finished. And the voice that ran the traffic was a woman who sounded as if she had been doing this job, alone, on a long shift, for a very long time, and was pleased past professionalism to have company. "Lodestar, Aureline transfer, we have you. Welcome to the green world." A pause. The sound, faintly, of someone else in the shack saying something. A laugh, half-muffled, returned. "Sorry, my relief says to tell you the whole eastern shore can see your running lights, and there's a field crew out at Sowerby's Bottom refusing to go in for supper till they've watched you make orbit, so if you wouldn't mind keeping them lit a while." "Lodestar, Aureline transfer, Lodestar actual." Cross had come onto the bridge somewhere in the last minute, and the warmth in his voice was not performed for once. It had simply met something it recognized. "We'll keep every light on the hall burning. Tell the field crew at Sowerby's Bottom, did you say? It's a terrible name, Captain, I know. First settler had a sense of humor and we're stuck with it. Tell Sowerby's Bottom we're honored to be watched, and tell them to eat their supper. The light'll still be on after." Delgado, at his station, logged the exchange without thinking about it. The immutable habit. The record made because the record was always made. And only afterward caught the name of the field and grinned at it. Colony texture, charming, and went back to the instruments, because the survey clock had started the moment they made orbit, and the survey was his. The expedition's whole reason for being here unfolded over the next 2 days, and most of it was Delgado's, and he was happy in it, as he was rarely happy anywhere that involved other people. The certification of a new colony lane was not only a flying matter. Delgado went down to the surface once because the science of a terraformed world is partly the science of its weather, and you cannot read a weather system honestly off orbit alone. It was, strictly, Salazar's flight. The Aurora class made planetfall whole, and Salazar greased the landing onto a strip of pressed earth outside the colony's main town with the offhand brilliance of a man who had never paid for a mistake. But it was Delgado's errand, and he spent it standing in a field with a portable instrument pack slung over one shoulder and his head tipped back, breathing air that a planet had made. The field belonged to a family. That was how it worked here. The orbital controller's relief had explained, riding down with them to mind the colony liaison. The big holdings shipped through the Combine and the Compact, but most of Aureline was families, second-wave settlers who'd come out on the strength of the terraforming and a charter loan and bet a generation on the green taking. The families whose field they'd landed beside came out to look. A man of about 50 with the forearms of someone who'd done the early work by hand before the machines came. A woman younger than him by some years. 2 children who arrived at a flat run and then stopped dead at a polite distance, struck shy by the size of the ship. "You're with the road," the man said. It was not a question. He had a way of looking at the Lodestar sitting in his neighbor's pasture that was equal parts pride and arithmetic. The same look Ackerman had given the planet from orbit, Delgado thought. The look of a person totting up what a beautiful thing cost. "We're surveying the lane, mostly," Delgado said. "I'm the one who has to certify your weather's behaving." "And is it?" the woman asked lightly. But there was a real question under it. The question of a person whose entire family was downstream of the answer. 20 years we've been telling each other the storms are settling. Some seasons I believe it. It's behaving beautifully, Delgado said, and meant it, and watched the answer land on her. A small loosening around the eyes, a thing she'd been carrying briefly set down. Honestly, I've read a lot of made worlds. Most of them lie to you for the first century. Yours is telling the truth early. Your oxygen cycle's nearly closed. The storms are settling because they actually are. I hefted the instrument pack. That's not a sales pitch, by the way. I get paid the same if it's terrible. The man laughed, a real one, surprised. Heard that. Good. He looked at the field, the low gold light running along the heads of a grain that was not any grain Delgado knew, some printed and grown hybrid bred for this exact sky. We've a contract on this for the new lane, first harvest down the road in the spring. My father came out here when it was orange and you couldn't take the helmet off. He didn't live to see it green. A pause, the colony's habitual arithmetic running underneath. He'd have liked the ship and the pasture, mind. It's the whole valley waiting on the road, not just us. Every family on this stretch carries charter debt. You plant against the loan and you ship against the harvest. Until the lane opened, there was no shipping it fast enough to matter. Half the first crop spoiled in the silos at the transfer station the second year. Just sat there going to waste while the interstations paid through the nose for grain that couldn't reach 'em. She said it without bitterness, the way you state a weather you've made peace with. 9 days changes the arithmetic. 9 days you can sell what you grow before it turns. That's not a luxury out here, captain's man. That's whether the valley's still here in 5 years or whether we all go back to the dome worlds owing money. Then I'm glad the lane reads clean, Delgado said, and the woman looked at him for a moment as though deciding whether to trust the gladness, and then decided too, the way people on the edge of things learn to take an offered kindness while it's going. The smaller child, a girl, 6 or 7, the age Delgado's youngest niece had been when he'd last managed leave, crept close enough to ask Salazar, who was leaning against the landing strut, being effortlessly the most interesting human she had ever seen, whether the ship could fly backwards. Salazar told her it absolutely could, and that he'd once flown it backwards through a port full of admirals to win a bet, which was a lie, and which she received as gospel. And Delgado stood in the made field with his instruments warming in the sun and thought, with a clarity that surprised him, this is the thing. Not the lane, the field at the end of the lane, the girl who gets to grow up under a sky her grandfather couldn't breathe. He had spent 8 days thinking of Aureline as a survey target. It had taken an afternoon on the ground to turn it into a place. They lifted at dusk. The family stood in the field and watched the ship go up, the 2 children waving with their whole arms, and Delgado watched them shrink on the aft optics until the gold swallowed them, and then turned back to his readouts, because the readouts were waiting, and the readouts were where he lived. The residual was in the lane data. Delgado found it on the second night in orbit, going through the boundary resonance returns from Salazar's third lane profile pass, the deepest one, the one that ran the whole length of the new road and listened to it the way you'd put a stethoscope to a chest. The numbers were clean. The lane was good. He'd known it would be. Everything about Aureline was good. The boundary held to spec. The junction resonance sat where the model said it should. The long, slow safety numbers came up safe. And then, underneath all of it, when he stacked the passes to beat the noise down, a residual, faint, a whisper of something the model didn't predict, riding under the clean signal like a thumb just touching a scale. Delgado looked at it for a while. It was small. That was the honest first thing about it. It was very small, smaller than the boundary-breathing wobble Salazar surfed at Brightfall, smaller than half the instrument quirks he chased on a slow week. If he hadn't stacked 3 passes, he'd never have seen it at all. It sat in the residual where a residual was supposed to sit. In the place a working scientist parks the dregs of his measurement, the rounding, the sensor drift, the thumbprint the universe leaves on every honest number. There was nothing alarming about it. There was, if anything, something almost reassuring about it. A clean dataset with a small residual is a clean dataset doing exactly what clean datasets do. Delgado pulled the calibration logs anyway, because that was what you did, and ran the sensor stack against its reference, and the reference came back nominal, which meant the residual wasn't the obvious kind of instrument lie. He noted that, mildly, and did not rerun the calibration a second time. There was no reason to. "What have you got?" Hartley, passing through the science bay on her way off a long shift, with the particular flatness of a woman who'd spent it elbow-deep in a drive she half understood and wanted tea more than conversation. "Probably nothing." Delgado tipped the display toward her, because Hartley read a residual better than half the science department, the engineer's eye for the difference between a fault and a quirk. "Stacked the lane passes. There's a residual under the boundary returns that I can't put a name to. It's tiny, sub-threshold. It's not in the calibration." Hartley looked at it the way she looked at a coupling that was running a degree warm. Interested, unhurried, entirely unworried. "New lane," she said. "New boundary. Hasn't settled into its solution yet. You'll get all sorts of muck under the returns for the first season, the geometry still finding where it wants to sit." She straightened. "Salazar's been telling anyone who'll listen that fresh lanes breathe. He's not wrong, he's just dramatic about it. Could be the tail of that."
"Could be," Delgado said. "It doesn't look like breathing. Breathing's periodic. This is just there, flat, a little floor under the signal that shouldn't have a floor." Then it's the sensor stack picking up the system's own background. Brightfall's optics were filthy with it. Local stars noisy. You're 40,000 clicks from a made planet pumping water into its sky. That'll do things to a sensitive return. Hartley shrugged, the gesture of a woman who had genuinely seen everything a machine could do to a number. "Park it, rebaseline against the next system and see if it travels. If it's the lane, it stays here. If it's the kit, it comes with us. Either way, it's 3 decimal places nobody's signing for." She was already moving toward the hatch and the tea. "Don't let it eat your night, Delgado. It's a good lane. You said so yourself." "I did say so." He almost let it go there. It was, he would think much later, the closest he came that night to the easy thing, to filing the residual where it sat, in the dregs where the rounding lived, and going to bed in a good system after a good day. Hartley was probably right. Hartley was usually right. A new boundary, a noisy star, a sensitive stack. 3 innocent explanations, any one of which would do, and the data wasn't asking him to choose between them. It was asking nothing of him at all. It was just there. "It's nothing," he said aloud to the bay to settle it. What he did not do was delete the raw file. Delgado never deleted a raw file. That was a discipline older than this cruise, older than the Lodestar, a thing he'd carried since the once in his life he'd let a senior man talk him into rounding a true number away. So he tagged the stacked pass and bookmarked the residual where it lay, and wrote 2 flat lines in the log. Sub-threshold residual, lane boundary returns, AUR survey, cal nominal, rebaseline next system. And then, because the bay was quiet and the planet was turning gold and gray below him, and there was no one to see, he reached out and traced the curve of it once with one finger across the display. A small flat line under a clean signal, a floor where there shouldn't be a floor. Then he shut the station down and went to find the wardroom and the rest of the crew, who were, by the sound coming up the corridor, in the middle of one of the good nights. Salazar holding court on the matter of flying backwards through ports full of admirals, Petrov calling him a liar in 2 languages, Winter laughing too hard at all of it. The warm, easy noise of a crew that liked each other in a good system at the end of a good day. Delgado stood in the hatchway a moment before they saw him and let it land on him. The whole golden fact of it. The green world below, the lane certified safe, the family in the maid field, the girl who'd grow up under a borrowed sky, the road that would carry their grain to people who were hungry, the reach at its best, the thing worth the distance and the danger and the long way from home. It was a good lane. He'd said so himself. Below the ship, under the clean returns and the gold light and the towns coming on along the rivers, the small, flat, residual nanite sat where he'd left it, asking nothing, meaning nothing. 3 decimal places nobody would sign for. And Delgado went into his crew and his good night and left it there in the dregs where it belonged, and did not yet know that he had just become the first human being to put a finger on the floor. Chapter 6. The Survey. 300 meters off the new lane's mouth, with the Lodestar's survey sled riding hard-coupled under the science boom, and Aureline, a green coin, turning below, Delgado stopped trusting the easy answer for the 3rd time that morning and made Salazar fly the boundary again. "You said 3 passes." Salazar's voice came down the close channel, loose and unbothered, the half-language he used when nothing was wrong, and it was a fairer complaint than it sounded. They had done 3 already, and a 4th meant another 40 minutes of Salazar holding the sled a meter off a boundary that did not want a meter to spare. "I know. I'm sorry. 1 more." Delgado had his face down in the science well, which on the survey sled meant a half-sphere of readouts wrapped round his head close enough to fog, and he did not look up because there was nothing up there to look at except the back of his own hands. Slower this time, half the closing rate. Listen to the whole length of it, and don't let her drift off the center. A pause. A pilot deciding whether to argue. Salazar did not argue. That was the thing about flying with him that the rest of the ship never quite got to see. The swagger ran the wardroom and the bridge, but in the cockpit, with a hull in his hands and a boundary a meter off the skin, Salazar went quiet and exact and did the difficult thing without a word, because the difficult thing was the part he actually loved. Half-rate, center line, listening. The sled eased forward. Through the well's outer feed, Delgado could see the lane's throat open ahead of them, the same gold thread he'd watched Salazar's tender thread for the certification passes, except that from out here, from the survey sled riding the boundary instead of running the middle, the road did not look like a road. It looked like a held breath. A kilometer of dark with a skin of stabilized geometry stretched over it, the skin glowing faintly where it held the real dark out, and the sled crept along the inside of that skin the way you'd run a gloved finger down a seam to find where the stitching had gone. "Talk to me about her temperature," Delgado said to the sled, and the sled told him, and the temperature was fine. Everything was fine. That was the trouble. He'd spent the first pass certain it was the sled, a warm sensor, a stack running noisy, the obvious instrument lie that explained itself in 5 minutes and let you go to lunch. He'd spent the second pass certain it was the lane, the new boundary still settling into its solution. The new road muck Hartley had promised him, the geometry not yet decided where it wanted to sit. He'd spent the 3rd pass certain it was the star, Aurelian's noisy little sun pumping its background into a sensitive return. And here was the 4th pass, half-rate, center line, listening, and the residual came up under the clean signal exactly where it had come up the first 3 times. Flat, faint. There. A floor under the road that the road was not supposed to have. "Anything?" Salazar said. "Hold her steady." Delgado watched the number sit. "I'm reading her." A residual was supposed to be the place you stopped looking, the thing he'd never managed to explain to anyone who didn't live in data. Every honest measurement left dregs. The rounding, the drift, the thumbprint the universe pressed into every number you ever took. A clean data set with a small residual was a clean data set behaving exactly as a clean data set should. You parked the residual where it sat, in the dregs where the rounding lived, and you signed the docket and you went to bed. The discipline of his whole career was knowing the difference between the residual you parked and the one you didn't, and the difference was simple, and it was the hardest thing in the work. You ruled out the boring explanations one at a time, and whatever was left, however small, however much you wanted it to be the sled or the lane or the star, you did not round away. So he ruled them out. The sled first, the easy one. He pulled the calibration stack against its reference for the second time since Aureline, which was once more than he'd ever pulled it on a good lane, and the reference came back nominal. And then, because nominal was what a lying stack said too, he ran the cross-check that nobody bothered with. He had Salazar fly the sled's own internal loop, a tight figure that pointed every sensor at a known quiet patch of dark and listened to nothing on purpose. A clean stack reading a quiet patch should return the dregs and only the dregs. The sled read the quiet patch, and the residual was not in it. "So," Delgado said, to himself, to the well. "Okay, so it's not the kit." He noted it flat and felt the small, cold thing turn over that he'd been keeping the lid on since the second night in orbit. If it isn't the kit, it's the sky. The lane, second. Hartley's new boundary theory had been the comfortable one, and it was a good theory, and there was a clean way to kill it. A settling boundary breathed. It pulsed. The geometry tightened and eased on a period you could time, the same flex Salazar had surfed at Brightfall to win his race. Delgado stacked the 4 passes and ran them against a breathing model, sliding the period back and forth across the whole plausible range, looking for the thing that would let him write "boundary not yet settled" in the log, and close it. The breathing model fit the boundary's wobble beautifully. It did not touch the residual. The residual sat flat under all of it, indifferent to the period, a floor where the breathing rode the wall. Breathing was a thing the lane did. This was a thing the lane was. "Salazar," he kept his voice even, "when you ram a tender at Brightfall, the flex you surfed, did the floor under the signal move when the lane breathed?" "The what under the what?" "Never mind. Bad question." There had been no survey sled at Brightfall, no stacked passes, no one listening this close to the wall. He'd have nothing to compare. "Bring her round for one more. I want the far third again, slow." The star, third and last, he'd half hoped it would be the star the whole time, because the star was the explanation that let everybody off. Aureline's sun was noisy. The maid planet pumped water into its own sky, and water did things to a sensitive return. And a survey 40,000 kilometers off a world busy terraforming itself was a survey reading background it couldn't help reading. There was a way to kill that one, too, and it was the reason he'd needed the field pass and not the lab. You read the same patch of boundary at 2 phases of Aureline's day, when the planet's broad, bright face was turned toward the lane and when it was turned away. And you watched whether the residual rose and fell with the planet's light. Background tracked its source. If the floor was the star, the floor would breathe with the day. They had the dusk side phase already, from the certification passes 2 days back. Salazar flew the dawn side now, the same stretch of wall with the green coin half lit behind it instead of bright, and Delgado stacked the 2 phases together and laid them over each other, and looked at the floor in both, and the floor did not move.
Bright face, dark face, the planet's whole light swinging across the boundary, and the residual sat exactly where it sat, the same flat depth, untouched, a thing with no source he could point to in the sky. Delgado took his face out of the well. The cockpit was very small and very quiet, the way every sled cockpit was, and Salazar was watching him in the strip of mirror over the flight yoke with the unhurried attention he gave a landing he hadn't been cleared for yet. "That's a face," Salazar said. "I know that face. That's the face you had over the Brightfall optics when you thought somebody'd cracked the lens." He drummed 2 fingers on the yoke once and stopped. "It's not the lens, is it?" "It's not the lens." Delgado looked at the green coin turning below them, the gold terminator running its band of late afternoon across half a made world, the towns coming on along the rivers exactly as they'd come on 2 nights ago, the family in the field, the girl who'd grow up under a borrowed sky, the whole golden fact of the place still entirely true and entirely beautiful below the wall he was reading. It's not the kit, it's not the boundary, and it's not the star. So it's in the lane, so the lane's got a floor. So, he heard the stacking start in his own mouth, the so piling on the so as it did when a number got bigger than he was, and he made himself stop and breathe and finish the sentence flat. "So it's real." "Real bad?" "I don't know what it is." That was the honest answer, and he gave it, because Salazar was owed the honest answer, and because Delgado did not perform a certainty he didn't have, ever. It was the one rule under all his rules. It's tiny. It's 3 decimal places. On any normal day, it's nothing. It's the thing you park in the dregs and walk away from. I've parked 100 of them. I want to park this one. He shook his head, slowly. I just can't tell it it's allowed to be there. I ruled out everything that's allowed to put it there, and it's still there. Salazar was quiet a moment. Then, in the gentler register he kept for the rare occasions someone he liked was frightened in front of him. "You want to go again?" "No." Delgado closed the well. "No, I've got it 4 ways now. Going a 5th time's just me hoping it lies to me." He let out a breath. "Take us home, Marco. Slow's fine. I need the slow." Salazar took them home slow, the sled peeling off the wall and down toward the Lodestar's waiting boom, and below them Aureline turned, green and gold and impossibly alive, and Delgado watched it the whole way down and could not make the world below and the floor under the road be the same place, though he knew, now, with the cold certainty he most hated in himself, that they were. Delgado went to cross because there was nowhere else to go with it, and because the one thing worse than a captain who didn't want to hear it was a captain who heard it second. Cross was in his day cabin with the door open, which was how Cross kept it. The open door was half his command philosophy. And he was reading something on a slate with the particular warmth he wore when the day was going well, which it was, by every visible measure. The survey was nearly closed. The colony adored them. In 2 days the docket would go to Geneva, and the compact and the null surveyor, with the Aureline lane certified clean and the most beautiful new road on the reach, signed open for grain. Delgado stood in the open door holding a residual that did not fit on any of it, and Cross looked up and smiled, and the smile made it harder. "Sam, sit. You've got the survey face." Cross said it fondly. He'd learned the science department's faces on purpose, as a tool, the same as he'd learned everyone's. "Tell me it's good. I want it to be good. The woman at the transfer station's been baking us something." "It's mostly good." Delgado sat. He'd rehearsed the optimistic version on the way down, the private habit, the bad news draft you ran once in your own head and then didn't use. And he didn't use it. "The lane's clean, Captain. Boundaries to spec, junction resonance sits where the model wants it, the safety numbers are safe. I'll sign that. The colony gets its road." He put the slate on the desk between them,
the floor traced flat across it. There's a residual under the boundary returns I can't account for. I've ruled out the sled, I've ruled out the boundary settling, I've ruled out the star. It's small, sub-threshold, 3 decimal places, and it's real, and I don't know what it is. Cross looked at the slate. He was not a scientist, but he was not a fool either. And the thing Delgado respected about him even now was that he didn't pretend the number wasn't there. Sub-threshold, Cross said. Below the bar that signs the docket. Well below. So it doesn't change the certification. The lane's safe. You'd fly your own family down it. I'd fly my family down it tomorrow, Delgado said, and meant it. And that was the trouble in a sentence. That's not what's bothering me. What's bothering me is that I went into that survey expecting the road to be clean, and the road is clean. And underneath the clean, there's a floor that shouldn't be under anything. And the more carefully I look at a thing I love, the more clearly it's there. I'd like to log it, properly. Flag it for the docket as an open anomaly, so the next surveyor at the next lane goes looking for it too. If it's only here, it's a quirk of Aureline. If it travels, he stopped. He didn't have the end of that sentence. Nobody did, yet. That was where the warmth in the cabin changed, just slightly, the same drop the gallery had taken when the governor asked Cross who governed the road. Cross didn't flinch from it. He just got, for a moment, very careful. Walk me through what flag it on the docket does, Cross said, practically, not the science. The room. We've got Geneva, the Compact, the Combine, and Unhall Surveyor all signing the same piece of paper to prove a lane can be shared. It's the first one. The whole expedition standing on whether this docket reads clean and confident and agreed. He turned the slate a quarter turn, looking at the floor. If I put unexplained anomaly, surveyor cannot account for it, on the founding document of the Accord's first shared road, what happens in that room? The frontier governor who already thinks Geneva's hiding something has her proof, Delgado said, because he wasn't stupid either, and he'd thought about the room on the way down. The Combine factor finds a reason to renegotiate his cut. The Unhall surveyor declines to co-sign an anomaly nobody's characterized, and the road that the valley's been waiting 20 years to plant against gets held while 4 blocks argue about 3 decimal places. He heard himself make the case against his own instinct, cleanly, and hated how good it was. I know what it does in the room, Captain. I've still got to log it. The data isn't mine to round away. It belongs to whoever flies the road. Nobody's rounding anything away, Cross said it, fast and warm, and there was real principle under it. That was the part that would gnaw at Delgado later, that Cross meant every word. I'm not asking you to delete a number. I'd never ask you that, and you'd never do it. The raw file stays. Everything you measured stays, every decimal, in the record, untouched. I'm asking you about the form it goes out in and the timing and the room it lands in. He leaned forward, the forward motion of a man who had never lost an argument, all shared assumption and warmth. Here's what I love about how you work. You can't leave a true thing alone, and that's exactly why the science is worth anything. So I'm going to trust you with the true thing and ask you to trust me with the room. Keep the raw file. Log it internally, full detail. Flag it as an open anomaly for our own following surveys. I want it watched, I want it traveling with us, and I want to know at the next lane whether it's Aureline or whether it's everywhere. That's the right scientific instinct, and we do all of it. We just don't put "we don't understand our own road" on the public docket the day we're trying to prove the road can be trusted. We handle it carefully. We characterize it ourselves first. We bring the Accord a thing we understand, not a thing we're frightened of. It was, Delgado thought, sitting there with the floor traced flat between them, a genuinely good answer. It kept the raw file. It kept the watching. It didn't ask him to bend a number, which was the one thing he could not have done and would have resigned over. It only asked him to hold the warning inside the ship a while until the ship knew what the warning was, which was, when you said it like that, in Cross's voice, with Cross's warmth and Cross's real care for the valley and the road and the room, not unreasonable at all. It was the first time in his career someone had asked him to hold a true thing back without asking him to lie about it, and he could not, in the moment, find the line that made it wrong. "Internal log, full detail," Delgado said slowly. "Flagged open. It travels with us. We re-baseline at every lane from here to the causeway." Every lane. I want it watched harder than anybody's ever watched a residual. Cross said it like a gift. And the awful thing was that he was giving one. He was taking the floor seriously. He was committing the ship to chase it. He was doing nearly everything Delgado had walked in wanting. Nearly. "And if it travels," Delgado said, "if it's at the next lane and the one after, at what point does it stop being something we handle carefully and start being something the people flying these roads have a right to know?" The warmth held, but something moved behind it. The beginning, Delgado would only see this clearly much later, of the place Cross was going to spend the whole rest of the voyage. "When we understand it," Cross said, "when we can tell them what it is instead of just that it scares us. You bring me a thing I can explain to that family in the field, Sam, and I'll put it on every docket in the Reach myself. I promise you that." He smiled, and it was warm, and he believed it. "Until then, we watch it, and we don't frighten the valley with a number we can't even name." Delgado picked up the slate. The floor was still on it, flat and faint and 3 decimal places deep, asking nothing, meaning nothing he could yet say aloud. "Internal log. I'll write it tonight. Good man." Cross was already warming back into the day, the cabin warming with him, the survey nearly closed, and the colony adoring them, and the woman at the transfer station baking. "Go and eat something. You've gone the color of the data." Delgado went. He did not eat. He went down to the empty science bay and wrote the internal log in full, every decimal, every ruled-out explanation, the 4 passes and the quiet patch loop, and the 2 phases of Aurelian's day, flagged open, flagged traveling, and at the bottom he wrote re-baseline next lane, and every lane to the causeway, and did not write the sentence he could not finish. Then he pulled up the floor one more time, alone in the night cycle amber, and traced it once across the dark glass with one finger, flat, faint, real, and sat with it a long while, the green world turning below, the road certified clean above, the finding held between the 2 of them and no one else aboard, watched now, named by no one, traveling. Chapter 7. Reception. The reception was held in a grain hall, and Daniel Cross thought it the best room he had ever been asked to charm. Aureline had no ballroom and nothing a Geneva Protocol officer would have recognized as a venue, so the colony had cleared the largest of the transfer station's storage galleries, a curved hold the size of 3 cathedrals, normally packed floor to vault with bonded sacking waiting on the lane, and turned it over to the party with a frontier world's flat practicality. They had not hidden what the room was for. Half of it was still working. Down the far end, behind a rope of cargo webbing strung up that afternoon, the great loading spine ran on regardless, conveyors carrying the season's grain up out of the silos and across to the bays where the Brosque and her sisters were taking it on for the run inward. And the smell of the room was the smell of the harvest, dry husk and warm dust, and the faint sweet rot of a billion seeds doing their slow work in the dark. Somebody had hung lights. Somebody had printed a banner. The grain went past behind the webbing all evening, and nobody pretended it wasn't there. And that, Cross thought, was why he loved the frontier. It threw you a party in the room it earned its living in and dared you to be too grand for it. Cross was not too grand for it. He worked the room as he worked every room, gave himself to it, hand by hand and name by name, and let it give him back the thing it always gave him, the small, renewing pleasure of people pleased to be met. There were perhaps 200 of them, colony council mostly, settlers in their good clothes, which on Aureline meant clean coveralls and a pressed collar, the women who ran the seed registry, and the men who dug the first irrigation by hand, a clutch of the center delegation in Geneva gray, looking faintly like men who dressed for a different planet, the Nial surveyor's 2 attendant officers, standing where the light was thinnest, as Ensign Imeth always stood, Factor Aldous, who could no more miss a deal being made than a cat a sunbeam, and threaded through it the expedition's own, Salazar with a knot of colony pilots who wanted the race told again, Vinter wide-eyed by the grain belts, Delgado not here at all, which Cross had clocked on the way in and set aside. "They like you," said Lena Marchetti, arriving at his elbow with 2 cups of something the colony brewed from its own barley. She handed him one without asking. "It's revolting. Drink it anyway. They'll be hurt if you don't." "Captain Marchetti." Cross drank and managed just not to flinch. "That is genuinely terrible." "Acquired taste. I acquired it the hard way." She drank her own with the flat ease of long practice and surveyed the room over the rim in a clean flight jacket with the compact's mismatched pennants worked small into the collar, a captain dressed as a captain and not a delegate, which Cross suspected was a statement she made on purpose. 3 years ago this hall was half empty, and they were shipping a third of the harvest into the rot because the old road took 6 weeks. Now they're throwing a party in it. You hung them a lane, and they think you're a saint." "You hung them a lane," Cross said. "I led the parade." "Don't do the modest thing. It's worse than the proud thing. You came out here with a center warship and 10 flags behind it and made it stick. Own it." A beat, the dryness softening half a degree. "It's the only reason I came down off my haul tonight." Was about to say something to keep her there. He had decided between Brightfall and here that Marchetti was the most interesting person on the expedition, and that earning her took patience, when the temperature of the room changed at his back. Cross felt it before he turned. A reception has a sound, a flat, pleasant roar of 200 conversations, and the roar dipped, a hole opening in it as a crowd quiets around a thing going wrong. He turned with his cup still in his hand. It was the center and the frontier, of course. It was always going to be. A knot of them had formed near the center of the floor, and at the heart of it Holroyd, the Geneva attaché, the one whose whole function was to be from Geneva at people, stood squared off against a heavy-set colony councillor with a registry clerk's careful diction and a working man's hands. They were not shouting. They were doing the worst thing, the quiet escalating thing. 2 men being scrupulously reasonable at each other while the meaning got uglier underneath. "All I am saying," Holroyd was saying, in the patient voice of a man who had been patient 3 sentences too long, "is that the charter framework exists precisely so a settlement doesn't have to negotiate its own freight terms against an operator 40 times its size. The framework protects you. I should think you'd be grateful for it." "The framework," the counselor said, "takes 1/10 of a harvest I broke my back to plant, and gives it to Geneva, who's never once set foot in a field on this world. I'm not ungrateful, Mr. Holroyd. I'm just clear about who's protecting whom." "Here we go," Marchetti murmured. Cross moved toward it, because that was the job. and got 2 steps before the room stopped being about the argument at all. The deck moved. Not much. A long, low shudder came up through the floor, through the soles of his boots and the cup in his hand, the kind of tremor a station passes along its whole length when something heavy happens far down its spine. The grain belts behind the webbing ran on for a half-second, then jerked and stopped all at once with a groan of arrested machinery. The lights guttered, not out, but down to the amber of emergency power, and a klaxon started somewhere below, muffled by decks, urgent and patient at once, the sound a place makes when it is telling its people, without panic, that they are now in trouble. The 200 conversations did not become a scream. That was the thing Cross would remember. These were frontier people, and frontier people had drilled this since they were children. The roar turned not to panic, but to motion. Parents finding children, counselors moving toward the doors in a fast, organized stream, somebody calling numbers, somebody else calling names. A voice came over the gallery address, the orbital controller's relief, the woman who had told them about Sowerby's bottom, the warmth scoured clean out of it, and a flat, fast competence in its place that was almost worse than fear. All personnel, transfer control. Pressure event in the number 4 silo run. The lower transfer deck is sealing now. If you're in the reception hall, you're safe where you are. Do not attempt the lower stairwell. We have crew below the seal, and we're getting to them. Stand by. Crew below the seal. Cross heard the whole room hear it. Salazar was at his shoulder before he'd called for him, the loose joking gone, the eerie flat calm up in its place, the tell that Salazar had read it as bad. Lower transfer deck, Salazar said, low and fast. 2 decks down, under the silo bays. If they've sealed it, there's people the wrong side of the seal. Captain, that's the Brask's loading crew, freight hands taking on grain when the belts stopped. Cross turned. Marchetti had gone white under the brown of her, the cup abandoned somewhere, and she was not looking at him. She was looking down, at the floor, at the thing under the floor. Lena, Cross said. Those are my people, Marchetti said. What had happened, Cross got in pieces from the controller's relief, the colony's harried safety officer, a schematic somebody threw onto the gallery display with shaking hands. The silos fed the loading spine through pressurized runs, sealed tubes that moved the grain on a current of conditioned air. The number 4 run had overpressured, a baffle had failed, overloaded, the safety officer kept saying, not quite meeting the council's eyes, and the run had ruptured into the lower transfer deck and filled it with grain dust, tons of it, a fine, dry, explosive fog packed into a sealed space with 9 people in it. At that concentration, it was a bomb that hadn't gone off yet, and the only thing keeping it from going off was that the deck had sealed before a single spark found it. 9 people, 4 colony belt hands, 5 off the Brask. We vent 4 run to space, drop the dust load, go in and pull them, the safety officer was saying, to the controller, to the council, to anyone, her voice climbing. You vent 4 run, you vent the deck they're standing on, said a colony engineer. There's no inner seal on the transfer deck. It's a working deck. You blow the run to space, you blow them out with it. And you can't go in the upper hatch either. 200 volts of door motor next to a dust load that's 1 spark off the whole spine. You'll take the silos, you'll take the haul. The argument that had been the center and the frontier a minute ago was a different one now, and the only one, and it had no good answer in it. Cross stood at the gallery display with 2 captains' worth of instinct screaming at him to do something, and the cold, clear knowledge that there was nothing on this deck he knew how to do. This was not his ship. He did not know its hatches and its baffles and its terrible homely improvised systems. He was the most useless man in the room, and the room was looking at him anyway because he had the warship and the flags. And warmth was not going to pull 9 people out of a tube full of standing fire. "Marchetti," he said, "can the Brask crew on the deck do anything from inside?" "They've got hard suits," Marchetti said fast, already on the freight channel, the crew discipline cutting through the panic like a blade. Aaron, talk to me." A pause, her face working. Then to Cross, flat, "They're alive. In the dust, can't see their hands. The colony hands aren't suited, and 2 of them are down. My people are trying to find them by feel." Her voice did not break, and it was the not breaking that told him what it cost. "And we can't open the deck without venting it, and we can't vent it without killing the people in it. So," Cross said. And from off his left shoulder, level and unhurried and without alarm, Lucian Castellan said, "May I see the run schematic?" Cross had not seen him come in. Castellan came forward through the parting crowd in his good coat, with his hands easy at his sides, and looked at the colony's frightened schematic with the same plain attention he gave a routing board. "I don't fly stations," he said to the safety officer, mildly, before she could bristle. "I'm not going to tell you your job, but I move things through tubes for a living, and a silo run is a tube, and your problem is a routing problem wearing a safety problems coat." He lifted a hand toward the schematic, not touching it, tracing the old paper map habit Cross had clocked on the first morning. "You're treating 4 run as 1 volume. It's 6 segments with isolation baffles between them. The rupture's in segment 4. Your people are on the deck under it. The dust that'll kill them is in 4, 5, and 6, where the overpressure pushed it before the baffle let go. 1, 2, and 3 are clean, holding good air." "We can't isolate 4 from 5, the safety officer said. "The baffle between them is the one that failed." "You can't isolate 4 downstream. You isolate it upstream." Castellan's finger sat on a point near the top of the run. "Close baffle 3 now, before anything sparks. That seals the clean segments off from the dust. Then you don't vent to space. You vent into the clean segments. Bleed 4, 5, and 6 up through the failed baffle into the empty volume of 1, 2, and 3. Same total volume, half the concentration, not a gram of it near your people or out of breach. You drop the dust below the burn threshold without opening a single door onto vacuum, and your hands go in the upper hatch the second the meter clears. Manual hatch, no door motor, no spark. 2 minutes, maybe 3. There was a silence on the gallery, the silence of a room handed a door it could not find. "The pressure differentials within your run spec," Castellan added, before the engineer could voice the objection on his face. "The run's built to carry 4 runs full load, and you're moving it into 3 empty segments rated for the same. It's your station. Check my numbers, but check them fast." The safety officer looked at the schematic for 1 more second. Then she turned and gave orders, fast and clean, and the engineers moved, and the gallery's held breath broke into purpose. It took 4 minutes, not 2. Cross stood at the gallery rail with Marchetti rigid beside him and the reception silent behind them, and listened to her channel, a thin, frightened braid of frontier accents working a problem in the dark. Baffle 3 sealed, the bleed starting. A long building roar up through the deck as the dust drained out of the killing segments into the clean ones. The meter called number by dropping number, an engineer reading concentration like a countdown run backwards toward safety. The threshold called, the upper hatch cranked by hand, and the freight hands went in. Then they found the colony hands. A man called Aaron, Marchetti knew him, said, "Got her, I've got her, she's breathing," in the cracked, flat voice of someone who had been certain for 4 minutes that he was going to die in a tube full of his own cargo. And beside Cross, Marchetti let out a breath she'd been holding since the deck first moved. 9 people, all 9. 2 of the colony hands hurt, crush injuries, dust in the lungs, a long, bad night ahead for Petrov, already on the channel asking for them to be brought up. But 9 alive, who had been a single spark from not being anything at all. The reception did not cheer. It was too close for cheering. What it did instead was breathe, all at once, 200 people remembering they were allowed to, and then it began, slowly, to talk again. Quieter, shakier, the warmth coming back into it as color comes back into a face. Cross found Castellan at the edge of it, half turned to go, a man who had solved a thing and saw no reason to stand in the light it cast. 9 lives, Cross said. That was a routing problem. The colony had the answer in the room, the upstream isolation. They were just frightened, and frightened people stop being able to see the segment they're standing in. He said it without false modesty and without pride, the same flat honesty he gave a chart. Somebody has to keep seeing the empty segments when everyone else is staring at the fire. The Brask's own people did the hard part, going into a fog you can't see through to find someone you can't hear. I just told them where the door was. Castellan inclined his head and went, and Cross watched him go and turned over, again, the thing he could not stop turning over about the man. That he was right, and useful, and generous with the credit, and that 9 people were alive because of him, and that the admitting all of it cost Cross nothing, and the not costing felt faintly like agreeing to something he had not read the whole of. Cross found Marchetti later, when the hall had mostly emptied, sitting on a stack of bonded sacking at the working end of the room, with the dark belts behind her, and a fresh cup of the terrible brew gone cold in her hands. He sat down beside her without asking, the same as she'd handed him the cup. "Don't," she said, before he could speak. "Whatever the warm thing is, don't. I haven't the stomach for it tonight." "All right." He drank the brew instead, and they sat. After a while she said, not looking at him, in a voice scraped down to something plainer than he'd heard from her, "It was the number 4 baffle, flagged for replacement 2 seasons ago, and the maintenance docket got deferred, cost managed, pushed to next year, the same as everything on a frontier world gets pushed to next year." She turned the cold cup in her hands. "Pushed by the Combine, Cross, my Combine. The operator that holds the freight contract on this station deferred the safety spend on a silo run to keep the license numbers pretty. And tonight that baffle let go with 9 people under it, 5 of them mine. And I came here flying that company's flag to tell 200 frontier people the Combine's the thing standing between them and Geneva, taking their roads." Cross said nothing. He had learned from Ackerman the value of saying nothing. "I believe it too," Marchetti said, and now there was a flat fury in it, aimed inward. "That's the worst of it. I believe the colonies need the Combine, need someone with the muscle to stand up to Geneva, to keep the roads ours, to keep a 10th from becoming a 3rd. I came up on the frontier, and I've watched Geneva throttle worlds to death with a charter framework and a kind smile. The Combine is the answer to that. The Combine is also the thing that defers a baffle to keep a number pretty." She finally looked at him. "I don't get to put those down, Cross. They're both true at once, and they don't reconcile, and I fly carrying both. And tonight one of them nearly killed Aaron, who has 3 kids on a station I won't see for a year." A beat,
And I have to file a clean report, because if I put deferred maintenance, combine cost management in the record where Geneva can read it, I hand the center a stick to beat my whole block with at the Accord, and I lose the only leverage the colonies have. So I file it clean. The baffle failed, equipment fails, nobody's fault. She drank the cold brew, grimacing. And I'll know. And you'll know because I just told you, God help me, because you sat down and didn't do the warm thing. I won't put it anywhere, Cross said. I know you won't. That's why I told you. You're a dangerous man, Cross. You make people want to be honest with you. That's going to cost you, one day. Probably cost you already, and you're too sunny to have noticed.
Cross looked at her. The colony captain, flying a flag she half hated, carrying two true contradictory loyalties and filing the clean report anyway, and felt, under his easy fondness for her, the first cold edge of something he did not have a name for. Not about Marche, about the whole bright evening, the party in the grain hall, the lane that had cut 6 weeks to 9 days, the 9 lives saved by a clever man who saw the empty segments, the deferred baffle that had let go under the harvest. A frontier world threw you a party in the room it earned its living in, and under the room, cost managed and pushed to next year, was the bill the party was drawn on. Delgado had said something, days ago, in the Science Bay. Cross had it second-hand, from Hartley, a residual under the lane data, a floor where there shouldn't be a floor. Handle it carefully. Don't alarm the Accord. His own words, easy, the same as he'd waved 100 small wrongnesses aside before, a residual nobody would sign for, a baffle nobody would replace. Cross set the cold cup down and could not, for one breath, have said why the two sat in his chest the same. Then Marchetti stood and shook herself and was the captain again. Right. A clean report to lie in and 5 terrified crew to stand a drink. Thank you for the silence, Cross. It's a rarer thing than the warmth. She paused at the edge of the bark belts and looked back. Your man Castellan, watch how grateful you get to him. Gratitude's a leash. I've worn one. And she went. Cross sat a while longer in the grain-emptying hall, in the smell of the harvest, the lights coming back to full, and the colony beginning somewhere down its mended spine to breathe again, and thought it had been a good evening in the end, the kind that proved what he believed, that the reach held, that people came through for each other, that a clever hand and a brave one could pull 9 people back from a hard dark. He believed it as he believed everything, all the way down. He did not yet have the name for the small cold edge that came with it, and he did not go looking because the lights were up and the people were safe and the road still ran, and tomorrow the expedition would fly on toward the causeway and the peace that was waiting there to be made. Chapter 8. The Colonists. The boy had put a billhook through the meat of his own thumb, and the wound was clean, and the boy was being very brave about it, with the particular blanched bravery that comes just before fainting, so Nadia Petrov sat him on a feed sack before he could fall on her instruments. Head between your knees, she said. There. You're not going to die. You've done worse to a chicken. I haven't, missus, the boy said, into his own knees, offended. I trussed a hog last winter and never cut myself once. Then you were overdue, and now you've settled the account, and we'll have it shut in 5 minutes. Petrov already had his hand open across her own knee, thumb up, the cut laid bare under the worklight somebody had clipped to a roof beam. A good deep slice across the pad, bleeding honestly, missing the tendon by the grace that watches over careless boys. She had it irrigated and the edges drawn and the first of the closure laid before he'd quite stopped being green, which was the whole trick of it. Keep your hands moving and your voice flat, and the patient never gets the chance to decide it's a crisis. The aid post smelled of antiseptic and seed dust and the sweet, honest rot of a world that grew things in earnest. Through the open door the harvest market ran loud and gold under a long afternoon, and somewhere out in it a fiddle was being murdered by an enthusiast. You'll keep the dressing dry 2 days, which on a farm is a fantasy, so you'll keep it as dry as you can manage and change it when it gets filthy, which it will because you're 9. I'm 12. My condolences. She tied off the last suture and turned the hand over to show him the neat row of it, and watched the bravery come back into his face now that he had something to be brave about that wasn't his own blood. There, you'll have a scar. Tell people it was the hog. The boy went, cradling the hand like a relic, out into the noise and the gold, and Petrov stripped her gloves and dropped them in the sharps bag and let herself feel, for exactly the length of one breath, the small, clean satisfaction of a thing fixed. Then she set it down because there was a cue. There was always a cue. That was the thing nobody up in the gallery on the ship would ever credit, that a world the whole frontier was in love with had a 40-deep line for a doctor. Aureline ran one orbital transfer station, one proper hospital 800 kilometers east at the colony's only city, and a scatter of aid posts along the river valleys, staffed, when they were staffed, by whoever had done 6 weeks of a course and owned a blood pressure cuff. The expedition's 2-day showcase had been built around the lane and the survey and the reception, and somewhere in the planning of it a line had gone in. Cross's line, Petrov did not doubt. It had his fingerprints. The warm, reflexive generosity that committed other people's afternoons, offering the Lodestar's medical capacity to the valley for as long as they sat in orbit. Petrov had read the offer and sighed and printed 3 days' worth of consumables because she knew exactly what medical capacity for 2 days meant in a place like this. It meant the valley emptied its drawer of things it had been not quite managing for a year and brought them all to her at once. So she had set up in the market's aid post, a long timber shed that smelled of grain and machine oil, one good light, a stove, and a great deal of goodwill, and she had worked it since the gold hour, and the queue did not shorten so much as change its complaints. A cough that had gone on too long, a back that had given out at the wrong harvest, a woman of 70 with a heart doing something a heart should not do, who had known about it 2 years and said nothing because the city was 800 kilometers off and the harvest would not bring itself in. A toddler with an ear infection that should have been 40 minutes and a printed course of something, and had become, for want of either, a small deafness the mother had decided to live with. None of it dramatic, all of it the slow attritional sum of a place where medicine was a thing you rationed against distance, the same as these people rationed everything against distance. Petrov knew the sum. She had grown up downstream of a worse version of it, on worlds where the kit ran dry before the patients did, and you learned which of the choices no one should ever make were yours to make. She had made them. Some had been wrong. She had built a wall around that years ago, a good wall, and she worked behind it as she was working now, fast, blunt, kind in the only currency she trusted, which was getting it fixed. And she did not lower the wall for a queue, however long, because a doctor who feels the whole queue at once is a doctor who stops being any use to the front of it. "You're doing the thing again," said a voice at her elbow, "where you fix 6 people and look like all 6 of them have personally wronged you." "All 6 of them have personally wronged me," Petrov said. "Hold this." The voice belonged to Marielle Hewson, who ran the valley's medicine, such as it was, and who had attached herself to Petrov in the first hour with the frank relief of someone who had done a 4-handed job with 2 hands for a decade and just been handed 2 more. Hewson was perhaps 50, broad and weathered and quick, with the forearms of someone who'd hauled water before the pumps came, and the manner of someone who'd buried the people the pumps came too late for. She was not a doctor. She had been, she'd told Petrov between patients, a veterinary nurse on the dome worlds before she'd taken the charter loan and come out to Aureline with a husband and a notion. The husband was 12 years dead of a thing the city might have caught in time, and the notion had grown into 400 acres of grain and a valley full of people who came to her because there was no one else to come to. She read a wound better than half the orderlies Petrov had ever trained. She knew every person in the queue by name, and most of them by their grandparents. "That's oldest car," she said now, low, of the man easing himself onto the feed sack with a back that had plainly gone, "and he'll tell you it's the lifting, and it is the lifting, but it's also that his eldest left for Brightfall last season, and he's done 2 men's work ever since. Mind how you tell him to rest. He can't." "Nobody here can rest," Petrov said. "No." Hewson said it flat, a person stating a weather. "That's the green for you. You plant against the loan, you ship against the harvest, and the harvest doesn't care that your back's gone or your boy's cut his thumb. The harvest comes when it comes." She handed Petrov the irrigation bottle without being asked, anticipating the reach. 20 years we brought this place in by main strength. It's only now there's a road we might get to do it like people instead of like oxen." Petrov got Aldous Carr's back strapped and gave him the lecture she knew he wouldn't take, and a course of something that would let him take it less, and watched him go, and took the next and the next. The light went gold to amber through the shed's one window. Out in the market the fiddle had found, mercifully, a partner who could actually play, and there was dancing. The stamp of it came up through the floor, the whoops, a whole valley letting itself have an afternoon because the ship was in the sky, and the road was real, and the grain was in. People kept putting their heads round the door to thank her. A girl brought her a heel of real bread, warm, not printed, and would not be refused. A man left a jar of honey on the instrument tray with the gruff abruptness of a person discharging a debt, and was gone before she could say word. The ship's own had got the same treatment out in the market. One of the shore party stood at the edge of the dancing with both hands full. The Bergen boy off the bridge, Winter, too junior to be anywhere but underfoot and too delighted to care. A broad woman in a harvest apron, pressing something on him, fruit or new bread. Petrov couldn't tell from the door, only that he'd plainly tried to refuse and plainly lost. The woman patted his cheek and went back to her stall, and Winter stood there holding the thing she'd grown as though it were a relic, the undefended wonder on him that the ship usually knocked out of a person by the 3rd cruise. Petrov clocked it and put it in the good drawer and took the next patient. This, Petrov thought, dressing a graze on a child's knee, was the thing the whole golden age was supposed to be for. Not the lanes, not the survey docket, not the gallery full of factors in good coats. This, a valley that had been poisoned 2 decades ago, full of people who had bet a generation on the green taking, dancing in the dust because a road meant they got to keep what they'd grown. She had spent a long career patching up the cost of the dream. It was a rare and disarming thing to stand inside the part of it that was worth the cost. "You like it here," Hewson observed. "I like that it's honest," Petrov said. "Half the worlds I've worked, the people in charge tell you everything's fine while they bleed the place dry. Here, the people in charge are the people bleeding." She closed the dressing. Refreshing, being lied to by nobody. Hewson laughed, a real one, and then the laugh stopped, because outside the shed, the noise of the market had changed. It changed the same as a market changes when the music stops on purpose and a single voice starts to carry. Not the hard edge of something gone wrong, not yet. The flat upward pull of a crowd gathering itself toward a thing it wants to hear. "Council's called the meeting forward," Hewson said, already wiping her hands. "They'll have heard the ship's leaving in the morning.
They're want it said while there's someone from up there to say it to." She glanced at Petrov, weighing her, and decided, "Come and watch. You'll learn more about this valley in 20 minutes than I could tell you in a week." The meeting had taken the center of the market, where the trestles cleared into an open square of trodden dust, and the colony council stood up on the flatbed of a stalled grain truck, because that was the platform a frontier had. A woman with a registry clerk's careful diction and a working farmer's hands held the floor. "Councillor Ray," Hewson murmured, "who dug the first irrigation channel in the valley with her own brother and buried him in it the year the fever came." And around the truck the crowd had thickened, fast, 300 and 400 deep, the dancers and the drinkers and the stall-keepers all folding in toward the one place where the afternoon was about to mean something. And up on the flatbed beside the council, in a coat that had cost more than the truck, stood the combine factor. Petrov got the shape of it inside a minute, because the shape was being laid out plainly. The factor, a Sundgren man, pressed and patient and entirely sure of his welcome, had come down with the freight schedule for the new lane, and he had made the council the offer the combine made everywhere: rates. Pleasing rates, he was at pains to say. Generous rates, the combine's pride in serving the valley. The trouble was that the valley had done the sum out loud, in public, in front of a ship full of Geneva, and the sum was this: that the lane the whole valley had bet its life on was a lane the combine held the licenses to, and that getting the grain to market 9 days fast did the growers no good at all if the only road was a toll road owned by the man in the good coat. The expedition's grand talk of a shared, certified lane meant nothing to a farmer who would still be paying combine freight to set a wheel on it. "You hung us a beautiful door," Councillor Ray said, and she said it without shouting, which was worse, "and you handed the key to a company that's never broken ground on this world. So tell me, Factor, whose road is it?" The crowd made a sound, then not a cheer, a deeper thing, a low, agreeing growl that ran through 300 people at once and lifted the small hairs on Petrov's arms. It was, she thought, an entirely reasonable thing to be furious about. It had simply chosen a poor afternoon to be furious in, because the expedition was there. 2 of the Lodestar's junior ratings stood near the truck, ship gray among the homespun, down to walk the market and gawp, and now badly conspicuous. The white Geneva barge had sent a young attaché to be charming at the reception, and he was up near the flatbed too, in his good center coat, looking very much like the thing the valley was angry at. And the factor, rattled now, the certainty cracking, made the choice that turned it. The factor told the crowd to move back. The order went down through his own people, 2 combine wardens, frontier hired, the offhand, armed kind who have stopped noticing they are armed. They came down off the flatbed and put their hands out and started walking forward into the press to clear the man in the good coat a space, and a crowd that had been a meeting became, in the time it takes to draw breath, a crowd that was being pushed. Petrov had seen the geometry of it before it moved. The square had filled past what the square could hold. People had packed in from every lane between the trestles to hear the council, and behind them the stalls and the truck beds and the stacked seed sacks made a wall, and there was no give in any direction, and the front rank, where the children had been lifted to see, had the flatbed at their backs and nowhere to go. When the wardens pushed, the front had to go somewhere, and the only somewhere was sideways and down. A grower shoved a warden back. A second warden grabbed for him and missed and caught a woman's arm instead, and she went over, and the people behind her, not seeing her, leaning in to hear, kept leaning, and the gap where she had been standing closed. Petrov heard it start.
the change in the noise from anger to fear, the high, thin note that comes into a crowd the instant it stops being a crowd of people and becomes a single frightened animal that does not know its own front from its own back. "That'll go over," Hewson said, very fast, very flat. "The front rank, they all fall and the rest'll walk on 'em." Petrov was already moving. The wall had a setting for this, a flat, clear readiness that came up of its own accord, and she went into the press with it, low and hard and sideways, the brutal, efficient shoving of triage, not toward the trouble, across it, into the choke point where the front rank was bowing back against the flatbed with a child somewhere in it screaming. She got a shoulder under the worst of the lean, and a hand flat on the chest of the big man driving it from behind, who was not malicious, only big and frightened, and pushing because 300 people behind him were pushing. And she put her whole weight and her whole voice into him at once. "Stop pushing!" Not a shout. The triage voice, pitched to carry over panic because it has nothing in it for panic to grab. "You're walking on a child. Stand still. You and you, lock your arms. Hold the line, give them the half step. Hold it. Hold." People hold for that voice. It is the one gift the worst nights of her career ever gave her, that when she uses it, strangers do the things she says before they have decided to. The big man planted his feet and threw his arms wide and became, for 4 seconds, a breakwater, and the lean behind him broke against his back instead of against the children, and into the half-step it bought, Petrov went down to the dust where the woman had fallen and got an arm around her and a knee braced and hauled her up out of the forest of legs by main strength, and there was a child under her. A girl of 5 or 6, folded into the woman's coat, white and winded and whole, and Petrov took the 2 of them against her chest and turned her own back to the press, and walked them out of it the only way a body can be walked out of a crowd, one shouldered step at a time, the way you carry someone out of surf. Behind her, up on the flatbed, Counselor Ray had understood faster than the factor ever would. "Wardens off," she roared, in a voice that had buried a brother and ruled a Mali. "Get your men off, you'll kill someone for a freight rate." And the wardens, hearing the colony turn from anger to a thing far more dangerous, pulled back toward the truck, and the push lost its engine, and the choke eased, and the single frightened animal remembered, slowly, that it was 300 separate people who knew each other's names. It was over before you'd finished being afraid of it, as these things always are. Petrov set the woman and the child down clear of the press, at the edge of the square where the stalls began, and ran her hands over the girl once, frightened, winded, sound, and over the mother, who had a wrist that had taken her own weight wrong going down and was already swelling. "That's the one casualty of your meeting," Petrov told her, getting the wrist supported. "And you got it cheap. Hold still. A sprain, no more. She'd have it strapped before the woman finished shaking." Around them the market was reassembling itself out of fright, people finding their own, the count going around as a count goes around a frontier, who's up, who's down, who's yours. And the count came back, kind. Nobody under the flatbed. Nobody walked on. One wrist, one woman, and a valley that had come within a warden's shove of trampling its own children in front of the people who'd come to admire it. The factor was gone. So were his wardens, withdrawn fast and quiet the moment the danger turned on them, back to whatever clean hull had brought them down, leaving the valley to mend what their freight schedule had nearly broken. The Geneva attaché had stayed, to his credit, white and useless, and holding the woman's coat when told to, and Petrov found she despised him slightly less for it. The 2 ratings had stayed too and helped,
and one of them had a smear of someone's blood across his gray sleeve, and a look on his face she recognized, the look of a young man finding out that a peaceful thing can turn, and she clocked it, and put it where she kept the things about her own people that mattered, which was a different drawer from the rest. "You did that before," Hewson said, much later, when the meeting had broken and reformed into 100 angry private conversations, and the two of them sat on the shed step in the last of the light, with tea going cold in their hands. "Going at the crowd instead of away from it, into the choke. You've done that before." Once or twice, Petrov drank the cold tea. Her hands had the fine, specific tremor they always got afterward, the bill the body sends an hour late. She let them shake. There was no one here she was performing calm for. "It isn't bravery. I've worked out the maths. The person who freezes in the choke makes 2 casualties, the one going down and themselves on top of it. The person who moves and holds the line makes none, so you move." She turned the cup in her hands. "This whole place is maths. They just do it with grain." Hewson was quiet a moment, looking out at the market, where people were lighting the trestle lamps against the dark, with the dogged colony refusal to let a bad half-hour have the whole day, where the woman with the strapped wrist was already back on her feet, directing the relighting of her own stall, where, incredibly, the fiddle had started up again. "They'll dance tonight anyway," Hewson said, half to herself. "You'll think that's mad. It isn't. You learn it out here. The grain's in, the road's open, a doctor came down from the sky, and nobody got walked on. That's a good day by the count we keep. The factor and his rates and the wardens with their hands out, that's tomorrow's trouble. Tonight the grain's in." She looked at Petrov sidelong. "Your captain made a fine speech, I heard, about the road belonging to everyone. He believes it, your people say." "He does," Petrov said. "That's the trouble with him." Well, Hewson set down her cup. "He's not wrong that it should. He's only wrong about who's already bought the key." She said it without heat, level as everything else she'd said all afternoon, a woman who had made peace with weather she could not change. "You tell him from me, the valley's grateful for the doctor and the lights and the lane, and the valley's not fooled about whose road it is. Both true. We're good at holding 2 true things out here. It's the only way the sums come out." Petrov looked at the market putting itself back together in the dark, the lamps coming on one by one along the trestles, the dancers, the children chasing each other through the legs of the very crowd that had nearly crushed them an hour before. She saw the wonder of it and the fault line under it in the same glance, the strapping and the load both, and she did not try to choose between them, because Hewson was right. Out here you held 2 true things, or the sums did not come out. "I'll tell him," she said. What Petrov did not say was the doctor's version of the same 2 truths, which went deeper than the lane or the rates, that it had been a good day by the count she kept, and that nobody had died, and that she had felt, going down into the choke with another woman's child against her chest, the old cold certainty settle, that a valley turning on the people who'd come to bless it, over a man in a good coat and the price of a road, was a small rehearsal of a louder thing she could feel coming, the way she felt weather in an old break. The road had not even opened to trade, and already it had taught these people the difference between owning a harvest and owning the door it had to go through. That was a kind of debt, too. It would come due the same as every other.
Petrov drank her cold tea and watched the valley dance, and kept that one behind the wall, where it belonged, where she kept the things that were no use to anyone at the front of the queue.
Chapter 9. What Won't File. By the third morning of the certification window, Delgado had stopped pretending the residual was 3 decimal places nobody would sign for, because it had grown a 4th and a 5th, and the 5th had a shape. Delgado had it up on the long wall of the science deck when Cross came in, not the dregs of the measurement version he'd shown Hartley in orbit 4 nights ago, the faint thumb on the scale he could still, then, have parked in good conscience. This was the stacked thing, 14 passes deep now. Salazar's profile runs and the Anal surveyor's independent sweeps, and 2 clean reference baselines, all beaten down against each other until the noise lay flat and the floor stood up out of it, undeniable. A low, hard line running the whole length of the Aureline lane like a watermark you only see when you tip the page to the light. Delgado had tipped the page. He could not now untip it. The deck's main display showed it, so did the auxiliary, so did the slate in his hand, and the slate face down on the bench he kept turning over to check it was still saying the same thing, which it was, which it would, because the raw was the raw, and the raw did not change its mind in the night. "You've decorated," Cross said. He said it warmly, the way he said everything, coming down the steps into the bay with the morning still on him, fresh off the reception circuit, fresh off a system that loved him, a man who had spent 2 days being thanked by a green world. "Ackerman tells me you've not been to the wardroom since the surface run. I'm told the official term is gone to ground." "The official term is I found something and I can't make it go away." Delgado did not turn from the wall. That was unlike him, and he knew it was unlike him, and he let it stand, because the alternative was turning round and watching the captain's face do the thing it was about to do. And he wanted 30 more seconds of the floor being just a number on a wall before it became a thing 2 men were going to argue about. "It's real, Captain. I want to say that first before anything else gets said in this room. It is not the kit, it is not the star, it is not the boundary still finding its solution. I have killed all 3 of those, and it is still there, and it got bigger while I killed them." Cross, had Delgado learned across 2 cruises, never once pretended not to have heard you. Lesser captains went deaf at inconvenient data. Cross came and stood beside it. He came and stood beside it now, at the wall, near enough to read the axis labels, his hands loose at his sides, his whole easy frame gone still in the particular way that meant the warmth had not dropped, but the attention had sharpened underneath it. He looked at the floor for a long moment. He was not a scientist and had never pretended to be, but he had run a science department long enough to read a curve that had been stacked 14 passes deep, and he could see what Delgado could see, that a residual which survives 14 passes is not a residual anymore. It is a finding. "Walk me," Cross said, slowly, as if I'm the governor. So Delgado walked him. He did it the honest way, the only way he knew, hedging where the honesty required it and refusing to hedge where it didn't. The floor was a small, persistent energy debit in the lane's boundary behavior. Call it a thermodynamic cost the model didn't account for. A place where the new road gave back fractionally less than the physics said it should, every transit, forever. Small. He kept saying small because it was true, and because the smallness was the trap. It's a rounding error you could ignore for a century, except it's not a rounding error, because rounding errors don't have a slope. This has a slope. It reads heavier on the Aureline boundary than it did on the Brightfall lane we left 8 days ago, And I can't tell you yet whether that's because Aureline's lane is younger or busier or—" He stopped, refused the speculation. "I don't know why it's heavier. I know that it is. And I know that whatever it is the same shape here as it was at Brightfall, which means it traveled with us, which means it is not a property of one lane. It is a property of the road." "Of the road," Cross repeated. "Of the road. Of all of them, probably. Of the network." Delgado finally turned and looked at him. "I've been chasing this thing as an instrument fault for 4 nights, because that's the responsible way to chase a number you don't like. The number 1. It's not a fault. It's a measurement. And a measurement of this— Captain, this goes on the docket." There it was, in the room, on the table. The certification packet was a real object, and Delgado understood it better than anyone aboard except Castellan, which was the trouble. It was not a metaphor and not a flourish. It was a worked machine of provenance and signature. The most complete route certification packet the Deep Frontier had ever assembled, and Delgado had been feeding it for 2 days with the same hands that had traced the floor's curve across the display. Every survey return he ran went into it. The lane geometry, the boundary settling profiles, the junction resonance, the long, slow safety numbers that told a hungry inner station this road will still hold in 10 years. All of it stacked into the packet under the standard SCA reserved for deep survey work, committed to the seam record so it could prove its own authorship to anyone who ever doubted it. Provenance locked, permanent. The kind of document a colony could plant a generation against. That was the gift of it. You could not forge it, and you could not lie to it. Once a finding was committed to the public record, it was committed. It had always been committed. It could not be quietly walked back at midnight by a frightened man. Which cut both ways, and both men in the room knew it cut both ways. "The packet," Delgado said, "the certification packet. It's not Geneva's, and it's not the compacts, and it's not yours, and it's not mine. It's theirs. It's the family in the fields. They're going to plant against this packet. They already are. The man told me, first harvest down the road in the spring. They're betting a generation on a docket that currently says this road is safe and clean and honest, and the docket is only honest if it has the floor in it. I have a true reading about the cost of the road they are about to live and die on. It belongs on their record." His voice had gone flat and exact in the way it did when his social clumsiness turned to spine, the one register in which Sam Delgado was unanswerable. You don't get to certify a road as clean when you're holding the proof it isn't. Not their road, not with their grain. "No," Cross agreed. And the agreement was the worst part, because it was real. He said, "You're right," and was not managing him, was not buying time, was not lining up the no behind a yes. The captain had heard the whole of it and assented to the whole of it, and then, in the same breath, in the same warmth, refused him. "Here's what frightens me," Cross said, and moved away from the wall, a half step, the small physical tell of a man rearranging the room so the hard thing could be looked at from a better angle. "And I want you to hear that it's the same thing that frightens you, just from the other end of the telescope. Captain—" 30 seconds. You've had 4 nights. Give me 30 seconds. He said it without heat, and Delgado gave him the 30 seconds, because the man had a gift, and the gift was real, and Delgado was not immune to it, and despised that he was not. This goes on the docket today, uncontrolled, the way the packet commits everything. It doesn't reach the family in the field, Sam. It reaches the talks. We are a week and more from the causeway, and the whole point of the causeway is to prove to 3 blocs who have been one bad afternoon from shooting at each other for a decade that a road can have more than one flag on it and still carry traffic. That is what this expedition is for. And the instant a finding commits to the public record that says every transit of every lane costs something nobody priced, the center buries it, because the center buries anything it can't immediately manage. The frontier reads the burial and screams, "Cover up." The compact reads the cost and screams, "Geneva's been selling them a poisoned road for 20 years." And the one table on the reach where any of this could be talked about responsibly by adults with structure falls in. The Accord can't absorb this raw. It hasn't the trust to hold it. Drop it cold and you don't inform the colonists. You start the war the colonists die in. The deck was quiet. Down in the system, Aureline turned, green and patient under its borrowed sky. And on the long wall the floor held its hard, low line, asking nothing, meaning everything. "So I'm not telling you you're wrong," Cross said. "I'm telling you you're right at the wrong speed." "That's not a speed problem. It's a sequencing problem." Cross set the phrase down between them, gently, the way a man lays out a tool he's confident in, and Delgado watched him do it and hated, with a clean professional hatred, how reasonable it sounded. "We certify the causeway. We complete the thing we came to do. We prove the road can be shared. We get the win that buys us the standing. Then we frame the floor properly. Your data, all of it, the raw and the slope and the honest analysis, packaged so the Accord receives it as a problem to solve together and not a bomb someone set off in the room. Controlled handling, not buried, held. We hold the raw warning exactly long enough for there to be a frontier left that can hear it." He spread his hands, the same gesture Delgado had made at the green world from orbit. The gesture of a man showing you something he found wonderful. "The data goes out, Sam. I give you my word, the data goes out. I'm asking you to let it go out into a reach that's still standing." It was, Delgado thought, watching the certainty hold steady and warm and entirely sincere across the bay, a genuinely good answer. Cross had 100 of them. It was the thing about the captain Delgado had never decided whether to envy or fear. Every one of them was load-bearing, and he believed everyone. And the believing was exactly what made them dangerous, because a man who believes his good answer does not hear the moment it becomes the thing that gets people killed. Across the deck, where the survey returns fed into the packet at the integration bench, Lucien Castellan was not pretending he hadn't been listening. Castellan had come in quietly during the walkthrough. He came onto every deck quietly, late enough not to intrude and early enough to be useful. And he had taken up his unobtrusive station at the bench where the packet grew under his hand and nobody else's, and he had let the two of them have the argument without once leaning into it, which was its own small courtesy, and which Delgado, even now, even sour, noted and could not fault. Castellan did not perform discretion. He simply held the access, filed the logs, and watched the two senior men decide the shape of the thing he would then have to file. "For what it's worth," Castellan said now, quietly, to the room rather than to either of them, the routing planner offering a fact and not a verdict. "The controlled handling route is clean to do. The raw stays authenticated and in hand. Nothing's altered, nothing's lost. The commit is simply held back from the public packet until we choose to post it. Provenance survives the wait perfectly." A small dry pause. He was a man who liked his facts exact. "And I'd say, keep Dr. Delgado's analysis attached to the certification docket the whole way, even held. A finding of this weight, riding inside the most authoritative route certification packet anyone's ever drawn of this region, released on a schedule, framed by the people who certified the lanes." He paused, a beat, exact. "That's a great deal of leverage to have in hand at the causeway, Captain, however you finally choose to spend it. I'd want it on our docket, not loose on someone else's." Castellan said it lucid and generous and reasonable. A man pointing out the practical value of a thing as plainly as you'd point out that a hold was full or a bunker topped off. And then he returned his attention to the packet, the matter raised and set down, no weight left on it. Cross nodded, half hearing, his mind already 3 moves into the framing problem. Released on a schedule, framed properly. Yes, that was the responsible shape of it. Delgado heard it differently, and did not know yet what he had heard, only that something in the bay had shifted a degree colder while the captain wasn't looking, that a true frightening reading about the cost of the roads had just been described, accurately and without malice, as a great deal of leverage to have in hand, and that the man who'd said it had gone straight back to work. The floor on the wall, the packet on the bench, a finding nobody could forge in the hands of the one man aboard who fully understood what such a thing was worth to whoever held it last. Captain, Delgado tried it one more time and heard his own voice come out level when it had no business being level. I'm the chief science officer. The reading is mine to call. If I tell you it commits today, you tell me and I overrule you, Cross said, gently, without a flicker of the warmth dropping. And that was the cruelty of it, that he could say, I overrule you, and make it sound like he was doing you a kindness. Not because you're wrong about the science, you're not. Because the call about what a true reading does to a fragile room at the worst possible moment is a command call, not a science call, and it's mine. I'm making it. We certify the causeway. We hold the raw for controlled handling, and the day the Accord can hear it, it hears all of it, with your name on it and nothing rounded away. He put 2 fingers on the edge of the integration bench, not tapping, just resting them there, the way he rested them on the bridge rail, and looked at Delgado with the plain, unperformed respect he gave so rarely. I know what I'm asking. I know it's the hard thing for you specifically, of all the people aboard, to hold a true number back. I'm asking anyway, and I'm telling you I'll be the one who answers for it. There was nothing to say to that which Delgado had not already said, and he had been a junior officer long enough to know the difference between an argument he was losing and an argument that was over. Acknowledged, Captain, he said, in the operational register, because that was all that was left to him, and watched something ease in Cross's face, relief and gratitude, and the genuine fond regard of a man who had carried the room and was sorry to have had to do so. Cross gripped his shoulder once on his way out, the warmth back up to full, already turning the day toward the next thing, toward the reception and the governors and the green world that loved him, and went up the steps and out, leaving the floor on the wall and the packet on the bench, and Delgado alone in the bay with both. Delgado stood there a while after the hatch closed. The deck did the ordinary things a deck does. The integration bench chewing through Salazar's returns, the auxiliary display cycling the boundary profiles. Somewhere aft, the long, contented hum of a good ship doing work it was proud of. The same hum the wardroom rode of an evening, when the crew that liked each other were busy liking each other. Vinter went past in the corridor outside, narrating a junction to himself under his breath the way Bex had taught him to, getting the resonance figure slightly wrong and correcting himself. Petrov's laugh carried up from somewhere further off, blunt and warm, and entirely unaware of anything on the wall of the science deck. A good ship, a good system, a good road certified clean today, with the proof it wasn't held back for a kinder season still days out. Delgado pulled the raw file up. Not the stacked version on the wall, the raw, the unprocessed parent of all 14 passes, the dregs and the noise and the floor all in it together, the thing the universe had actually said before any human hand had touched it. He looked at it for a long moment. He thought about the family in the Maid field, and the girl who'd wanted to know if the ship flew backwards, and the man whose father had come out when it was orange and you couldn't take the helmet off, and who had not lived to see it green. About a docket they would plant a generation against, about a true thing he had been told by a man he admired and could not refuse to carry quietly to a kinder day. Then he did the only thing the order had left him, which was the thing he had done the once in his life he'd let a senior man talk him into rounding a true number away, and had sworn over ever since. He did not delete it. Delgado copied the raw to his own immutable hold, tagged it with the date and the watch and 2 flat lines. Floor confirmed, AUR lane, slope positive, commit held per captain's order, controlled handling, raw retained, SD, and committed the tag itself to the record where no one could later say it had not been made, where it would prove its own authorship to anyone who ever doubted that on this morning the chief science officer had known and said so and been overruled. The captain could hold the warning. Delgado could not be made to pretend he hadn't given it. Then he shut the deck down and left the floor up on the wall. It was still there in the morning. It would always be there. That was rather the point of it, and rather the point of him, and going up to find the wardroom and the crew and whatever was left of the good night, Sam Delgado understood for the first time that those 2 facts, the road that would not stop costing and the man who would not stop deleting nothing, were on a collision course, and that he had just, very deliberately, refused to get out of the way. Chapter 10. The Observer. The signal arrived in the middle of a stores audit, which was Imith's preference, because a stores audit was a thing the hands could do while the rest of her went elsewhere. Imith was on the lower handling deck with a manifest slate and a counting stylus, reconciling the consumables the colony had loaded against what the Lodestar had paid for, and the work was honest and slow and required nothing of her that mattered. Aurelian's people had been generous in the loose frontier way that did not match a ledger. A crate of barley flour nobody had ordered, 2 of the sealed fruit the colonists pressed on departing ships like a blessing, the count off by a hand's worth in the giver's favor every time. Imith liked the discrepancy. It was the kind of error a careful species made on purpose to say a thing it would not say plainly. She marked the surplus against the loss column with the stylus and did not correct it, and let her 2 hands keep counting while the deeper part of her stood very still and read the thing that had come down the long line from her own and would not let her be. The message had reached her at the change of the morning watch, folded into the routine alliance traffic the way her people folded everything, quietly, off to the side, easy to miss if you were not waiting for it, and she was always waiting for it. Most of the traffic was nothing. A survey lattice from the Null vessel running the outer line of the expedition, station keeping, dull, correct. A courtesy from Seavoth's delegation at the far Concord, the alliance holder's even hand reaching across the distance to say we hold, the line holds, speak slowly and all is well. That one she had answered already, in kind, in the unhurried form, because it cost nothing, and was true. The other one she had not answered. The other one she had read 4 times and would read a 5th, and it sat in her now where the barley flour sat in the surplus column, a thing whose true weight could not be written where the humans would read it. It was not from Seavoth's line. The marker said so before the words did. The binding glyph at the head of it carried the harder onset, the not-soft beginning that her people used to keep 2 lines from blurring into one, and Imith had felt it land in her chest before her eyes finished crossing it. Ralhoun, a name she had not heard spoken aboard this ship, and would have given a good deal not to hear now.
A thread-on matter, the message called itself in its first breath, a matter of the long line, the bones beneath the branches, and her hands went on counting flour, and the rest of her went down into the stillness her crew had learned to leave alone. The words, when she let herself have them, were few and very cold. "You count their stores," Ralhun had written, "while they open doors faster than any hand can hold them. We watched the green world burn its baffle and call the saving a triumph. You stood among them and called it a triumph too, Narusa, daughter of the parted line. Will you listen, before the listening is the only thing left to do?" Emeth set the stylus flat on the slate, parallel to the edge, and held Vesh, and did not answer Ralhun either. The bridge, when Emeth came up for the forenoon watch, was its ordinary bright self, which was a thing she had learned to value precisely because her people did not have it. Humans ran loud and warm and forward, and the warmth was real, and on a good morning the Lodestar sounded like a household 3 rooms deep. Vinter narrating a junction to the helmboard under his breath, Hartley's voice up from engineering describing some sulking valve as if it could be shamed into good behavior, Salazar with a story half told and an audience half listening. Emeth took her station at operations and let the household run around her, and watched the long-range plot resolve the approach to the next waypoint, and for a while it was possible to be only the operations officer, and not the daughter of a line that was reaching across the dark to call her home. It was Castellan who broke the morning, though he did it so gently that the bridge barely felt it. The routing planner came up from the science deck with his good coat hanging off him and a slate held loosely at his side, and he stopped at the threshold of operations the way he stopped everywhere, at the edge of the territory, never inside it. "Lieutenant Commander," he said her rank in full every time, which most humans abbreviated within a week of meeting her. Emeth had marked it early and not decided yet what it meant. "There's a courier hailing us off the waypoint. No house colors. She's asking for the captain by name, and she's asking on a frontier emergency band, which means she wants it logged that she asked properly." A small, exact pause. "I'd want the captain to have it before I decided anything for him. It's not my decision to make." "It is not," Emeth agreed, and pulled the hail onto her board, and read the registry of the small hull sitting off their approach, and felt the morning's lightness go out of the bridge a degree at a time. The captain came onto the bridge with the warmth already arranged on his face, which Emeth had learned to read as the thing he reached for when he did not yet know what he was walking into. "Right." Cross took the rail, 2 fingers resting on it. "Who've we got, and what do they want?" "A courier," Emeth said. "Independent registry. 1 soul aboard, declared. She gives her name as Noor Dewan, and she will speak only to you." She let the next part stand a beat, because it was the part that mattered, and the captain should hear it land, rather than have it slid past him. "She is anchorage, Captain, not the main line. She does not fly Mr. Varad's flag. She flies none. Her registry has a sabotage finding on it from a frontier corridor, 2 years closed, never cleared. Behind her, on the contingency station, Ackerman's edges squared. Emeth heard it more than saw it, the small, precise sounds of a woman aligning the objects on a surface because a plan she had not made was beginning to move. "Put her through," Cross said. The voice that came onto the bridge was a woman's, flat and fast and entirely without the courtesy a captain's bridge usually drew out of a stranger. "Captain Cross, I'm not going to waste the warmth, so don't spend any on me. You're flying your road show toward the causeway approach on the certified profile Castellan filed at Aureline. The fast inner threading, the one that saves you a day and a half. Don't. Take the long arm round the outer junctions. It costs you 2 days, and it keeps your people alive." Cross did not move from the rail.
I'm listening, Miss Dewan, but you'll have to give me more than don't. I'm giving you what I've got, which isn't much, which is the whole reason I'm telling you instead of fixing it myself. The flatness cracked just at the edge, not into warmth, into something harder, an anger held on a short rein. There's traffic staging in the inner approach that shouldn't be there, berths leased and left empty, transponder ghosts that wake up and go quiet, hardware moved through gray channels into a junction the Accord's about to declare shared and safe. I can't read it all. I'm one person on a borrowed hull, and I ran out of the access I'd need to read it 2 years ago. But I've sat in enough of these to know the shape of a corridor that's being set, and that one is being set, and your certified profile runs you straight down the throat of it. A beat. Somebody's waiting for the expedition to make the inner approach. I don't know who, and I don't know what for. I know they want you to fly the road Castellandrew, so fly a different one. The bridge had gone very quiet. Imeth held her station and watched the captain hear it, and watched, at the edge of her vision, the routing planner stand at the threshold of operations, with his slate at his side, and his face composed into the open, careful attention of a man being told his work was wrong and choosing not to flinch.
"You understand what you're asking me to do," Cross said. "You're asking me to throw out a certified routing on the word of a single source with a sabotage finding and no evidence she can show me, 2 days out from the most important certification this expedition exists to make. You're asking me to act on a shape. I'm asking you to do the cowardly thing instead of the brave one," Noor Dewan said. "Because the brave one is going to get somebody killed, and you won't know it was the brave one that did it until you're standing where I stood, in the wing where they count them, telling the families the routing was certified. I've stood there. My husband nearly went onto that list by a margin nobody signed for. The routing's always certified. That's what certified means out here. It means nobody signed for the part that kills you." The anger came all the way up now, and then she pulled it back down, hard, and what was left was worse because it was tired. "I'm not your friend, Captain. I think your whole shining road is a lie people are going to die under, and I think you half know it. But I'm not going to let you fly your kids into a set corridor because I find your politics disgusting. Take the long arm, that's all. I've said it, logged and I said it." The channel held a second, and logged the time, so you can't tell yourself later that nobody warned you. The hail dropped. Cross stood at the rail for a moment, with 2 fingers resting on it, not tapping, and then he turned, and the bridge was watching him, and he made the turn into a working thing the way he made everything into a working thing. "Commander, Mr. Castellan, the wardroom in 5. Lieutenant Commander Imeth, you too. I want operations in the room." He paused. "And find me whether Varad wants to sit in. He'll have heard half of that already. Better he hears the rest with us than reconstructs it later." The wardroom off the science deck was the small one, the one Cross used when he wanted a decision and not a performance, and they gathered in it close, the captain at the head, Ackerman to his right with a slate she had already begun to write on, Castellan at the foot with his coat and his stillness, and Imeth at the side where she could see all 3 faces at once, which was where she always put herself, because reading the room was the work the Alliance had given her, and she did it whether anyone asked or not. Varad came last, and sat where Imeth had left him a clear chair, and folded his hands, and said nothing, and waited like a man who had waited out a great many rooms. "Tell me it's nothing," Cross said, to no one in particular, "and I'll believe you, and we'll fly the fast arm and save the day and a half. Somebody tell me it's nothing." "It is not nothing.
Imeth said, before Ackerman could, because the thing she had to say was hers to say, and she would not let the captain talk himself past it. I do not vouch for the woman. I vouch for the kind of warning. She named berths leased and left empty. She named transponder traffic that wakes and sleeps. She named hardware run through gray channels into the junction. Those are not the words of a person inventing a danger to frighten you. They are the words of a person describing a thing she has seen the inside of and cannot prove from the outside. I have read many warnings, Captain. The false ones ask you to believe. That one asked you only to log the time. She set her two hands flat on the table. I would not dismiss it because the source is unclean. Out here, the clean sources are the ones who do not know. Castellan inclined his head a fraction, conceding the point without surrendering his own. She may be entirely right that something's staging at the inner approach, and entirely wrong that it touches us. The causeway is the most contested junction on the reach, and of course there's traffic positioning around it. Every block with a stake is moving pieces toward it. That's the whole reason we're going to certify it shared. He laid his slate flat, turned so Cross could read it. Here's what I can tell you with confidence, because it's the only thing in this room that's measurable. The inner fretting I filed is the safe profile. It's settled, it's surveyed. The in-haul vessel swept it clean on the outbound. The long arm round the outer junctions is 2 days, yes, and it's 2 days through 3 boundaries that haven't been swept to the same standard. In the dark, off the certified line, with the whole convoy strung out behind us. If you want my honest figure, the inner approach is the lower risk by everything I can measure. The long arm trades a danger you can't see for several you can. Castellan paused, then added, quietly, the courtesy that was always the most dangerous thing about him. But I can't measure what she's describing. If you believe her, none of my figures apply. That's your call, Captain, not mine. I only ask that you make it knowing the long arm isn't free. It was, Imeth thought, very nearly perfect, and that was its own kind of marker, the way the harder onset at the head of Ralhun's message had been a marker, a thing too well made to read at its surface. "Commander," said Cross. Ackerman did not look up from her slate. "I've run it both ways while you were talking. The long arm is survivable. We string the convoy tighter. We put an escort at the head of each boundary crossing. We lose the day and a half and a quantity of goodwill from the combine hulls who'll moan about the burn. That's the cost, and it's a cost we can pay." She set the stylus down, squared it to the slate's edge. "And here is the other figure, the one Mr. Castellan can't put on his board and I can. If we fly the fast arm because it measures safer, and the woman was right, we lose people on the certified profile our routing planner filed. And there is no version of that the expedition survives politically, never mind the dead. If we fly the long arm because a source we don't trust frightened us, and she was wrong, we lose 2 days and a quantity of combine grumbling." She finally looked at Cross. "One of those failures is recoverable. The other is not. When the two outcomes are that far apart, you don't fly the one with the better odds, Captain. You fly the one you can live through being wrong about." No one spoke into that. Imeth watched the captain take it, watched the warmth thin, the way it did when he was tired or cornered, into something quieter and more exact. He turned, at last, to the man who had not spoken. "Mr. Varid, your anchorage, not her flavor, but you'll read her better than any of us. Was that woman lying to me?" Varid considered the question for a long moment, with the unhurried patience of a person who had been asked harder ones. "No," he said, "not in the sense you mean. People like Norddewan don't lie to captains. They've given up on captains. She came to you because she'd run out of every other thing she could do, and that costs a person of her convictions a great deal, to stand in front of the flag she despises and ask it to be wise. He unfolded his hands, folded them again. I'll tell you the harder thing, since you've asked me into the room. You're already minded to disbelieve her a little, because believing her makes a mess of a beautiful schedule, and because the last time the anchorage put a thing in front of you that made a mess of a beautiful schedule, you found a way to let the schedule stand. The courier's voice did not sharpen. It stayed level, which was worse. I was at the accord, Captain. I sat under the story you let stand about my people. I don't raise it to wound you. I raise it because it's the relevant fact in this room. You have a habit, when an inconvenient truth arrives at a bad moment, of finding the responsible reason to set it gently aside. I'd ask you to notice the habit before you do it again. That's all. I've no measurement either. Cross did not have a good answer, and Imeth watched him not reach for one, which from him was a thing. Right, Cross said. Right. He pressed the 2 fingers flat on the table and lifted them. We fly the long arm. 2 days, tight convoy, escort at each crossing. Commander, draw it up. Mr. Castellan, I'll want your boundaries surveyed ahead of us as we go. If we're off the certified line, I want every crossing read before we commit a hull to it. You are the only one aboard who can do that to the standard, so it falls to you. A breath. And we log Ms. Dewan's warning, in full, with the time. Logged, Ackerman said, and there was nothing in her voice but the word, which from Ackerman was the highest thing. Castellan inclined his head and gathered his slate, and said, I'll start the boundary sweeps within the hour, and went, and the open hand was an open hand, exactly as it always was. Imeth stayed when the others left, because Varad stayed, and because she had learned that the courier's stillness and her own were near enough cousins that the silence between them did not need filling. You spoke for her, Varad said at last. The ensign officer, vouching for the kind of an anchorage warning. That can't have been an easy thing in front of your captain. I did not speak for her. Imeth set her hands flat on the table, the gesture she made where a human would have shrugged. I spoke for the truth of what a real warning sounds like. There is a difference, and it matters to me that you hear it, because I think you are a person who keeps such differences. She paused, and let the Naru-Sa beat take her, the will you listen stillness she could not entirely keep out of English. You said the captain has a habit of setting the inconvenient thing gently aside. I want to tell you that your people are not the only ones who arrive at his bad moments with truths he would rather schedule. Mine do also. And we are worse than yours, Mr. Varad, because when we set a thing gently aside, we call it wisdom, and we have a word for it, and the word is very old. Varad looked at her for a moment, and did not ask the question, which was the courtesy that made her almost trust him. The message you didn't answer this morning. I won't ask what it said. I'll only say I know the look of a person carrying one. I've worn it. So has she. Then you know I will not put it down for the asking. But she said it without the wall in it, or with the wall lowered to the sill, which was as far as she ever lowered it. I will tell you one thing, because you sat in that room and did not perform, and because it is owed. The danger your Norddewan smelled at the inner approach, I cannot read it either. It is human work, gray channels and least berths, and it is not mine to parse. She held the beat. But it is not the only weather on that road.
There is another reading on the causeway approach that no human instrument will show and no human warning will name. And the people who can read it are choosing, this week, what to do with the reading. I am one of those people. I have not chosen yet. Her hand stayed flat and still on the table. I am telling you this not to warn you, because there is nothing you could do with it, but because a thing said to no one becomes a stone, and I am tired of swallowing stones. You will please forget I said it. I'll forget it gladly and remember it exactly. That's the trick of being a person nobody tells anything. You get very good at both at once. He rose, and at the door he paused, the courtesy a fraction warmer than it had been. For what it's worth, Lieutenant Commander, the captain flew the long arm. Whatever the habit is, today he broke it. People can. I've spent 30 years betting they can. It's a poor bet, and I keep making it. Varid went, and the wardroom was Emeth's, and she sat in it a while with her 2 hands flat on the cooling table, and the surplus barley flour uncounted in the hold below her, and 2 messages unanswered in the long, dark Seavoths, which said, "Hold, the line holds, all is well," and Ralhun's, which said, "You call the burning dawn." Both were her people. Both were true in the Thren sense her people meant by true. True across the whole fixed line of time, patient and cold, and very often right. The alliance was the only lever. The alliance was complicit in the very acceleration it feared. She could hold the door open in case someone came, as the humans named a junction nobody threaded, or she could let it shut, as Ralhun's line had shut so many doors on the long road behind them, and called the shutting survival. Emeth had not chosen. The not choosing was itself becoming a choice, and she knew it, and that was the stone she had not given even to Varid. Emeth rose at last and squared the chairs to the table, because Ackerman would notice if she did not, and went back down to the handling deck, and took up the stylus, and counted the flour the colony had given them, more of than they had paid for. A careful species making an error on purpose, to say a thing it would not say plainly. She marked the surplus against the loss, and did not correct it. It was the only message she sent all day that she was sure of. Chapter 11. Departure Under a Cloud. The expedition cleared Aureline orbit at the top of the forenoon watch, and Ruth Ackerman spent the departure doing the one thing nobody wanted her to do, reading the success. Ackerman had the metrics up on the contingency board, all of them, 9 days of reception, the center and frontier governors photographed under one banner, the certification packet a stop heavier and growing, and a public goodwill index, Geneva ran one, of course Geneva ran one, that had climbed every day they'd been in system and was still climbing now they'd left. Brightfall had loved them. Aureline had loved them harder. The whole frontier was watching the white barge and the burgundy freighters and the matte dark Nal hull run in formation down the New Gold Road, making the sound a frontier makes when it lets itself hope, and the metrics caught the sound and turned it into a line, and the line went up. Ackerman looked at the line going up and felt the cold thing turn over. The not trusting was a discipline by now, given a shape so she could carry it. A good outcome is a measurement, not a verdict. The board could tell her the expedition had succeeded at Aureline. It could not tell her the success was free, and her whole career had been learning that the bill arrives later, addressed to the people who cheered. So she read the climbing line as a quartermaster reads a manifest that totals too cleanly, suspicious of the round number, and fed the board the question under all the other questions, the one she'd carried since Brightfall. What does it cost to be this loved, and who collects? That one would not file. None of the real ones ever filed. Behind her, the bridge ran the departure with the loose competence of a crew that had done it 100 times and was, this morning, slightly bored of doing it well. Vinter had the helm relief and was holding station off the Brask's flank without being told, knew, and Ackerman noted it and said nothing, because a junior officer who has just discovered he is good is a fragile thing, and praise spends the discovery early. Salazar lounged at Tactical reading a colony broadsheet, snorting at it. The morning hum of the Lodestar sat over all of it, contented, well-fed, proud of the road it had helped open and the world it had helped certify. Ackerman did not share the contentment and had stopped apologizing to herself for it years ago. "Commander," Imeth from operations, in the level, complete way she said everything. "Convoy is formed up and on the schedule. The causeway leg opens in 17 hours. Castellan has filed the run order." "All hulls reporting nominal?" "All hulls." A held beat. The small null stillness before a thing worth the stillness. "The Vrogny requests permission to range 200 kilometers ahead. Captain Marchetti would like to fly the lead picket rather than the convoy file. She says, and I am quoting, that she did not bring an all-aerials cutter across the reach to fly in a cube behind a grain hauler." Salazar laughed without looking up from the broadsheet. "She's not wrong about the queue." "Right about the queue, wrong about the picket," Ackerman said, and pulled the Vrogny's request onto the board and ran it. A fast, armed frontier cutter 200 kilometers out ahead of a goodwill convoy was, from the inside, swagger, from anybody else's plot, an armed escort flying point. And Marchetti had spent her whole life being read as a frontier cutter and stopped caring how it scanned. Ackerman had not. "Permission to range, but 50 kilometers, not 200. Aerial's cold unless she's actually looking at something. We do not have a gun out front. On Geneva's plot, she's our muscle, and I'd rather not photograph us with the muscle showing." 50 kilometers, aerial's cold," Imeth said. "I will phrase it so she keeps her dignity." "Phrase it however you like, so long as she does 50. Imeth sent it. Marchetti's voice came back on the bridge speaker, rough and amused and not at all wounded. The colony-bred warmth Ackerman trusted more than most things on this convoy, because it had an edge in it that knew exactly what it cost to be a frontier face flying a center errand. 50 it is, Lodestar. Tell your commander I'll keep the teeth in my pocket. For her." A click. Marchetti out. "She likes you," Salazar said. "She respects the break," Ackerman said. "It's not the same thing, and it lasts longer." She squared the Vrogny's mark to its new station, and let herself note, once in the privacy where she kept the things that didn't file, that on a convoy where the most charming man she'd met held all the routing access and offered courtesies she couldn't audit, it was a relief to deal with somebody whose appetites were honest. Cross came onto the bridge at the half-hour, his own considerate moment, late enough that the departure was tidy, in time to watch Aureline drop astern. He came to her station first, though. He'd gotten into the habit this cruise of coming to her board before his rail, and Ackerman had not decided whether it was respect or management, and had stopped expecting to. "You're reading the index," he said. He seen the climbing line. It was the one number on the board that wasn't a disaster. "Ruth, we're up 40 points since Brightfall. The frontier loves us. Can you read that one without flinching?" "I can read it." She did not say, "without flinching." 40 points up means 40 points to fall. A frontier that loves you this fast has decided what you are before you've shown them, and it can undecide just as fast. She turned from the board to him because the thing was worth his eyes.
Everything on this expedition has a positive slope, Daniel. The index, the packet, Delgado's floor. The trust we're banking with people who will feel betrayed in exact proportion to how much they invested. We're building something very tall, very fast, on ground I can't survey, and the only person aboard who finds it frightening is me." "Not the only one," he said it gently. "Delgado finds his slope frightening. You find all of them frightening. That's the job. I know it's the job." He put 2 fingers on the rail of the board, not inside the quarter circle. "But it went well, Ruth. Aureline went well. They planted against our docket. A colony's betting a generation on a road we certified. That's not a debt we owe somebody. That's a thing we made." The warmth held, easy, complete. "Let it have gone well, for a watch. Aureline is not on fire." "Not yet," the cold thing said, in the part of her that drew the trees. She did not say it. She'd said versions of it to him since Brightfall, and watched each fail to land, not because he didn't hear her. He always heard her. That was the maddening part. But because hearing it and feeling it were different organs in Cross, and the second one had never once been frightened in his life. "Acknowledged, Captain," Ackerman said, and put exactly enough into it that he'd know which of the 3 she meant, the warning one, the "I will be saying this again." He heard it. He smiled a little ruefully, and went to his rail, and the bridge warmth folded around him the instant he reached it. Ackerman turned back to the board and the climbing line, and started the next tree. The signal came in at the 2nd hour, 6 hours short of the causeway leg, and it came in wrong. Ackerman knew it was wrong before she knew what it was. The way you know a footstep in your house is not one you live with. The convoy channel had a texture. The hourly station-keeping reports, the Brask's engine officer grumbling about her trim, the survey sloop Pellin chattering its instrument health at anyone who'd listen. And the texture broke. Imeth's hands went flat and still on her console, the null tell for the opposite of calm, and she said, before the alert had finished posting, "Commander, a distress relay, not in the convoy, inbound through the node from the waypoint ahead." "Put it up. Source." "Spindrift." Imeth brought it onto the main display, and the level voice took on the weight it took when she was being exact about something she did not like. "The salvage orbital at the ungoverned junction, 2 days off our schedule line. The relay is," a beat, "degraded. Authenticated through the node, so it is real and it is theirs. The provenance holds. But the message is in pieces. Somebody sent it in a hurry on failing power." The bridge had gone quiet behind her. Ackerman's broadsheet was down. Vinter had stopped his underbreath narration mid-junction. Ackerman read the relay as it assembled out of the node's near real-time crawl, the small, honest lag that meant the words were already 2 minutes old when they reached her, sent into a dark that didn't yet know whether anyone would answer. Fragments. Structural failure on the transfer spine, ring 4, then noise, then venting, then a number that might have been a casualty count and might have been a birth, and then clear, the only clean sentence in the whole broken thing, the one whoever sent it had spent their last good power to make sure of. "Souls aboard. No Accord asset in range. Request any hull." "No Accord asset in range," Ackerman said, "because the Accord never governed Spindrift. No rescue tug, because no authority to station one." She had the chart up already, the convoy's gold line to the causeway, and Spindrift hanging off it. 2 days out at convoy speed, a day and a half at the Lodestars alone. "Imeth, can you raise them? Confirm the count, confirm the failure. Confirm it's real and not somebody's idea of pulling a flagship off its schedule." "I am trying. The relay is one way at present. They may not have power to receive." Imeth's hands stayed flat. "Commander, the provenance on the relay is genuine. Spindrift sent this. Whether the emergency is as stated, I cannot confirm. Whether it is a trap, I cannot rule out. It is an ungoverned junction. People there make their living in the spaces the Accord left empty, and not all of them love a flagship. Noted. Ackerman ran it cold, the only way she ran anything, and the tree built itself fast and ugly. A structural failure on a salvage orbital with souls aboard and no other hull in range was the exact circumstance for which the word unconscionable had been invented. And also, she made herself see it, the exact shape a clever man would draw to pull a convoy off a schedule a decade of brinkmanship had arranged. Both trees grew from the same root, and she could not tell which was real. That was the problem with the real ones. They always looked exactly like the trap. Cross was at her board before she sent for him. He'd heard distress and souls aboard and the bridge go quiet, and that was all he had needed. The man had a compass that pointed at trouble and called it home. He read the broken relay and the chart and the 2-day diversion hanging off the gold line, and Ackerman watched his face do the thing she'd been dreading since the texture broke, which was not deliberate. He did not weigh it. He had already turned toward it before he'd finished reading, and she understood with a clean professional dread that the argument was already lost, and her job now was only to make him pay attention to it on the divert. "How many?" Cross said. "Unknown. The count came through corrupt. Could be a dozen, could be hundreds. Salvage orbital. The population's transient. We don't know how many are aboard or how many are in the part that's venting." She kept her voice flat, the funnel voice, the one without apology in it. "And we don't know it's real, Daniel. The providence is genuine. Spindrift sent it. The emergency isn't authenticated. We are 6 hours from the causeway leg with a multi-block convoy a decade in the making, and a distress call we can't verify, from an ungoverned junction full of people who profit from the Accord's absence, has just appeared on the one schedule line a great many parties would like us not to keep." "You think it's a trap?" "I think I can't tell if it's a trap, and I think that's worse." She brought up both trees side by side on the dark glass, because she would not let him decide this with only the warm one in his head. "Here's the call as I'd make it. We logged the relay. Authenticated, immutable, on the record forever the instant it landed. Nobody can ever say we didn't receive it. We rebroadcast on every channel for any nearer asset, and we send word ahead to the causeway and to Geneva that there's an unverified emergency at Spindrift needing a rescue hull that isn't running a certification a decade overdue. We raise the alarm to people who can answer it without breaking the one event out here meant to stop a war. That's not refusing to help. That's helping correctly." "And how long?" Cross said. "Does it take a hull that isn't us to get to an ungoverned junction the Accord never bothered to put a tug near?" The cold thing in her chest already had the answer and hated it, and she gave it to him straight, because she did not lie to him even when the truth lost her the argument. "There isn't one. That's why they called the flagship. We're the closest hull with a sick bay and a sling and a name by a day and a half in any direction." "Then there's no call to make, Ruth." He said it gently, and that was the cruelty of him. The warmth never dropped. The "I overrule you" came wrapped in "I'm sorry" too. "I hear the schedule. I hear the trap. You're right about every piece except the one that matters. A goodwill expedition which flies past souls aboard, request any hull because it's running late to a peace conference, is not a goodwill expedition. It's a parade. The whole reason 3 blocks are letting us certify their road is that we do the right thing when it's inconvenient. The instant we don't, we're just another block with a flag, and the causeway's worth nothing." He spread his hands. "The causeway is the argument, Ruth. This is whether we mean it." It was, she thought, a genuinely good answer.
And the worst of it was that this time, under the danger, he was also not wrong. There really were souls aboard. The provenance really held. There really was no other hull. And a break that braked this was a break that had forgotten what it was for. "And if it's a trap," Ackerman said, "if we divert a multi-block convoy off the protected schedule into a place where every party that wanted this certification to fail would love to have us, and the venting orbital is the bait, what's the tree then, Captain? Walk me through it, as if I'm the colonist." Something moved behind his eyes, and to his credit it was not dismissal. He took the question, as he'd taken Delgado's, and turned it over to see if it had edges. "Then we'll have flown into a trap to reach people who were dying," he said at last, quietly, "which is a thing I can stand in front of any table on the Reach and answer for. I can't answer for the parade." He put 2 fingers on her board's rail. "Set me a divert that lets you watch every door. That's the call. I'm making it. We go to Spindrift. But you build the approach. You, not Castellan, not me. You build it, so that if it's the trap you've been drawing since Brightfall, we see it before it closes. I'm asking you to keep us alive while I do the thing I can't not do. That's the brake's job, too." So Ackerman built the divert and built it angry, which was the only way she built anything that mattered. Ackerman had Vinter bring the convoy's nose round onto the new vector while she still had the broken relay open. There was a kind of honesty in committing to the turn before the doubt resolved. Cross had decided, and a break that argued past the decision was just a passenger sulking. The vector was the easy part. The hard part was 9 hulls, 3 blocks, one scheduled torn up 6 hours from the leg it had been built around, every one of them with a master who'd want to know why. "Imeth, convoy-wide my authority under the captain's order. We are diverting to Spindrift to answer an authenticated distress relay. Expect a slip of 3 to 4 days against the causeway leg. The window renegotiates through Castellan, and I want every hull to acknowledge the new vector individually." She ran the funnel in her head before she ran it on the glass. "And tell the Pelin she flies the center slot again, tucked behind us, this time because if Spindrift's structure is venting, there'll be debris, and a light, over-instrumented sloop is the last thing I want loose on the edge of that field. She'll argue, tell her I'll bury her if she doesn't." "I will tell her you said you would prefer she lived," Imeth said. "It carries the same instruction more kindly." "It does not carry the same instruction. Tell her I'll bury her." "I will tell her both," Imeth said, and sent it. The acknowledgments came down the convoy file one at a time, and Ackerman read each for what it didn't say. The Brask's master acknowledged flat and slow, a hauler captain retrimming a heavy hull around a vector she resented. The White Geneva barge acknowledged with a request, relayed through Castellan, that the diversion be logged humanitarian and not operational, Geneva already managing the optics of a goodwill convoy going off script. The Null hull acknowledged in a single character, and the Vrogny acknowledged by closing the 50 kilometers to 20 without being asked, Marchetti's cutter sliding up off the picket onto the convoy's leading shoulder, Ariel still cold, but every line of her saying, "If we're flying into something, I'm flying into it where I can see." Ackerman let the 20 kilometers stand. On a divert toward an orbital that might be bait, she would take Marchetti's honest teeth over Geneva's clean photograph every watch of the week. "Vrogny's tightened up without orders," Salazar said, at her shoulder now, the broadsheet long forgotten, his voice gone to the eerie level it took when the job turned real. "She's reading it like you are. She's reading it like anyone who's flown the frontier." Ackerman did not look up from the funnel. A call for help from a place with no help, on the day a convoy can't afford to answer it. Marchetti's been on the wrong end of that math. She knows what it costs to be the souls aboard nobody comes for.
She squared the last mark to its slot, the divert built. Every door watched. That's why she came up, not for the captain's good heart, because she knows the good heart is going to take us somewhere dangerous, and she'd rather be in front of us when it does. The convoy ran its new vector into the dark, and Aureline fell away behind them, green and certified and loved, the world they'd helped make safe, receding off the stern as they turned toward a place no one had ever bothered to make safe at all. Cross stayed forward at his rail, watching the divert hold, the warmth on him still, but the easy gone out of his hands. He'd committed them to the thing he couldn't not do, and now had to live the hours it cost, the part of the good heart the cheering ports never saw. Vinter flew the new heading with the careful over-attention of a young man who'd understood the watch had changed weight. Insameth kept trying Spindrift and getting nothing back, the relay still one way, the souls aboard still sending into a dark that didn't know yet the flagship had turned. Ackerman read the metrics one more time before she cleared them. The goodwill index had stopped climbing the instant the divert posted and would begin to fall, because a frontier that loves you for keeping the schedule does not love you for breaking it, even to save lives, especially to save lives. Saving lives off script reminds everyone the script can break. Ackerman cleared the metrics. She did not clear the tree. The smoothness fails, she had written on this glass since Brightfall, and could not see how. She could see how now. Not the whole of it, not the hand, not the shape gathering out ahead of them, but she could see the first joint of it at last, the place where the dream began to fray. It frayed exactly here, at the moment the expedition was most itself, doing the most right thing it had ever done. Turning toward the souls aboard because that was who they were, and being pulled by that very rightness off the protected road and onto open ground where anyone who'd been waiting could reach them. The good heart at the rail had just done the thing the good heart was for, and it was correct, and it was also the turn, and she would write neither down anywhere a docket could read. Ackerman saved the tree. She always saved the tree. Ahead, 2 days off, Spindrift's broken relay went on assembling itself out of the node's patient crawl. Souls aboard, no Accord asset in range, request any hull, over and over, into a dark that had, 6 hours ago, finally answered, and was now closing the distance, fast, toward whatever was waiting at the end of it. Chapter 12. Spindrift. The hailing came back in a man's voice, with a laugh already in it, before the Lodestar had finished matching Spindrift's slow, drunken roll, and the first thing it said was, "Flagship, you're upside down." Cross looked at the approach plot, where Salazar was easing the cruiser into the orbital spin with the patience of a man parking something expensive in a space too small, and decided the voice was probably right and definitely rude. "Say again, station?" "You're flying her flat to the ecliptic like the manuals tell you. Spindrift doesn't keep the ecliptic. Spindrift keeps whatever Spindrift's keeping today." A pause, the man enjoying himself. "Roll 90 to starboard and come up under the third Taurus, the burgundy one, the one that looks like it's about to fall off. It won't, it's looked like that for 40 years, and you'll find a docking spine your hull can actually reach. Fly her by the book, and you'll spend an hour finding a clamp. Fly her by me, and you're drinking inside 10 minutes. "And who are you?" Cross said. "The man who knows where the clamps are." The laugh again. "Name's Maddox. We'll get to the rest." Cross took his hand off the rail and did not put it back, which Ackerman, 2 stations down, would have logged as a tell if she'd been watching, and she was always watching. He had come into a great many rooms in his life with the warmth arranged, and the room had always, eventually, arranged itself to match. This was the first place in his career that had no intention of doing so. Spindrift hung on the forward display, turning at its own private angle, a thing built by accretion rather than design, a primary torus that might once have been a combine ore station, and grafted onto it across decades a second ring and a third, scaffolds welded to scaffolds, habitat modules and 9 liveries scabbed over with a 10th, a whole quarter of the structure dark and cannibalized, aerials and dishes and salvage cranes bristling off it in every direction, like a thing that had given up choosing a direction. It did not look like a port. It looked like a decision 1,000 desperate people had made one piece at a time and then had to live inside. "Roller 90 to starboard, Mr. Salazar. Come up under the Burgundy Taurus." "The one that's about to fall off, Captain?" "That's the one." "Love it here already," Salazar said, and rolled the Lodestar 90 degrees out of every regulation she'd been built to honor, and brought her up under the sagging ring exactly as a stranger with a laugh in his voice had told him to, and there, tucked under the Taurus where no chart showed it, was a docking spine, old and overbuilt and waiting, with a clamp the right size for an Aurora-class hull. Salazar said, not looking round, "Log that I flew a flagship upside down under a 40-year-old death trap on a stranger's say-so, and that it worked, and that the commander watched me do it." "Logging it, Lieutenant," Venter said. And then, because he was young and could not help himself, "The commander's not smiling." "The commander never smiles. That's how you know she approves." From the contingency station, Ackerman said nothing at all, which, on the Lodestar, was a particular kind of agreement, and Salazar grinned at his board and brought the cruiser onto the clamp, soft as a held breath. The transfer spine on Ring 4 was venting, and that was real, and it was the reason they had come. Cross saw it the moment the Lodestar slid under the structure, a section of the 4th Taurus blown open along a seam, atmosphere boiling out into vacuum in a slow silver plume that the orbital spin smeared into a long curving banner. And in the plume, lit by the work lamps of half a dozen patched little salvage tugs already swarming the breach, the small frantic shapes of people in suits trying to seal a wound in their own home with whatever they had. No Accord vessel, no rescue tug with a name and a charter, a salvage town saving itself, badly, with the wrong tools, because no one had ever come to teach it the right ones or station the help that would have made the teaching unnecessary. "That's not staged," Salazar said quietly, the joking gone the way it went when the job turned real. "Captain, whatever else this place is, that breach is real. People are dying in that." "I see it." Cross had the warmth thinned to nothing now, which was the state Petrov would have recognized. The captain gone very quiet and very exact, the charm set down because there was no one in the plume to charm. "Commander, get the sling tender and the medical team staged at the spine clamp. Imeth, signal the convoy. Vrogny holds the outer picket. The Brosk and the barge hold station at distance. The Palin stays well clear of that debris field, and tell her I mean it the way the commander means it. The nail hull holds the line. Nobody else couples to this structure until we know how stable it is." "Signaling," MF said. "Mr. Maddox, you're still there?" "Always am." Less laugh in it now. The man had watched the Lodestar see the breach. "You came for Ring 4? "We came for the souls aboard Ring 4. We had an authenticated relay, 6 hours ago, a day and a half out." "6 hours?" Something shifted in the voice, recalculating. "You turned a flagship and a convoy off a peace conference run on 6 hours for a relay out of a junction nobody's flag covers?" "Huh. All right, Captain. That buys you a sentence of straight talk, and then we're back to business. The straight talk is this. The breach you can see isn't the breach that's going to kill people. The spine's been failing for a week.
Ring 4's got pressure pockets behind 3 bulkheads that aren't on any plan, because nothing here's on any plan. And your medical team's going to walk into a maze that moves, in the dark, with the floor going out from under it, and not one of your people knows where the maze goes. Mine do.
Maddox came across to the Lodestar himself, which Cross had not expected, and Ackerman had expressly advised against. Rowan Maddox was a broad, unhurried man, somewhere past 50, with a salvage worker's hands and a face that had spent its life deciding, accurately and fast, what other people were good for. He came through the airlock without ceremony, looked once around the receiving bay, at the clean deck, the racked equipment, the young Marine standing too straight by the hatch, and made a small private sound that might have been respect and might have been pity, and Cross could not tell which, and understood that not being able to tell was going to be the texture of the entire conversation. Captain Cross. Maddox did not offer the hand. He looked at Cross as he'd looked at the bay, pricing it. You're younger than the voice. Most flag captains sound young and look old. You've managed it the other way. Mr. Maddox, thank you for coming aboard. Don't thank me yet. You've not heard the price. He glanced past Cross to where Ackerman stood. She had come down from the bridge because she was not going to have this conversation second-hand, and to Salazar at her shoulder, and to the medical team staged and waiting with the sling tender behind them, and he took the whole of it in and turned back to Cross with the verdict made. Here's the shape of it, and I'll talk fast because your breech won't wait for manners. Spindrift's mine to navigate, not the law of it. There's no law of it, that's the point of the place, but the knowing of it. My people built half these rings and salvaged the other half, and we know which bulkheads are real and which are bluff, which corridors carry pressure and which are just painted to look like they do, where the spine's rotten and where it's only ugly. Your medics walk in there blind, you'll lose them and the people they went for, both. They walk in with my crew, they come back. That's the trade. You want through Spindrift, to the breach, and out again to your road after, you go through me. And the price, Ackerman said, flat, no apology in it. Maddox turned to her with the first real interest he'd shown. You're the one who didn't want me aboard. I'm the one who wants the price said out loud before my captain's people are standing in a maze that moves. Good. He said it like a man recognizing a tool he respected. Then we'll get on, you and me, which is more than I can say for most. Back to Cross. Price is fair, because I don't need to gouge a man who turned a flagship on 6 hours. That already told me what you are. Salvage rights on whatever your fancy hull's sensors map in there while you're playing hero. The breach is wreckage now. Wreckage is ours by every right Spindrift's got, which is none, which is all of them. You map it for your rescue, you give us the map after. And a clean berth at your sling for 40 tons of cargo we'd like moved off this rock to somewhere the Combine isn't looking. That's it. No coin. I'd rather have the map and the berth than your money, because your money's got Geneva's face on it, and Geneva's face is bad luck out here. Cross studied him. There was nothing in the man he could reach with warmth, and he had the sense, uncomfortable, clarifying, that the warmth would be read instantly and discounted, the way a card sharp reads an honest player and feels sorry for him. So he set it down and gave Maddox the thing the man had actually asked for, which was straightness. The map's yours. The berth's yours. I won't pretend I love moving 40 tons I can't see for a man I met 10 minutes ago, and I won't pretend I have a choice, because you've just told me I don't, and I believe you. So we'll do it your way. But my people are mine. Your crew guides, my crew carries. Nobody of yours touches a survivor or a piece of my equipment without my medical officer's say. If that's a problem, say so now, and I'll send my people in blind and we'll both watch them die, and neither of us wants to stand in that. Maddox looked at him for a long moment, and the pricing thing in his face settled into something nearer a decision. No problem, he said. Your people, your call. I'm not here to fleece a man saving my neighbors. I just don't do it for free, because free is how a place like this gets eaten." He put out the hand now, finally, and Cross took it, and the grip was a worker's grip, blunt and exact, and entirely without performance. "I'll tell you the thing I tell everyone who finds Spindrift on a bad day, Captain, and you can do with it what you like. Your accord and your blocks and your clean lanes, when those work, you'll never see us. We're the people you call when the polite systems fail. They fail more than you think. They'll fail you before this is over. I'd put money on it, except I don't take Geneva's money." He released the hand. "Now, your breach is widening while we're being decent to each other. Get your medics in the lock. I'll bring my riggers and we'll go save your authenticated relay." The clinic was the part of Spindrift Cross hadn't braced for, and it was the part that undid him. Cross had gone in with the second wave, against Ackerman's logged objection and Petrov's blunter-spoken one, because a captain who turned a convoy on 6 hours to save a place and then watched the saving from a clean bridge was, Maddox had said it and the word had landed, a parade. So he went in, and Maddox's riggers took the medical team down a corridor that on the Lodestar's map was a solid bulkhead, and in fact was a hatch painted to look like one, and through a junction where the floor breathed under their boots in a manner Cross chose not to think about, and out into a wide, low compartment in Ring 3 that the breach hadn't reached. And it was a hospital, of a kind, a salvage town clinic, lit by work lamps run off a patched cell, with beds welded from cargo racking and a smell of antiseptic improvised from something that wasn't quite the right thing, and it was already full of the breach's casualties, and the man running it was 28 years old and not a doctor. "Tariq Sabine." He shook Cross's hand on the move, both of them stepping over a stretcher, his sleeves pushed up and a burn kit slung across his chest like a bandolier. He had the fast, warm accent of a frontier raised on 6 worlds, and the eyes of a man who'd been awake for a length of time Cross didn't want to calculate. "You're the flagship, the captain himself, look at that. Mind a third bed, the woman's lungs bad, your boots are loud." He was already moving past, then turned back, a quick grin breaking through the exhaustion. "Sorry, I'm rude when I'm tired, and I've been tired since Tuesday. Tariq, I run the clinic. I'm not a doctor. There's no doctor. The last one left when the Combine pulled the contract. I did 2 years of medical on Aureline before the money ran out, so I'm what Spindrift's got. Is one of your people a real doctor? Please say one of your people's a real doctor." "My chief medical officer, Dr. Petrov. She's coming in with the heavy kit, and she's the best I've got, which is the best anyone's got." The grin went bright and then nearly broke. The relief of a man who'd been holding a thing alone for too long and had just been told he could put a corner of it down. A real doctor. Tariq pressed the heel of his hand to one eye, briefly, and took it away and was working again. "Good, good. Tell her the third bed first, the lung. Then the kid in the corner, the rigorous boy. His arm's bad, but he's stable. He can wait. He just doesn't know he can wait, and he's 8, so somebody's got to lie to him kindly." He was threading suture as he spoke, hands never still. "We don't get real doctors, Captain. We get me, and we get whoever's sober on the salvage cruise, and we get the stuff the Combine doesn't bother counting when it ships through. So whatever you've come for, the relay, the salvage, the politics, I don't care which, thank you for the doctor. That's the whole of what I've got to say to a flagship. Thank you for the doctor." Cross stood in the middle of a hospital welded out of cargo racking, in a place no flag covered, run by a tired, kind man who was not a doctor and had not slept since Tuesday and was lying kindly to an 8-year-old in the corner, and felt the speech he'd have given a colony reception die unspoken in his throat. There was nothing here to certify. There was nothing here to put on a docket or photograph under a banner. There were only people, in the spaces the Accord had left empty, keeping each other alive with the wrong tools and an improvised mercy, and the goodwill index that Geneva ran and Ackerman watched climb had no column for any of it. "Where do you need hands?" Cross said.
Tariq looked up at him, at the captain of the flagship, asking a clinic volunteer where to stand, and something passed over his face that wasn't surprise so much as recalibration, the same look Maddox had given him, the look of frontier people working out, fast, that this particular bit of Geneva might be a different thing than they'd budgeted for. "The fourth bed," Tariq said. "Hold his hand and keep him talking. He came out of the breach last, and he's not going to make it, and he knows it. And nobody here's got a hand free. And a man shouldn't go out with no hand to hold because the clinic's busy. A beat, gentler, all the rudeness gone. You don't have to. You're a captain." "I'm a hand," Cross said, and went to the fourth bed. Later, when the breach was sealed and the count was being made, and Petrov had her sleeves bloody to the elbow in a salvage town clinic and had not once complained about it, Cross stood with Maddox at a viewport in Ring 3 and looked out at the silver plume guttering down to nothing as the last of the venting died. "You held a man's hand," Maddox said. It wasn't a question. Word traveled fast in a place this size, this knit. "He had nobody else's." Maddox watched the plume. "Most flags would have stayed on the bridge and called it command discipline. Some of them would have meant it, too. It's not a small thing, the bridge, when the maze is moving." He said it without sentiment, a man crediting a correct decision he wouldn't have made the same. "You'll go to your causeway now, certify your road, prove your blocks can share a junction." A glance, sidelong, dry. "And you'll fly back out past Spindrift on the chart with no name, and never think of us again until the next time the polite systems fail." "I'll think of you," Cross said. "I held a man's hand at your friend's fourth bed. I'll think of you a while." Maddox looked at him properly then, and whatever the pricing had been settling toward all afternoon, it settled. "Maybe you will," he said. "Won't help, but maybe you will." He pushed off the viewport, the cargo to be moved and the map to be collected, and the salvage of his neighbor's disaster all waiting. "I'll have my berth at your sling within the hour, and the map after, and then you're clear of me, Captain Cross, and I'm clear of you, which is how Spindrift likes it. We don't keep friends here. Friends cost more than enemies." "And yet you came aboard yourself?" "I came aboard to price you. Turns out you're worth more than I budgeted. That's the worst thing I can say about a man, and you'll work out one day why I mean it as a warning." He raised two blunt fingers, an unhurried frontier salute, half mockery and half something else. "Walk careful to your causeway, Captain Cross. The lanes are prettiest right before." Right before what? But Maddox had gone, as the man clearly did everything, on his own schedule and one beat before the other person was ready, and Cross stood at the viewport with the plume dying outside and the speech he'd never given still unspoken in him, and thought about a clinic with no doctor, and a kind, tired man saying thank you for the doctor, as if it were the whole of what one civilization owed another. He thought about the column the index didn't have. He thought for the first time since Brightfall that the road might be running him somewhere the warmth could not arrange, and then Petrov's voice came up from the clinic asking for the second medical case to be staged, and the breach count to be finalized, and a captain's work folded back around him, and he set the thought down where Ackerman set her unfileable trees and went to do it. Behind him, out the viewport, the salvage town's lamps came back on across the sealed Ring 4, one patched module at a time, a place no flag covered, putting its small lights back in the dark, and Cross, who had come to save it and been quietly saved from his own parade instead, watched the lamps come up and found the place worth every hour the detour had cost him.
Chapter 13. The Reckless Thing. The crawlway under Spindrift's gray transit ring ran 400 meters on a falling curve, and Tobias Wren went down it on his belly behind a maintenance sled, in the dark, with his cell strung out behind him and a stolen berthmaster's key warming in his fist, and he was, for the first time in a month, entirely happy. Wren did not say so. You did not say so. Happiness on an op was a thing you held like your breath at a vacuum seal, useful only while it stayed in. But it was there, under the ribs, where the doctrine lived, and Wren kept it down and worked. The crawlway was Spindrift's secret in miniature, a place built once for a reason and then forgotten, kept alive only because somebody never came back to switch it off. The orbital was 3 centuries of that. A junction the Accord had never bothered to govern because there was nothing here Geneva wanted to put its name on. Only salvage and the gray trade in transit that paid no tariff and asked no provenance, and the patched, layered, breathing warren the salvage and the gray trade had grown around themselves. Ring welded to a dead survey hull, welded to a habitat that had been a freighter once. All of it spinning a little wrong because nobody had trimmed the spin since the last people who cared were alive. Spindrift was not lawless because it was wicked. It was lawless the way a field gone back to weed is lawless. Nobody was minding it. Nobody had in 3 centuries. And it was the reason Wren could be here at all, and it was, though the Warren did not know it yet, about to be the reason a war started somewhere else. "Marker," said Dessa, behind him, breathing it into the crawlway's bad air. 2 meters, left rib. Wren found it with his glove, a weld scar, fresh against the old metal, a patch where a patch had no business being, and he stopped, and the cell stopped behind him, 4 shapes folding down into the dark like water finding its level. He could not see their faces. He did not need to. He had picked these people slowly and from inside the diagnosis, as he picked everything, and he knew them by how they breathed. "This is it," Dessa said. Older than him, gun-gray, the cell's hands. She had run cargo for the Combine for 19 years before she'd read the floor and never forgiven herself the 19 years. Somebody sealed a service bay off the gray transit log and dressed the weld to look like rot. You don't dress a weld to look like rot unless there's something behind it you'd kill the manifest for. Then we open it, and we find out what's worth a manifest. Wren believed in the finding out. That was the part the institutions could never forgive, the part the main line could not stomach, and the splinter cast him had thrown away entirely. That the truth, dug up and held to the light, did its own work. He had built a whole life on it. The people who followed him followed it. They were not, whatever Geneva's broadsheet said, killers. They were the ones who had read the floor dropping for 20 years and could not bear that nobody was allowed to say it, and had decided, each of them, on their own, that they would rather break a law than keep a silence. That was the line. The line ran straight through Wren and out through every one of them, and it had a shape he could have recited in his sleep, because he had said it to each of them the day they came to him, and meant it more each time. We do not target life support. We do not target the helpless. We do not bring down a hull or a habitat with innocents aboard. We do not become the thing we are trying to stop. The day we do, we are not the anchorage. We are just the next people with reasons. Wren had said it to Dessa across a galley table on a dying barge. He had said it to Cobb when Cobb was 19 and furious and wanted to be furious at something. and he had said it 3 months ago to a man named Oduya, and watched Oduya's face do a thing he had been pretending he hadn't seen ever since. "Cobb," Wren said. "The key." Cobb came forward, the youngest, all elbows, a colony kid who'd grown up watching the Combine price his parents off their own charter and had the kind of anger that was really grief wearing better clothes. He passed the berthmaster's key up the line. It had cost them a fortnight and a favor they would be paying back for a year. A clean key off a real berthmaster who drank in a real bar and had let it leave his pocket for 90 seconds, and it was the difference between an op and a crime. Wren would not cut a seal that somebody might be behind. He would open a door he had a key to and read what the door was hiding, and that, he told himself, told the doctrine, told the happy thing under his ribs. That was not the same as the people past him. That was a man with a key. The dressed weld was not a weld. Under Dessa's hands, it lifted in one piece, a cap, magnetic, machined to fit and then aged on purpose. And behind it was a service bay's old control plate, dead for decades by its dust and alive under it by the warmth Wren's glove found the instant he laid it flat. Warm. A dead bay in a forgotten crawlway under an ungoverned orbital, and the control plate was warm, which meant power, which meant somebody was spending money to keep a secret breathing in a place chosen precisely because nobody would look. "Tobias," Dessa said very quietly, and there was something in it she had not heard from her in years. "Whatever this is, it's funded." "Open it," Wren said. The bay opened, and Wren went in first because he always went in first, and stood up into a low steel room the size of a galley, and understood, in the slow, terrible way you understand a thing too big to take in one breath, that he had been wrong about what he came to find. Wren had come for an atrocity. That was the honest shape of it, the thing he had not said even to Dessa. He had followed a thread out of the salvage trade, expecting a combine atrocity, a mass grave of off-ledger labor, a dumped hold, the kind of quiet murder the gray trade swallowed and the institutions never counted. That was the war he knew how to fight. He had not come for this. This was an office. It was a clean, dry, climate-held room full of the most boring objects in human space, and the boredom of them was the worst thing Wren had ever stood in. He read it the way Dessa read a manifest, left to right, top to bottom, and each line was worse than the one above it. Berths. The bay's old fabrication printer had been spun back up. There were cradle blanks racked along one wall, half-machined docking cradles, the standardized kind, cut to take a particular hull class he knew on sight because half the frontier knew it on sight, cutter cradles. Deniable berths, prefabricated, ready to drop into a dozen junctions across the reach and present to any inspector as ordinary salvage orbital infrastructure that had simply always been there. Leases. Cobb found the slate stack and read over his shoulder. Transponder leases, scores of them, signed and dormant. Clean civilian identities for ships, frontier registered, combine paid, each one a false skin a fast haul could pull on and become a grain tender, a survey sloop, a nothing, a haul no plot would flag. "Tobias," Cobb's voice had gone high and thin, "these are real, these are filed, these have seals on them. Keep reading." Writs. This was the line that stopped Wren's breath, and he was a man who had trained his breathing for a living. A folder of them, drafted, lawyer clean, every one of them an emergency security instrument, the kind of document a block executes when order has already broken, when there is a crisis to point at, pre-written and sitting in a drawer waiting for the crisis to arrive. Authority to interdict, authority to seize, authority to secure a junction in the name of frontier safety under conditions of accord failure. They were not orders. They were the shape of orders, machined and racked like the cutter cradles, waiting for a hull to drop into. And along the far wall, bolted and tarped and humming, the hardware. Wren pulled the tarp and knew it before the tarp was clear. Route control gear, interdiction emitters, the brutal, practical machinery of telling ships where they may and may not go and killing the ones that disagree. Pre-positioned, spares racked. A man could fit out a flotilla from this room and never once buy a part where a part could be traced. Dessa had not moved. She stood in the middle of the boring, terrible room with 19 years of Combine manifests in her hands, in her bones, and she said the thing none of them could not say. It all points one way. She turned a slate and turned another, reading the dormant leases' filed destinations, the cradle's dispersal schedule, the writ's named jurisdiction. Tobias, every line of this is keyed to one place. The cradles drop along the approach lanes to it. The writs name it. The interdiction gears pre-sighted for its choke points. She looked up. The causeway. All of it, the whole package is sitting here in the dark waiting for the causeway. Wren stood in the room and felt the doctrine reorder itself around the new fact, fast and cold and complete, as it had reordered itself the first time he ever read the floor. The expedition, the shining goodwill expedition the whole frontier was in love with, the white barge and the burgundy freighters and the center's beautiful flagship running out to certify the causeway, to prove the lane could be shared, and waiting for them at the end of it, racked in a forgotten bay under an ungoverned orbital, was the machinery to turn that certification inside out. Someone in the Combine had seen the shape of the failure early. They had looked at a piece built on a shared lane and understood, with a clarity Wren could only call kinship, that a shared lane is the most seizable thing in the world the moment the sharing fails. Certify the causeway as everyone's, and you have made it the one junction worth taking entire. And here, in the dark, were the cradles and the false skins and the pre-drafted writs and the guns, the whole patient apparatus for being the block that already had its hand on the door the instant the accord cracked. They were not planning to break the piece. They were planning to be ready when it broke, which was worse because it meant they had decided it would. "This is it," Cobb said, and there was a terrible young joy in it. "Tobias, this is it. This is the thing. We've got them. We expose this and the whole... Everyone sees it. Everyone sees what the Combine..." "Yes," Wren said. And because he was not the man past him, because the line ran through him, "Quietly, Cobb. We are not done thinking yet." But he was already under the ribs, decided. He had been decided the moment Dessa said the causeway. That was his flaw and his faith in one organ. Wren could not hold a truth in the dark. He had built his whole self on the conviction that a buried thing wanted out, and here was a buried thing, funded and humming, that proved the Combine had read the floor he had read, and had drawn from it not horror, but opportunity. And there was a flagship full of people 2 rings up, flying straight toward it, blind, certifying their own ambush, and Wren had the proof in his hands. And he would expose it. He knew he would. He knew, too, and this was the part the happy thing under his ribs went quiet for, that exposing it as he was about to, a splinter cell breaking into a sealed bay in an ungoverned orbital with stolen keys and no warrant and no flag, would do 2 things at once, and that he could only choose to do the first by accepting the second. The first, he would save the expedition from flying into the dark with its eyes shut.
and he would hand every block in the reach one more photograph of anchorage terror, masked figures, a forced bay, a salvage orbital, the word splinter, to wave over the very militarization this room had been built to feed. Right diagnosis, poison method. He had spent his life inside that vice, and he stepped into it now the way he stepped into everything, deliberately, eyes open, certain. "We can't take it to them clean," Dessa said. She had read his face in the bad light. She always had. "There's no clean way for us to hand a center flagship a Combine secret. The second they know it came from us, it's tainted. Half of what's in here a Geneva lawyer waves away in an afternoon because the anchorage broke a seal to find it." "I know." "You take this to the Lodestar," Dessa said. "You don't just give them a danger. You give every news slate in the Reach a splinter-op in an ungoverned orbital the week of the peace talks. You give the Combine the gift of us. They'll say the anchorage has been mining Spindrift for weapons and stumbled on something they didn't understand. They'll bury the cradles under our masks." She was not arguing against it. Dessa never argued against the op once they were in the room. She made him hold the whole weight of it before he carried it, because that was her job and his, the two of them, the cell's conscience and the cell's hands. "It's the truth, and it'll save those people upstairs, and it'll make everything worse. You know that. Say you know that." "I know that," Wren said. Wren looked around the boring, terrible room one more time. The cradles, the false skins, the pre-written authority to seize a piece the moment it was made. And upstairs, riding Spindrift stalking Taurus, a flagship full of people who believed, actually sincerely believed, you could hear it in their open channel chatter, the cell had been listening for 2 days, that they were out here to prove the Reach could hold. "Here is what we are," Wren said, and his cell went still around him, because this was the voice, the one they had followed into the dark. "We are the only people in the Reach who will read this room out loud. Geneva won't. They'd rather not know their golden expedition is sailing into a trap, because knowing means admitting the Combine games them, and admitting that means admitting the Accord is already a fiction. The Combine won't. It's their trap. The mainline can't. They'd write a beautiful pamphlet about it and post it to a network that's already decided we're mad. There is no honest hand in the Reach that will pick this up." He let it land. "Except a dishonest one. Ours. And it costs us," Dessa said, the last toll, making him pay it aloud. "And it costs us everything we've spent 10 years not being," Wren said. "It costs us the high ground we never had anyway. It hands the blocs a reason. People who have never heard our diagnosis will hear our name tomorrow attached to a forced seal and a masked man, and that is the only version of us they'll ever know." He breathed once, the held breath let out at last. "And there are 200 people on that flagship, and 10 hulls behind it, flying toward a room exactly like this one. And if we put the cap back on this bay and crawl out by the hole we came in, the next people to open it will be the ones with the writs in their hands. I will not put the cap back on." Wren looked at them, the 4 of them, in the dark of a place nobody minded. "We do it the loud way. We do it now while they're still docked and can still hear us before the lane closes behind them. We pull the whole record and we throw it where it can't be unseen. Every slate, the orbital zone gray transit log, the Lodestar's open channel, all at once, no warning, no warrant, no flag." A thin, grim thing that was not a smile. The reckless thing, because the careful thing has never once in the whole history of this movement saved a single life. "That's not in the doctrine," Cobb said.
half frightened, half lit. "No," Wren said. "The doctrine says what we won't do. It's silent on what we'll spend." He set his glove flat on the warm, dead plate that had hidden a war. "Pull it all, Dessa. Cobb, find me the Lodestar's open channel. They leave it open. They're the trusting kind. We tell them the truth, and we let it cost what it costs."
It took them 6 minutes to gut the room of its secret, and Wren spent the last of them at the bay's old hatch, looking back, doing the arithmetic he could not stop doing because it was the only prayer he had. 200 lives upstairs, saved from the dark, set against a movement smeared one shade darker on every slate in the reach by morning. A peace talk handed a fresh corpse of trust. The blocs given by his own masked hand, the exact pretext their masked hand fears had been manufacturing for a decade. He had read the floor for 20 years and never once been allowed to be right where it helped. He was about to be right again in the dark with a stolen key in a way that would help 200 strangers and harm the cause those 200 strangers had never heard of. The system was built so that being right did not help. He had given his life to a movement the system had built a special cage for, and he had just found the bars again with his hands. "Channels open," Cobb said. "They're right above us. Tobias, there's a lot of traffic on the gray transit log down here all of a sudden. Movement. 2 rings over, the transfer spine side." He frowned at the slate. "Someone else is moving in the dark tonight." Something cold went through Wren that had nothing to do with the Combine. Wren had said the line to a man named Oduya 3 months ago, across a table, and watched Oduya's face do the thing he had been pretending he hadn't seen. "We do not target the helpless. The day we do, we are not the anchorage." And Oduya had nodded and left, and taken 4 of Wren's people with him into a silence Wren had told himself was just distance. The transfer spine, the docking torus, the crowded living parts of Spindrift, the parts with families in them, salvage crews, the medic volunteers who patched the Warren for nothing, the parts that had life support and helpless people aboard, every line Wren had drawn and sworn his cell would never cross. "Dessa," Wren said, "throw it. Throw the package now. All of it. Every channel. Don't wait for me." He was already moving, up out of the bay, into the dark crawlway, toward the rings where someone else was moving tonight. "Cobb, with me. We've got a worse op than the one we came for." The truth was out, or would be in a breath, thrown into the light where it would save 200 people and damn a movement and feed a war. Wren had made his reckless choice and would live with all of it. But there was a man 2 rings over who had stopped believing in the line, and helpless people in the dark between them. And Wren went toward it with his cell at his back, and the happy thing under his ribs gone entirely cold. Because some things you would not put the cap back on, and some things you would burn your own house down to stop. Chapter 14. The Last Window. The first one off the spine was a crush injury, left forearm, and the man holding the hand together was doing it right, which told Petrov more about Spindrift than the broken relay had. "Keep the pressure," she said, taking the arm off him. "You've done this." "Salvage," the man said, as if it answered the question, and it did. He had the gray under his nails that never came out, and a tourniquet improvised off his own belt, snugged a hand above the wrist with the businesslike cruelty of someone who'd watched a limb go before. "Ring 4 let go, the transfer spine. We were decoupling a hull and the whole thing just went sideways." Sideways was wrong, and Petrov set it aside where she set wrong things and got on with the arm. The Lodestar had been coupled to Spindrift 6 hours, and Petrov had spent 4 turning the forward cargo bay into a triage floor because the orbital's own clinic was a curtained corner of Ring 2 with a curtain and a prayer. The salvage orbital had no Accord asset, no rescue tug, no hospital. The whole reason the Lodestar had broken its schedule and dropped 2 days off the Gold Road to reach this ungoverned junction in the dark. And its hurt came up the docking trunk in 1s and 2s, walked or carried by their own. Petrov took them in the order the injuries dictated, and not the order they arrived, the first thing you taught and the last thing anyone wanted to hear. Petrov had 2 of the Lodestar's corpsmen, and a borrowed pair of hands she'd have kept if she could. The hands belonged to a Spindrift woman named Tamsin Vey, who turned up in the first hour with a field kit, an unhurried competence, and the flat statement that she'd done 15 seasons as a rig medic on the deep salvage crews, and would Petrov rather she helped or got out of the road. Petrov had handed her a suture driver and not regretted it. Vey was perhaps 40, narrow, with a burn scar that took half her jaw, and a manner with the frightened ones. All right, look at me, not at it. And twice already Petrov had looked up to find she'd quietly fixed something Petrov would have had to leave waiting. "Where do you keep finding them?" Petrov said, of the crush injury, getting the arm splinted. "Ring 4 is where the work was." The bay had the sound a triage floor always had. Not screaming. The screamers were the ones who'd be fine, but the low, working murmur of people being managed, the corpsman's flat reassurance, the printer cycling field dressings. She kept her voice level and her hands moving, and the wall at its full working height, because a doctor who feels the whole floor at once stops being any use to the front of it, and the floor was filling. Petrov did the count the way she always did, without deciding to, a separate ledger the wall kept, running behind everything else. Walking, 9, the far end with a corpsman, none going anywhere bad. Splinted and stable, the crush, the 2 cracked ribs, the scalp that bled like a story and wasn't. Holding, the depressurization case, the older woman whose color Petrov did not love, and the closed out, not on the floor but in the cold locker off the bay, 2 of them, salvage crew caught in Ring 4 when the spine let go. 2. 6 hours coupled, a structural failure, 2 dead. By the count Petrov kept, it was a hard day and a survivable one, the kind of frontier orbital had a name for and got on with. It was the easy part of the day and would not stay that way. The floor told Petrov before anyone said it, which was how she found out everything. They went still over a patient, head up, listening, the specific stillness of someone who has heard a sound her body knows and her mind hasn't caught up to. "That's not the spine settling," Vey said. "What is it?" "That's a charge." Vey was already moving, the kit closed, the unhurried competence gone to something faster and worse. "I've cut anchorage hardware out of 3 salvage hulls this year. That's a cutting charge. Somebody's putting a hole in something." The bay's deck plate carried the second one before Petrov could answer. Not a sound, so much as a single hard pressure against the soles of the feet, the orbital flinching. And then the docking trunk's pressure alarm went, a flat repeating tone that meant somewhere along the coupling a seal had decided it was no longer sure of itself. What Petrov got in the next 4 minutes, she got in pieces, from the bridge channel in her ear, from Vey, from a Spindrift dockhand who came down the trunk at a dead run shouting the wrong things in the right panic, and assembled as she'd assemble a corrupt relay, taking the clean fragments and discarding the rest. The clean fragments were these. There was a cell on Spindrift that was not Wren's, the last window, the bridge channel called it, Imeth's level voice giving it the weight of a thing already known, and it had decided the structural failure on Ring 4 was not enough. The buried Combine staging package Wren's people had dragged into the light, the whole reason Spindrift had become worth dying over. The last window meant to put it beyond anyone's reach, and the expedition beyond the road with it, and both at once meant the transfer spine. The transfer spine was the orbital's throat, where hulls coupled, where the gray transit traffic threaded through, where right now the Lodestar was docked, the salvage crews were staging, and 300 people were packed into the ring, waiting their turn down a trunk to the warship's bay. Vent it, and the staging went to vacuum. The flagship was holed at the coupling, and the people in Ring 4, the families, the dock crews, the queue, went with it. "That's the line," they said, when Petrov said vent aloud, working it out, flat, a person stating a weather. "That's the line they've crossed. Wren put a hole in the Combine's hardware and walk away whistling. He doesn't touch life support. This lot touch life support." She had the kit on her shoulder, already at the bay's inner hatch. "I have to go up. Ring 4. There's people in the habitable section can't get to the trunk, the old and the down. You keep the floor. I know the rings. You don't." Petrov did the maths in the half-second she had. A rig medic who knew the rings was worth more up there than down here. The floor would hold on 2 corpsmen, and the woman was going whether Petrov blessed it or not. "Take a corpsman and the trunk radio. You don't open a section by yourself. You call me what you find, and I'll send the sling." "I'll call you." And they was gone up the trunk, the corpsman after her, into the part of the orbital the bridge channel was describing now in the clipped vocabulary of a thing going wrong fast. Petrov worked the floor and listened to the war happen in her ear, hands inside a man's chest wound while the channel told her, in fragments, whether the orbital she stood in would have air in 10 minutes. Salazar was off the Lodestar in a tender, flying the orbitals outside, the joking gone out of him, the tell she knew, the eerie level voice that meant it was real. "I have eyes on the spine. There's 4 hard points along Ring 4's outer hull. They've rigged the whole section to blow out, not in." Hartley worked the coupling from engineering, dry and fast, talking the Lodestar's seal through the pressure loss as if it were a sulking drive. And under it, threading through, a voice Petrov had not heard before and understood inside a sentence, rough, frontier, contemptuous of everyone, including itself. And a name from the bridge to go with it, Maddox, the man whose people could thread the salvage maze when nobody else could. Then a fourth voice, and the bridge said a name for this one that put a stillness into the channel. Wren. Petrov knew Tobias Wren only as a shape from the last 2 days, the splinter leader, the anchorage's hard edge, the man whose people had dragged the Combine staging into the light by a reckless, illegal act that saved the expedition from flying blind, and handed every block a fresh reason to call the movement terror. She knew he had a line, because everyone aboard had been saying so, half in contempt and half in something that wasn't. She found out what the line was worth in the next minute, because Wren came onto the open channel, into the warship's ear, which no anchored splinter did, ever, and what he said was not a speech. "Spine's mine to read and yours to reach," Wren said, fast, flat, a man spending his cover like a tourniquet spends a hand. "Oh, do you set the hard points from outside? You can't cut them before the timer, your tender's too slow, but the internal junctions in the Ring 4 spinal axis, frame 9, and it's mine. My people built half this orbital's gray transit. I can dead the charges from inside if your pilot buys me 90 seconds. I'm telling you where my own are standing, Iska. You understand what that costs me. Take the help." A beat on the channel. Then cross. Warm even here, even now, the warmth doing the work it always did. "Mr. Wren, my pilot's yours for 90 seconds. Tell him the door." The floor did not stop while the spine was fought over. The count went on.
Petrov closed the chest wound and lost the depressurization case anyway. The older woman whose color she had not loved, lungs too far gone before she ever reached the bay, slipping under while the channel talked about frame 9. And Petrov noted the time and the name a dockhand gave her, Sorrow, her name's Sorrow, and moved to the next, because grief at the front of the queue is 2 casualties instead of 1. 3, the ledger said. 2 from the spine and sorrow. Then the trunk radio crackled, and it was Vey, and Vey's voice had changed. Petrov, ring 4 habitable. I've got 8, can't walk. The section hatch is sealing on the pressure protocol, and I can't override it from in here. We're the wrong side of the vent line. If they blow the spine, we're... The radio ate it. Came back. Need that hatch held open, and I need the sling, fast. I've got an old man with a hip and a kid on a vent and a... They. Petrov had the trunk geometry in her head. 4 hours of it. Listen to me. Don't move the unwalkable. If the section vents, a sealed section holds its own air. Sealed is the only thing that saves you. The hatch closing is not the enemy. Stay inside the seal. There's a kid on a vent, Petrov. The seal cuts the trunk power. The vents... Bag him. Flat. The triage voice, the one with nothing in it for panic to grab. Bag the kid by hand, hold the seal, wait for the spine to be safe. Because if you crack that hatch to run for the trunk, you'll vent the section yourselves, trying to outrun a charge you can't outrun. Bag him and wait. I'm sending nobody into a section that might blow. That's the call. It's mine, it's ugly, it's right. Tell me you heard it. A silence on the radio. A competent person told to do the frightening thing. Nothing. Hold. Wait. Instead of the comforting one. I heard it, they said. Bag him and wait. A breath. You'd better be right about the seal, doctor. I'm right about the seal, Petrov said, and was, and hated being, and put the radio down and took the next patient, because there was nothing else her hands could do for ring 4. It held because of frame 9, and frame 9 Petrov got entirely through her ear. Salazar flew it. She heard the whole of it in his voice going from level to silent, the silence that meant it was actually bad. As he took the tender in under the hard points, close enough that Hartley said Marco once, just the name, the dry gone out of her, and Salazar said nothing back because he was busy not dying. He held the tender against the spinal axis at frame 9, against the orbital slow tumble, against the pressure venting 2 rings over, the station keeping that wins races at Brightfall, meaning something else entirely, with people in the section behind the wall. 90 seconds. He held it longer because frame 9 took longer. And inside, Wren deaded the charges. Wren and 2 of his own come up through the gray transit conduits their movement had built to cut their own kind's hardware out of the orbital's throat before it could kill the helpless their own kind had stopped believing were worth saving. Petrov did not see it. She heard it in the negatives, the pressure alarm going to silence, Hartley saying, "Couplings holding, seals holding, that's the spine deaded." The bridge channel letting out a breath it had not announced it was holding. The spine had not blown. Ring 4 had not vented. Tamsin Vey came on to the trunk radio in the afterquiet, a kid breathing on a handbag and an old man complaining about his hip behind her. "Seal held. You were right about the seal." A pause. "Send the sling now, doctor. I've got 8 up here owe you a drink." Petrov sent the sling. 8 off ring 4, alive, the kid on the bag among them. She let herself feel it for the length of one breath, the small, clean satisfaction of a thing held that should have broken. Then she set it down, because the cold locker was not done, and the day's count was not the 8 that lived. Oduya did not survive the spine. They brought him to her bay, what was left of him, on the off chance, because you bring everything to the doctor on the off chance, and there was no chance. He had set the hard points from outside and stayed to see them fire. When Ren dead the internal junction and the charges did not, Oduya had tried to set them by hand, at the hull, against the timer, and the salvage rig he worked from had been in Salazar's flight path. Salazar had not known, and would carry that later in the drawer Petrov kept for her own people. Frontier-born, the channel said, a mainline organizer once, a man who had read the same diagnosis Ren read and let it rot into this, willing to vent a ring of the helpless to shut a door he'd decided history wanted shut. Petrov looked at him for the length of one breath, the professional courtesy she gave every closed-out face, whether she had wished them living or not. What she let herself feel was small and cold and accurate. The man on her table had quoted a true thing to justify a monstrous one, and the truth he'd quoted would outlive him on every channel in the reach. The last window, a name the blocks would now point at. The man was finished. The idea he'd poisoned was not. That was the worst death, and the one the wall would not let her grieve, because there was a queue. Petrov had them log him with the others and turned back to the floor. Cross came down to the bay when the spine was safe and the channel had gone quiet. His considerate moment, and the only place on the ship he could stop performing for a while. He came in past the walking wounded and the corpseman, and the printer still cycling dressings, learning the floor by the faces as he always did, and Petrov watched the warmth in him take in the cold locker's door and not look away. "How many?" Cross said. Quiet. The forward motion gone out of him. The over-explaining hadn't come up, which meant the grief had got there first this time, for once, ahead of the charm. Petrov rolled a suture pack between her fingers, the hands kept busy, and gave him the count straight, because she did not soften counts, and he did not ask her to. 6, she said. 2 on the spine when ring 4 let go before we knew there was a cell. 1 in the bay. Sorrow. Lungs took the venting. Gone before she reached me. Tariq, the clinic volunteer, went back into ring 4 for a third, and the seal set on him. And 1 more came up from ring 4 already closed out, caught between the breach and the seal. And Oduya, which makes 6 if you count him, and I count him, because the locker doesn't sort by who deserved it. She set the pack down. 6 dead. 8 off ring 4 who'd have been in a locker by tonight, and aren't, because a Spindrift rig medic held a seal she wanted to crack and bagged a kid by hand on my say-so, and because the man who built half this orbital's gray transit decided his own people had stopped being people. Cross was quiet a moment, looking at the locker door. Ren. Petrov did not warm it. Burned his own cover and dead the charges with his own hands to stop his own splinter venting a ring of the helpless. Right about the road, poison about how to close it, same as Oduya, except Oduya let the rot finish and Ren still got a line. She picked the pack back up, because the conversation was the kind she could only have with her hands going. And tomorrow, every channel in the reach says the last window tried to vent an orbital, and not one says the only reason it didn't is the anchorage stopped it. The bomber and the man who stopped him bleed the same color and get filed under the same word. That's the part I can't fix with a sling. No, Cross said. "Nor can I." And there it was, under the warmth, not the answer he'd reached for in the gallery, not the road belonging to everyone, but the quieter thing. A captain looking at a cold locker and understanding the man who'd nearly filled it more than he wanted to. 6. On a divert I chose, and the souls we came for.
Are 8 alive and 6 dead instead of 300 to vacuum? Petrov said, flat, not letting him finish the sentence she could hear coming, the one where he made the 6 his. You diverted to a structural failure with 2 dead and no hull in range. That call was right. You did not divert to a cell that vents rings. Nobody knew the last window was here, including Wren. She gave him the look she kept only for the captain, the one that outranked him in age and outflanked him in plain talk. You'll want to carry all 6. Carry the divert instead, that you chose to come and people lived and died because the frontier is a place where both happen on the same afternoon. Don't carry Oduya's choice. It wasn't yours, and it'll rot you the same way it rotted him. Cross took it. He never pretended not to. The warmth held, and something moved behind it that might be the beginning of carrying the right weight instead of the whole weight, and he put 2 fingers on the edge of an instrument tray, not tapping, just resting, and said, 6 names, I'll have them. The Spindrift ones too, not just ours. The locker doesn't sort them, and neither will I. Good, Petrov said. Now get off my floor, Captain. I've a kid wants a proper vent, and you're standing where I need the room. Cross went, and the floor went on, because the floor always went on. Petrov worked it down the vent, the hip, the walking wounded, sorted into the ones who could go back down the trunk and the ones who'd stay overnight. And somewhere in it, Tamsin Vey came back down from Ring 4, gray to the elbows, and sat on a feed crate at the edge of the bay with the emptied stillness of someone who'd held a seal she'd wanted to crack and been right to. You'd have made a rig medic, Vey said, when Petrov brought her a cup of the ship's bad coffee and sat down beside her for the length of one breath, which was all the wall allowed, and more than she usually took. I'd have hated it, Petrov said. Too much weather. Vey laughed, short, and they sat. Out past the bay's hatch, the docking trunk was quiet now, the orbital that should have vented, holding its own air on the strength of a seal and a man at frame 9. And under the day's count, Petrov kept the deeper one, behind the wall. The 6 this afternoon were the first 6 of a number she could feel coming the way she felt weather in an old break, and the orbital they'd saved, and the colony they'd loved, and the lane they'd opened were the same kind of thing now. She did not say it. Good day, by the count we keep, they said, looking at the same quiet trunk, the frontier's flat refusal to let a bad afternoon have the whole of the truth. Nobody walked on, mostly, Petrov said, and let it be true, because out here you held 2 true things, or the sums did not come out, that it had been a bad day and a good one, and both were the count, and the count was all she had ever had to give anyone. The floor went on. Petrov set down the cup and went back to. You've reached the end of part 1 of the burning lanes, but the road doesn't end here. Part 2 is on the channel right now, ready to play, so you can carry straight on and stay with the crew for the rest of the run. If you're enjoying the journey, take a moment to subscribe. The whole of the Fracture Cosmology is being brought to life here, one book at a time. Part 2 is waiting. I'll see you there.